it felt like it was a long time coming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting things off with a bang. CDL Surge land a FaZe, Tusk and Hardpoint.
Here comes aBeZy on the other pitch. It is a clean 4-man wipe. Atlanta FaZe after the break. Take care of business.
Full play, round robin style into a single elimination bracket.
I don't think they're going to expect this. They're not going to expect this at all.
Nice! Seconds. Just hoop. In a steam, looking for any type of opening. Vickle able to take it, able to find the kill. Ultra Academy come through with the victory. They win it.
It will be the Los Angeles Thieves versus the New York Subliners.
But the members of the LA Thieves, they're holding hands. They're in P5. Don't go in. Oh no, the shots are good. Kismet, Kismet.
They are not going to make this read. There's
Hydra.
one, the third in short order.
But he's still dangerous. Massive wins. Paul, oh my God, it's 3. Can Paul get all 4? That is sensational stuff.
Strike X goes against FaZe. This is going to be rough, I think. And then it's going to go to the back. Sim's going to check the bomb. Didn't get it down.
Godlike timing play as well. It's got
Oh my
every
God.
single.
3-0. Into hardpoint we go. It's like they've just flicked a switch. Scump is causing absolute havoc across the map.
As OpTic Texas take this series 3-1.
It's going to be the Florida Mutineers. They're going to be taking on OpTic Texas.
You two, with 35
there's
seconds
3.
left on this V2. Here comes Awakening.
He does not complete the kill, but he'll fight 2. Now brings it to a 1v1. He'll clutch it out. How about the plays?
Oh, baby. Welcome to the Call of Duty League. And of course, this is the Pro-Am Classic. And what you see on your screen is going to be at the London Royal Ravens. They're going to take on the Los Angeles Thieves.
It's the little things, but I love seeing Kenny take that route. Watch Kenny make this great play as his team gets all the kills.
That will be it. Thieves able to close out the hard point.
LA Thieves and Team War. Oh, doing some great work. Last man on the objective is going to be Weedman, and 5 in a row now make it 6 in a row for Drazah. 7,
my
there's
God.
the glide bomb.
One of these teams will be going home. It could be OpTic taking on Minnesota. To be careful, where's Havok? He's down low. And Dashy with the snipes on the Havok. Oh, attachers up high.
This could turn on its head in just a few seconds. The Shotzzy has made magic happen here. How on earth are they doing this? OpTic Gaming have found it, and they take this series 3-1.
Because here we go, the Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Boston Breach.
But they both went up. Methodz able to get 2. Where did he go? I don't know. Around the fire we go.
There's fire. We're just around the road. Methodz with the 1v3.
Breach win in a 3-0 fashion.
What can I say? It's a beautiful day, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for tuning in. And the New York Subliners are going to see if they can continue on with this hot streak against the Paris Legion.
From the both players on the inside of the site, and Hydra's in, finds one. Hydra!
Subliners, they get the 3-0 victory.
We got Florida Mutineers versus the Toronto Ultra.
Florida with an instant turn of events in regards to the slang as Vivid over toward the field is taking everybody down. Now 5 in a row for Reese. How about Kleenex? A perfect team wipe. Toronto continue to win series.
FaZe and OpTic. Let's go ahead and get this rolling.
He is behind them. He can break this right now. He's going. But I don't think they're going to get there in time. They're going to go for this. And I think OpTic, they're going to win it right here.
OpTic, get it done.
Boston versus the Los Angeles Thieves.
So much has been said of Kenny switching back to his SMG role. So far on a 5 streak. Kenny's going to go for the flank. He might find a few here. He's seen so many. He finds Methodz. He finds the second as well. Thieves. That's an upset for them. They're in a championship Sunday.
Oh, it is a beautiful day, especially over there in Columbus, Ohio. Well, over here in Columbus, Ohio. At the Belong Gaming Arena. And we're going to kick off the day with NYSL versus Toronto Ultra.
Gotta get on. Slide. Paul halts the clock in a second. 1 second to go, and they hold, and they will walk away with the game.
OpTic Texas facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves.
But Octane looking for 6. I don't even know if I should have said it because it's been so elusive. It's been so elusive. There we go. Now he's looking for number 8. He's got the glide bomb in hand.
Yeah, Octane popping off right now. Absolutely taking over. Massive for Thieves, and Drazah on his feet quickly as he is pumped up.
Coming up next, when it come down to the grand finale of the CDL Pro-Am Classic, New York Subliners and also the Los Angeles Thieves.
It has blown my mind it ever got through because this is just not a map where Subliners have really been tested. We don't know if Thieves are running the show. Envoy on the 7.
What? He's still going! Arrows on the minimap now enclosing around the LA Thieves players. They're trying to get out of their spawn, but all they're doing is running into Kismet. The shots were there, but not enough to get the kill. 5 seconds. Oh my God, the contest is there! Start spreading the news! They have gone and done it. New York, baby!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys have a great night. We love you. We'll see you next time for more CDL action.
we go.
This is chaotic.
He gets all three.
Oh no, the shots are good. How about the play?
He just can't be stuck at 6 in a row.
You never know in a Call of Duty event what could happen.
Shotzzy's still alive at the point. How?
Come through with the victory. They win it.
Kill after kill.
That is sensational stuff.
There's Jimbo finds the first kill.
And they will walk away with the game. An instant turn of events.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. And since this season started, brick by brick, we've seen Route Man trying to get paid and other teams try to hold the line. But we've also seen some faces return back to greatness on top. And we saw it all at the Prime Classic with the New York Subliners winning it all. But here on the desk, we're kicking it off with the Major III Quals. And my name is Velly. We got Ali and Nameless. And Nameless, this year has been consistently inconsistent.
Yes, it has.
What's next, man?
4 events, 4 different winners. I think that says that we do not know what is next, Velly. Anything can happen for some of the teams that just had a successful Pro-Am like the LA Thieves, like the New York Subliners. What is most important is getting points. They have to win these league matches and have a good qualifying stage because champs is what truly matters at the end of the day, and they are very behind.
Yes, and ladies and gentlemen, Ali had a birthday not too long ago, so happy birthday again, Ali. Happy belated birthday, Ali.
Thank you.
But Ali, we're kicking off the Major III Quals. You heard Nameless talking about the race for champs, right? But the one thing that we've seen for the race for champs is teams in the middle of the pack trying to rise up, and the competition is beautiful, right?
Absolutely. Teams should be very solidity in their rosters right now. We saw New York Subliners tossing it up, tipsy and turvying. They finally found the piece when it came to Kismet, but hopefully let's see them stick with this roster again. We're in the second half of the season, and they unfortunately does not get any points for that Pro-Am, so they need to be undefeated if they want to get anywhere close to that qualifying for champs.
You're right, and when it came to the Pro-Am Classic, Nameless, I don't know, man. I had a feeling about this roster right before that event started.
You did.
And they walked away with the ship, man. It's good to see Crim on top, but most importantly, it was good to see all the newcomers on this roster really be able to hold up that trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, man, you were rocking their t-shirt, I think it was Saturday, right? Like, you knew. You know, with the New York Subliners, like, they were looking a little bit better when they first brought Paulehx in. Like, he helped them tremendously with his slaying power. It was mainly the hardpoint. We're like, how good is this team really at hardpoint? And they make another change that was a little bit controversial, you know, just philosophical differences in how to play the game between Neptune and the rest of the guys. Well, they bring in Kismet, and immediately what do we see the difference? It was the dirty work that he was able to bring to the squad in the respawn, which helped Hydra start to slay more. And then the major difference, in my opinion, was a search and destroy. I mean, they were 4-0 in round 11s. He was pushing up, making plays. He was a playmaker for them. Went undefeated in that game mode throughout the weekend, which I believe got them the championship.
No, big time. Big shout out to the organization as well. Other organizations should definitely take notes. NYSL, they were getting donked on at the beginning of the year. They made some real changes, and now look, they got a championship game. That might tell you something. But also what that event showed us was that Crimsix is just goated. How many championship appearances has he had?
That was his 50th finals appearance. That is his 38th chip on his shoulder. I mean, you see how it's across the board. It starts on Black Ops 2 with 7 chips, by the way. I mean, the whole left side is insane to me. And on the right, he's just proving that he can still compete, right?
Yeah, and take a look at this graphic right here. Okay, my favorite year of Crimsix was definitely in Black Ops 2. Shout out to Complexity. Nameless, what year was he the most annoying to play against?
I would say probably Ghost or AW, like both those games. Mainly Ghost. I mean, I think he was at his peak during that game. He was on a tear. I mean, he was the best player in the game for quite some time. It was extremely hard to kill him. 1v3 clutches. He had the capability of winning those at any point. And now he's that veteran leader, right? He's not always out there getting the gunny 2 pieces and stuff, but he's doing the right thing on the map.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the Prime Classic was definitely exciting, right? NYSL 1, we just spoke about that, but also we kicked off the single elimination bracket with a banger of a matchup. We had OpTic Texas face off against the Atlanta FaZe, right? We're talking about the 2 best teams in the game. But OpTic Texas played with a little handicap, okay? iLLeY had a thumb injury, and General stepped in. But the thing was, Allie, we didn't expect much from General, okay? Nobody did. But General actually had a good event.
I don't think we expected a whole lot of OpTic across the board. Having to put a last-minute sub like this in, even though iLLeY played the first match, and then being like, you know what, we can't do this anymore, to put General in, we were like, man, they're losing a lot of in-game leadership. iLLeY is incredible at the game, but General did what he needed to do. He played his game, and the other three players for me on the likes of OpTic Texas seriously stepped up when it came to this Atlanta FaZe series. I feel like we truly saw what the sub-duo and Shotzzy and Scump were capable of doing.
True.
I mean, we saw Dashy drop 9 in a brawling control, and they still won. He was like, hold on the scoreboard, we got the shot of it too, and he was just laughing like, how in the world did we pull that through? And so I think this is a testament to how much they're all growing as players, and now we are bringing in another substitute for OpTic Texas.
Yes, and by the way, wait, let's go ahead. Let's change that up real quick. General's gonna be stepping out, and we got my man's Prolute stepping in. Now, this is phenomenal, okay? Because when it comes to esports in general, we've all been around. The thing is, whenever you're a titan in the scene or a top team, we really don't see those teams pick up amateur players to step in for IGLs and great players.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see a lot with Prolute. This could mean a lot for the scene.
Absolutely. We've never seen OpTic really make a move like this. Like, go ahead and grab one of the amateur players from Challengers and bring him onto their main roster. You can see right here, Prolute pleased to announce he'll be filling in for OpTic Texas. He's excited and he wished iLLeY a speedy recovery. And to give you guys a little bit of background on Prolute, this guy has been incredible for years in the Challenger scene. Won the Challengers finals last year with Spark. He's going to be playing him today. So Prolute, I mean, this guy, he's great at search and destroy. I think he's going to fit into this team really well. They've all known him for a bit, and he's been frying, man. It's time for him to get his opportunity.
But it's definitely a giant question mark as well, though, because he doesn't quite literally fit perfectly in the role that iLLeY, I feel like, has when it comes to this OpTic Texas squad.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to be looking outside of Prolute. I feel like I know what we're going to be expecting to see out of him. A lot of aggression, a lot of high kill engagement games. But when it comes to the rest of the roster of OpTic Texas, how they're going to adapt without iLLeY properly moving forward. Because it's not just like a sub-in at this point. Now it's like, okay, now we're seriously playing qualifying matches with somebody else.
Yeah. This is super important, and if Prolute can pop off, that's going to be beautiful for the team. It's going to be nice to see someone that's young and cracked out and hungry play along the likes of someone like Shotzzy. That's going to be insane if they could pop off. But speaking of popping off, in amateur players, we have 4 amateur teams join the Pro-Am Classic, and even though they did not make the single elimination bracket, one of the most exciting teams to watch all tournament long was definitely Ultra Academy NA, and Nameless. It came down to a tiebreaker, man. They were almost there. Boys, you know, seeing Scrappy and the boys not make it kind of made me sad.
You know, starting off 1-0, they just had to win one more map against our team that was at the bottom of the standings. Honestly, that's a really bad beat out of these guys, but you know, they're going up against pro teams. I mean, this is a team that obviously doesn't practice against pro teams every single day, and they still came out here, won 2 huge matches versus Boston and LAG, and put themselves in a fantastic situation. So I think they should still leave this holding their heads up high. What they really came here to show was that they were ready for the next level.
Oh, yeah.
And they accomplished that, more so than the other Challengers teams, and especially moments like Mohawk's 1v3 at the very end versus Boston. To close it out, that's a special moment. Scrappy taking over, dropping a 1.3 versus LAG, like the reverse sweeps that they had. Those are tough, high-pressure situations on land versus some of the best players ever, and they were able to do it. So these guys are definitely ready for next level, and we should keep watching a player like Scrappy, who's really building a lot of buzz.
Yeah, we should keep an eye out for all these players right here, by the way. This is the top 5 list when it came to all the amateur players in the Pro-Am Classic, and on top was the trash talker himself, Scrappy. And Allie, I'm going to say this outright, being in the CDL and seeing a personality like Scrappy, it's kind of like he belongs here. I hope he keeps this up, right?
Oh, absolutely. You get excited when there's a player like Scrappy, right? Because he's not only barking, he's also biting as well. We saw what he was capable of doing, dropping a 1.13 over the weekend of Pro-Am against pro teams, right? So certainly making a name for himself. And I do want to talk about the fact that Toronto Ultra Academy has an NA and EU. 2 of those players in your top 5 are going to be from the NA, and 1 from the EU side of things. So again, these Challengers teams have a whole lot to prove, and we saw that over the weekend.
And talking about Scrappy and how he likes to pop off at the mouth, okay, we caught up with him for an interview during the Pro-Am Classic, and you know what, let's just go ahead and hear what he had to say.
The first thing I'm gonna say is I'm not surprised. I knew we could beat them, but I don't know, first 2 maps we started off slow, we need to get used to it, and we came back and got it done. So I can't wait to play Tej. Respectfully, guys trash, but we're gonna see, we will see. I just know that if I get hyped, my teammates are gonna get hyped, they're all gonna all play better, play confident, and it's good to see it.
The best part about all that was that they weren't cocky after that event. They knew that they were hungry and that there was more to come. You know what else is coming? We have another open challengers bracket. Shout out to the Toronto Ultra Major 3. By the way, Nameless, I feel like this one is going to be just as good or even better than the last one.
Absolutely, man. I think all these challengers are seeing like, yo, these CDL teams are really picking us up. Like, they're winning championships with us. Like, we really need to get to that next level. So, yes, go ahead, get your tickets, come to the challengers, compete. You could change your life. We just saw what Spartan did in the matter of like a couple weeks. It's possible.
Well, we've seen what all the rookies did this year in general. We entered the year, 50% of the league were rookies. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the schedule to see what matches are going to be on screen. This is going to be so good, okay? We're kicking off the day with the London Royal Ravens, and I really want to see what Harry's going to do on this roster. They're facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves, and Atlanta FaZe versus the New York Subliners to close out the day. I'm hoping this is a good one and that New York just doesn't look like frauds out there.
I mean, this is going to be a very true test, right? Atlanta FaZe has been struggling. If there's any time to beat them, it is now. Losing again to OpTic. They are 0-4 against them this season. Atlanta FaZe, arguably the most consistent team in the game, but the best. We can't say that yet because they haven't won an event. New York Subliners, so they have. So this will be a true testament of what they're really capable of.
Right, and the reason why New York needs to win, let's take a look at this next slide, okay? These are the points, and like Nameless said at the beginning of the show, this is so important when it comes to champs at the end of the year, right? NYSL just won a Pram Classic. They got no points, and they're sitting in 11th with 40 right now. And Nameless, the race is going to get so much tighter now that we're halfway through.
Yeah, man, and a lot of the teams that are, above them have been improving. Florida Mutineers have been playing great. Thieves looking better now as well. LAG new and improved. So, yes, like New York Subliners, they have to get to that top 8. So they got to start winning these matches. And they're starting off versus Atlanta FaZe. Mind you, an angry Atlanta FaZe.
Yep, got that right. NYSL does have a lot to prove, though. But, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you beautiful people at home, I'm seeing you right now. You look thirsty, okay? And if you're thirsty, I got a treat for you because Game Fuel has an awesome prize for you all. Now, if you go online and purchase Game Fuel, you can get a free CDL team pack of your choice when you order a case online, okay? Now, just head over to GameFuel.com/CDL, add 1 case of Game Fuel to your cart, and guess what? You can choose your favorite team pack as well. Allie, if you were to get a case of Game Fuel right now, which pack would you get?
I would get orange or blue. I don't know what the actual definition of those flavors are, but I'm going to say orange or blue. Orange is so good, dude.
Blue always tastes good, I feel. Nameless, what's your favorite color?
I like the green one, obviously. That's why I have that one in front of me. So I'm going to go with green, which I think is lime is fire.
Big time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the pre-show. On the other side of this, we're going to kick the day off with the first game of the day. We got London, we got LA. I was going coast to coast. We got London, we got LA, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side to kick off the Major III Qualifiers starting soon.
So would you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one, you're gonna have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I'm taking in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the.
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best part about that hype video is when Drazah comes out, the man is flexing, he's looking confident, right? But he's going to need to flex in this matchup as well because the Los Angeles Thieves, they had a really good performance when they came to the Pro-Am Classic, right? But they're going to be tested against one of the best teams out there in the CDL. We all love the London Royal Ravens. When it comes to the LA Thieves, the question is, Ali, from what we saw at the Pro-Am Classic, are we comfortable enough with putting our stock on this team yet?
I'm going to go, at least my stock personally, I'm going to go with no, just because of the hot and coldness. It's giving very much Florida Mutineer vibes at the beginning of the season, as you don't know what version you're going to get. I'm going to be saying this, though, that Octane and Drazah really impressed me in the Pro-Am this past weekend.
Yeah.
Envoy, we know what we're going to get out of him. He's going to have that eye engagement. He's going to get in your face and be aggressive. The other two, though, have seriously stepped it up for me when it comes to the squad.
You got that right. And taking a look at Octane, a.k.a. Sam, the man has been beaming everybody. And his performance, it was beautiful as an AR, one of the standouts in all of the Pro-Am Classic. I'm going to tell you now, if Octane could keep that up, ooh, they're going to be filthy. But nameless, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, if LA Thieves want to prove to us that the Pro-Am Classic wasn't a fluke, what they got to do?
Yeah, they got to continue that hard point and control form. 11-5 respawn map count at Pro-Am. You know, opposite of what Ali said, I do think we kind of know what we're going to get out of the LA Thieves. They're not championship ready just yet, but they definitely can compete with the best of them, and they've improved a ton. They got out of their slump, and I think it was really the role swap. Like, they struggled day one, but then from then on out, they all played great, especially Drazah. And they need more of Pro-Am version of Octane. 1.11 KD at Pro-Am, 0.9 prior. He stepped it up in a big way, and also in the search and destroy. He popped off in the first couple matches in the bracket, and then take the Berlin control. Thieves 2-0 on that map, London on 1. They have adapted to Berlin control. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, we kind of predicted that they would, the amount of AR players that are on their team.
True.
They look good on that map.
Right, and when it comes to consistency, I really want to see Kenny step up in a big way, right? Even though consistency has been an issue to him, he's been super persistent and it showed off in a big way at the Pro-Am Classic. Now, when it comes to the London Royal Ravens, though, nameless, we're really going to get our first really good look at Harry.
Yeah.
They've had some time to practice and get some reps in with them.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been going through an absolute whirlwind, right? Like, they've had so many different, personal issues with players. You know, it's tough, right? It's been this way for this organization for a couple years now. We thought that they had, like, their final roster, and they were looking good, particularly in hardpoint, which is why we thought they were a top 3 team early in the game. They were dominating everybody in that game mode. They were fantastic at breaks, namely Afro getting up and behind people and just creating chaos. And then on land 0 would pop off. Well, since then, they went through a lot. The hardpoint has struggled, 5-5 in their last 10, and a 4-7 map count at the Pro-Am Classic is just not going to cut it. But now they have some time to practice. Harry is set in stone on this roster. I'm expecting them to get back in form.
Now, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, London, we can't wait to see what you got. Ali, what should they do to win?
Well, obviously, get more comfortable with the new roster, right? They're 4-7 in map count at the Pro-Am, and Harry has a 0.96 KT in the team debut, and they need to be better in retake situations. 43% neutral retake rate, ranks 9th overall in lockdown map 2 Berlin SMD. Thieves are 0-5 this year, winning only 31% of their rounds on Berlin. So that's a good map to count under their belt, but I am a little bit worried because remember that fun stat about the 7-7 teams in Berlin Control and Berlin Hardpoint? Well, right after that SMD, we're heading into Berlin Control into a Berlin Hardpoint, which obviously favors Thieves when it comes to stat. They are 2-0 on that Berlin Control.
Ali, we might have a new stat after this one. Maybe if you win Berlin, then you win Berlin, then you win Berlin. We'll see. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit dangerous.
Right, we're going to put Carson to work, but ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see it. I can't wait to see what Nasty and Afro do against the likes of Drazah and Kenny. But let's go ahead and toss this over to the casters. We got Lando and Steady. Fellas, how you feeling today?
What's up, guys?
Oh, we're feeling good, guys. It's good to see you again. Granted, it hasn't been all that long, but you guys are looking excellent back in the studio. Jay, we got a great game that we're about to dive into as well. We are kicking off the Major III Qualifiers the best way possible, a rematch from the Pro-Am. It's Friday the 13th. We've got an automaton buff. Now it's got 30 bullets in it. What do you make of all of this?
I'm excited to get into this series, man. Obviously, LAT, they showed us a lot of life at that Pro-Am Classic. The fact that they were able to get all the way to that finals, even though they fell short to NYSL, they still had high hopes of what the LA Thieves roster used to be. And it simply was in the respawns. A majority of their wins over the Pro-Am Classic came down to just winning their respawn, both hardpoints and the control. And they're going to have to do it here once again, going up against a London team who, for me, who have just been facing a lot of adversity, man. It's just the beginning of the year. Like, Gizmo has that issue where he has to go back home for a little bit. Paulehx comes in, then Gizmo comes back, and then they just simply could not build off of the structure that they already had, and it was just not looking good for them. So now Gizmo, he's going to be once again off the roster. Harry has to come in. So like, this is all a new learning process for the Ravens. I even saw Trey Zero tweet out that he was potentially going to be running us up. So we're in for a wild surprise here. But when you talk about the previous matchup between both of these teams, LA Thieves were able to beat this team at the Pro-Am Classic in a 3-1 fashion in the same exact respawn. So that's kind of scary for me if you're London.
Yeah, that's right, man. When it comes down to the maps, like you said, 3 out of the 3 of the respawns that we saw last time are going to be in this bad boy of a series. Start things off on Gavutso Hardpoint, which, as we said, buddy, whenever we saw these teams match up at the Pro-Am, it was LAT who got off to a hot start. London nearly made a 100-point comeback. Now with Harry, do things start to change as we watch our first kill roll on through with the automaton? As we said, 30 bullets in it instead of the prior 25. And right now, it is London out of the gates looking solid at P1.
And London already living up to the stats. Shout out to Carson, because London on this map specifically, they're really dominant on P1 and P4. They average about 33 points on both of those hard points with about 50% win rate on their rotation. So that's going to be massive for the Ravens if they can keep up that amount of pressure towards that P1 and P4, because those are money hills for them. But now we find ourselves over to the P2, and this is where the Thieves always find a lot of success. They average about 28 points on this with a 77% hold rate. And this is where, if the Ravens can't break on, where the Thieves can start running away with this map.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, a similar situation to where we saw, right, London in the back of the spawn. Thieves really take prime advantage of against a lot of different rosters. I mean, we watched them versus Team War together, and it was all out dominance when the ARs started to get comfortable, right? When they are put in these positions to succeed. A lot of times, especially at the Pro-Am, teams could not handle this roster, especially on a map that they have got a lot of significance on, as 3 get wiped away quickly. 0 at the very least finds 3 off of this life. Does he have the 4th inbound? He does not. He gets dropped, and so far the Thieves picking up quite nicely over at the boat. But Harry, the new guy in the roster, trying to lead things back as the charge is right on through once more from the Ravens.
This is a big break from the Ravens, because now it opens up that opportunity for them to push through green and potentially flip these spawns. They already have P1 control. Zero trying to do everything he can to hold down this position, and now with that, that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player is towards P1 cut. He's going to drop, and now Ravens have the potential to flip those spawns. All going to fall on number 3. If Harry can potentially find a couple kills towards green, he's on a 4 spree. He can be the guy that makes the play.
See if he can do it. 4-0, already met with the nades. The Thieves are going to be aware of his position, as they'll be happy to grab the time for now. And that'll be now 5 in a row. Finds the pick onto Kenny. Meanwhile, it is Afro from the front doing a great job. The pinch is in already from the Ravens. And Harry is showing his worth. How about the break again? Out of the London Royal Ravens, an excellent start to this hard point. The break is already through. Harry does fall off the streak as the Thieves instantly back in bound. 0 goes for the pre-fire as he does get dropped overall in the end. But that is a good sign, Jay. I know we're already very, very early into this hard point, but to see Harry go on a spree like that is a good sign if you're a London fan.
100%, because right there, the young man knows, like, I got to be the guy to make the play from the backside. Unfortunately, he does drop before picking up that glide bomb. Now this opens up that rotation for the LA Thieves towards his P4. And this is a money hill for the Ravens when they are properly set up. As they're going to try to break in from the front. Thieves are so far pushed out, swanning them all the way towards Red Tower. It's going to be like 15 seconds before the Ravens even get close to this point.
It's going to be a little bit. Thieves, few players positioned inside of middle, just trying to cut down London quickly off of those spawns. We've all been in this position when it comes down to rank. They're spread on the other side of Gavutso. You got players established all throughout the middle. But once again, it could be on to Harry to try to lead the charge. 30 seconds left. And if you're London, you're already thinking, okay, might just have to go for the rotation. We might just have to chalk this one on up, as maybe it could even be the Thieves making that decision for them, Jay.
Yeah, if I'm London, you want to continuously put pressure on from this cliff side. You don't want to allow anyone to sneak out from the left, but you already see Kenny and his teammate Drazah trying to sneak out through P1. They should be able to find that opening kill onto Nasty, and this is where it can get scary. Just pay attention to where this player can potentially spawn. He's going to spawn out towards top cliff, so that's a little bit better. But now a huge one-on-one comes in for Harry towards the back. Can he secure this spawn for his team?
Oh, if he's successful in it, we'll see if he's successful in it. Able to find the first as Drazah looks to help lead the charge.
Oh,
as the Thieves come running right on forward. They might have flipped them out, and it looks as if they have. We'll see where those London arrows begin to pop on up. And yes, a great break on the other side for LAT. They have got to be incredibly thrilled with the way that they just played that one on in. Let's go to a listen and find out.
I will get down. I'm shouting top. One mid take. Arbor. Mid take. Go to Ardor. I got. They're gonna be doing me. Reset. I'm already P3 now. I don't need Nate top boat tech. You have a Nate. One's on low P3. Rock me P3. Alright, listen, we're gonna do one shot. They will kill our rock. They spawn there. Yes, P3. Yes, they spawn P3. I'm helping Zach, bro. One was on our rock. Whoever's in there. P4. I need help. Yeah, he did. Little weak top right, I'm nading. Alright, I hear I start stairs. I'm nading over two. Close right. I was one shot, bro. I'm working RP3 after RP3 range. I'm living P3 range. Close left. Yep. I got 8.
Well, a great little check-in there with the LA Thieves is everybody, right? They are spitting some fire when it comes down to the communication. They find themselves up 50. An uphill battle already right now for the London Royal Ravens, trying to dig this one back, and so far doing a great job at P1. Let's now check in with the Ravens boys.
What are we gonna do? I should have new. That's like that. I'm on the 5 tray. I'm on the 5. Say hello, Harry. Stay push out. You push out, bro. Go. They could be out close to me, okay? He's downstairs. Is he pushing it? No. They're tank Kenny. They're gonna be. He's playing you, Trey. He's playing you. Not across to me. Kenny weak. What's he doing, Trey? I don't know. Nice, we killed. Nice. Kenny was mid-cut. Get time if you can. Yeah. Nice. Push out right. Rami, Drazah dead. Nice. Cage. Envoy. You're there holding for me. I'm watching. Cage dead. I'll get him in. Top dead. I got two. I'll get him in. Second broken. Yo, 2 P5 guys. Yeah, I'm helping him. Octane dead. One more P5 with me.
You got it, Jay.
P5 weak on the boxes. He's on the boxes. Dead. I'm pushing broken.
And that was an insane listening from both of these teams, but you can hear the London boys just based off of the way that they were set up on that P1. A full 60 there sets up that rotation towards that P2, and now they have an 11-point lead. Just great work from the young men to step up. Afro going massive towards top boat. Nasty currently on a 6-free, trying to flip these spawns. He does get taken out before picking up that glide. So the Thieves are going to secure those spawns for P3. You have one player who's trying to cause havoc towards top ring as Envoy wins another gunfight. He's in a key position here.
This has been like the definition of Kavutu, Jamin. One team goes up big, then we see a full 60, instantly reply the other direction. Insane stuff as now Envoy, the sole SMG man, it feels like on Kavutu, finds himself on a 5 spree and in a big power position right now for the Thieves. Lingering over at P1, picking apart player after player, nearly takes down Harry. One away from the glide bomb. That could be massive. Thinking about the future and thinking about what will be that next hard point. Still 30 to go as London have invested quite a bit based off of map positioning on this very hard point. Zero looks to back on away as we will stay with Envoy for the moment, but we got to keep in mind Octane as well finds himself now on a 5 spree. The Thieves, despite holding down that time, back up and realize, well, hey, we might as well have got the next hard point at our backside again.
Yeah, right there for the LA Thieves. It was a beautiful setup. Envoy holding out top ring the entire time. Forced the Raven boys to always go around towards back green. And since they were putting a lot of pressure on towards that backside, they eventually flipped those spawns. They try to leave it into the hands of Zero, but he gets taken down. So now the Thieves have a glide bomb to work with, fully set up for that P4. It's going to take another 10 seconds before the Ravens can even get across and touch this hard point. They can close it out here.
They can indeed. Big moment right now from London. It's just really a matter of time on when Envoy wants to bring in the glide bomb as Harry's able to find 2, an open hard point for the time. Thieves still with spawns toward the back. This is absolutely doable, but it's not going to be easy. Nades continue to rein on in here at P4. And sitting firmly inside of the objective is the new guy on the block. The new guy for the team as he'll find 5 again. Harry going off. Thieves cannot win it here, and Harry very well could have a glide bomb to work with. One more kill and he could be good. The nade takes him down, but London have done just enough to get themselves spawns for next as they begin to scramble and recognize the game very well could be theirs. 9 more seconds though for Thieves.
Now they just need to focus on getting the glide bomb to get invested on the side of the Thieves. Try to soak as much time. As you see, they're just spreading out right now. They do not want to have anyone die for free due to that glide bomb, but one player that's going to be pushed out towards Propane, he's eventually going to drop. That's going to be the opening kill. Envoy does find that opening, but trade, which is going to be Zero, finds that trade, and this has been a great hold so far from the Ravens to get back into this game. If you are the Thieves players, you have to make sure that you're at least setting up for that P1. You see number 7, he does get taken down, but trade's going back and forth. Thieves only need 9 seconds.
Only need 9 more seconds. They get to get in the hill. Afro there for the trade as Drazah lingers toward the top side of green. Recognizes the hill is open every second, meaning that much more for LAT. Kenny trying to make a flank, trying to make a play again every single second. Puts pressure on the London side as now they recognize they're within 5. One more player in ear's distance. It's going to be Harry. They get the tick, and that will be the game. LA Thieves continue their run at the Pro-Am here to start things off at the Major III Qualifiers. A solid Gavutu hardpoint W, but it did not come easy. London gave it their all, but LAT find the final few, and just like that, they're up 1-0.
Yeah, and the story point of this game has to be that P4 hill. Because the first go around, you saw that these are properly set up. London could not cross the halfway mark, at least touch that hill until it was about 30 to 25 seconds left. They basically have to chalk that up, give it a full 60 the first go around. Then the second go around, it was just the plays on Envoy. The fact that he was controlling out top ring the entire time, you forced a bunch of the Royal Ravens players to go around back green. You need to try to at least attack this from the backside. But with him staying alive in that position, his teammates picking up a couple of those kills. Eventually, those spawns flip. The last play on the side of the Ravens who was trying to control it for that P4 was Zero. He gets taken down, and that had to be the turning point of the game because that P4 usually is a money hill for the Ravens. They only found about 20 seconds on 2 of them. So that was a massive, massive work from the Thieves to at least secure that hard point and take this map number 1.
And again, it's just a great sign. I mean, as you said, stats aside, and also kind of considering that when it came down to the Pro-Am, the team saw major improvements when it came down to the respawns. We can talk about Search Destroy here in a moment, but Gavutu historically has been a map that they have preferred, and they're able to rely upon it here whenever they need it versus a solid hardpoint team throughout the season in the London Royal Ravens. And at the same time too, Jay, we were talking about London Royal Ravens slaying wise. They were absolutely there. Harry went on a number of different streaks. As you see one of them here, we saw Afro going on a little bit of a run, Zero having some time. And I want to say, as this game ticked away, the Thieves actually do get outslayed by around 10 kills. And we know each one of those can be massive on a map like Gavutu. It's weird, man. I don't know what it is. The Thieves roster so far throughout the year, whenever they're winning hard points, they're not outslaying. They're just walking away with wins. And while it is a weird path to success, it continues here versus London again.
Yeah, like I said, it all just comes down to that P4. Like, if you're not going to get into a gunfight for about 30 seconds, you're not going to really see a lot of engagements. You're just soaking up the time at that point. It was just the fundamentals on the side of LA Thieves. The fact that they always had a player playing for that next point, putting himself in the best position to at least secure that point for his team, that was when they were sitting at a little bit of steps up ahead for the London boys. Now we're going into a Berlin Search and Destroy, though. And this is where London, at the Pro-Am Classic, I'm pretty sure it wasn't this map specifically, but this is where they responded in the series by taking the Search and Destroy. And when you talk about this map for both of these teams, it hasn't really been success for either one. 2-6 on the side of the London boys. LAT are currently 0-5. So this S&D is going to be massive for both of these squads.
It kind of reinforces how important that opening hardpoint was for the Thieves. They're like, guys, we got to win this because, you know, we do have that Berlin Search Destroy up next. I don't want to be a downer, but we have yet to win it. At the same time, I think Carson as well sent us some stats about kind of like the breakdown of Berlin S&D for the Thieves. And it's like, yeah, like they're last in basically everything, like first blood, offense, defense, 3v4 situations. It's just, it's not been great for the Thieves when it comes down to Berlin and maybe even Search Destroy overall. But we'll go take a look at our Search Destroy top performers so far throughout the year. And like I said, man, it's been somewhat of a mixed bag, but we are going to be calling upon 2 players individually in this next S&D. And who do we got, Jay?
We have Envoy, obviously the playmaker for the LA Thieves roster, the SMG, the first guy gunning in, the guy that's playing on the island, going for those late flanks, sitting at a 1.2. He's so impactful for this team when they find a lot of success in S&D. And on the opposite side, you have Zero, Trey Morris. The guy's an absolute menace when it comes to search and destroy, specifically more on Berlin. He's sitting at a 1.12 overall KD. And when you think about Zero in search and destroy specifically, he's probably going to be sniping, playing slow, holding down the lane. But when he finds himself in these 1v2s, 1v1 situations, he has tremendous ice. So you do not want to leave that guy in the end of the rounds.
No, you definitely do not. I mean, we have seen enough snipes on Tuscan to know what this guy can absolutely do. And okay, I wasn't going to do it production, but you went ahead and did it for us. These are the numbers so far throughout the season for the LA Thieves on Berlin Search Destroy specifically. Like I said, Jay, it's not pretty, and I'll be honest, even with the beautiful graphic, it's horrendous to look at.
Yeah, no, it's very scary to look at. 0-5, obviously, 31% offensive win, 32% defensive win, 44% first blood, and then 45. That's their best stat, 45% in 4v3 situations. That's insane, because usually when you find yourself in a man advantage, it has to be boosted up to like 67 or like 70%, because those are usually guarantees as long as you're playing the buddy system. But the Thieves really have been struggling on this map specifically. On the opposite side for London, when you take a look at their record sitting at 2-6, I'm pretty sure 4 of their losses come in around 11. So it's kind of been tough for the Ravens boys on this map. But for one side, London on the offense are sitting at 45%. On the defensive side, they're sitting at 47%. They find a lot of success when they're just playing fast, either towards A or towards B. 57% fast A attacks, 50% on their B attacks. And then the opposite side for the Thieves, they just have to play neutral. Just spread map and play for the information that you get. That's when they find a lot of their most success. They don't really find a lot of success attacking A, attacking B. They just like to spread map. 37% win rate when they're doing that, playing for that information, and then playing off of that. So this is a huge map too between both of these teams.
Alrighty, my friend. London, play quick. LAT, not so much. We'll see it on the attacking end early so far from the Thieves. And okay, they got the first blood. They've done it, Jay. Okay, Afro split traits. I was gonna say, it was like, okay, there's a moment. There is a good number here possibly for the Thieves, but for a second, Drazah brought down low, giving some information over to the squad mates. While they do sit somewhat content over toward the street, it is good old Nasty finding himself on the flank. The problem being is that he has no teammates left. So 1v2, 35 seconds left, and his position is known. Not an easy job here for Nasty.
Yeah, you usually don't find yourself in these kind of situations when you push out back warehouse and no one is on that side of the map. They're actually playing on your spawn side towards fire. So now with 20 seconds left, he knows that at least one player is in towards bomb, but they have the crossfire set up. Beautiful plays right there from the Thieves and that early attack. They find that first blood with Octane, great shots onto Harry. And then the 4v3 situation, you eventually work that bomb plant. They find the second before getting traded. So now they know one player's on the flank. And then Zero gives up his position towards lower docks. You have one player go straight up the map, take him down. Then in the 3v1, Nasty's able to find one. But a beautiful setup from the Thieves to close out that first round.
And this is really the thing that you want to see right from this LAT team. I'm not saying that you have to see a W, but you at least want to look competitive in a Berlin Search Destroy. You want to have 100%. Some great performances in Search Destroy. Like I said, the respawns, I mean, the team was 0-5 last qualifiers. You want to see them improve in this game mode specifically, considering the respawns have overall been great so far throughout the year, as they will find yet again another first blood, this time with the nade. We say goodnight to Nasty, as he did have a rough end to that round one, being in the 1v3, but he quickly gets made into another first blood. Bomb gonna be grabbed up there from Afro. And somewhat of a stalemate as Afro gets brought down to 12 HP, narrowly stays alive. Harry with one, Drazah with the other.
At least they have the crossfire set up, because they started off with a good first blood, setting up those team names, and then find the second as well, even though Octane does get taken down. So now in a 3v2 situation, London looks like they're going to wrap this bomb over towards A. It's all going to fall in the hands of Kenny. He just turn left. Will get great timing here. He does not. So Zero's going to be able to take him down. Now the bombs get planted immediately. It's going to force both of these players from the LA Thieves to hit that rotation. 45 seconds to work with now.
And you saw Afro, as soon as he gets that plant down, just very quickly backs on up. Oh, but the bait from Drazah. He's going to get the information on Afro as well. How about Drazah staying alive, finding pick after pick? Granted, Envoy, he was there. He was ready, but it is all on to Drazah in that round. Finds one inside of the hallway. Stays alive on the second. Takes him down with the pistol. Great work. They're out of the 21-year-old. He just turned 21, by the way, Jay. How about that?
Oh, man, legal. He's legal everywhere now.
He is.
Legal for an alcoholic.
Apparently it was a wild birthday. A wild birthday, according to Sam LaRue on the YouTube.
I can tell you, if he's shooting like that, I can just tell you it definitely was, man. I don't know what kind of play that was from Zero, though. Like, in that situation, you probably want to throw a shoulder. Don't really commit towards that gunfight, because that head glitch on the bomb is a lot more impactful than the head glitch on the steps. The fact that he gives up his life there for free made it a lot easier for the LA Thieves boys to clutch it up. Now down 2-0. London need to respond on the defensive side. It's looking like the bomb for the Thieves once again is going to commit towards B, and the only player on this side of the map is going to be Nasty, so he's going to have to try to go huge, or at least play for the information. But once again, great team nades, great homework coming in from the Thieves to at least work this bomb plant. But 2 people drop, now into 3v2.
2 people drop just like that, and Harry is aware of that Envoy is currently, well, slithering on his belly. I think a nade's there to greet him. He gets brought down low, and you can see the Ravens just very, very much looking to take down Envoy first, as he's been here the whole time. Octane there to watch over him. He's also got good visuals onto the side as well. So we say goodnight to Envoy. A quick 1 versus 3. Now for Octane, peppering up player after player, but thankfully for the London Royal Ravens, despite not getting the first blood, they reply back with 2 quickly after that, and they get their first round on the board as Zero punches in the digits.
Yeah, that one's got to be difficult on the side of the Thieves, because that's a choke. When you find that first blood, especially to the player that's only playing towards B, all you want to do is play your life. They allow for the Ravens boys to push up towards the middle of the map, find not 1, but 2 kills. And then as soon as Envoy's playing, he's like, all right, 4v3 should be locked up to close out this round. But once he finishes the bomb plant, no, we're into 2v3. And they know exactly where I am, laying down behind this spot. They take care of him. And then Octane, you check that top warehouse, they take care of him as well. Ravens get on the board. Now down 1-2, and that's great information coming down to Zero. 3 players attacking towards A. This bomb should immediately go towards B.
You like to imagine so. My goodness, nade after nade. Everybody, like you said, Jay, is doing their homework.
A little bit.
I mean, it is the mid-season of Vanguard. If you don't know the nade spots, if you're not done the homework, you should probably get to that. But for the first time, London will strike with the first blood in this Berlin Search Destroy. Afro, sure, the time will be out in just a moment, does lay down that objective early. And Envoy will be the first one to arrive at the party.
Knows that at least one player isn't towards bomb. He finds Afro now in a 3v3 situation. Just based off of the setup that the Ravens have, this is not going to be an easy round. LA Thieves should try to walk away with 25 seconds left. One player is going to commit towards the flank. Nasty's going to be at least able to find one. Now in a 2v2, they can find this player in towards warehouse. They can definitely try to clutch this. Envoy finds him. Now it's all on Nasty. He's left on site.
He's got to clutch it. He's got to clutch it. Finds the first and just has to play the time. Spots Envoy, and Nasty will escape with the round victory. Does not find his life, but it is a worthy transaction in the end, as Nasty goes big for the team, involved in a number of different crucial fights so far throughout our first 4 rounds. But London down 2-0. Bring it back now to a level heading.
Yeah, that was good work from London. You know, once they find that first blood, you get that B planted. You know how difficult it is to try to take control of warehouse, but it was a good play coming from Nasty, because he was that player that was sitting towards train side. He timed that flank beautifully to find that first kill. And then even though he finds himself in the 1v2, all he has to do is eliminate that one player and get out with his life. Played that beautifully to clutch it up for the Raven boys. Now tied up at 2 apiece.
Tied up at 2 apiece, and the Thieves have got that B site. It appears as their target. Envoy quickly makes his way on through. The doors have already been punished, and with that, looks as if that plan's going to go down nice and early. Harry there to expire a few shots. He's already taken down Kenny to start off this round. It also does get some information on the Drazah. So a lot to process as London now bringing into a 3 versus 3. Now making a 2 versus 3. The rookie goes down. Now on to Zero and Afro.
And I'm pretty sure Afro at least is going to get spotted on the flank, so 2 players are going to commit towards that. Now with Zero last up in a 1v3 with 20 seconds left. Bomb planted towards B. The double challenge is going to come in from P5, and that was a beautifully executed round from the Thieves. Even after getting first blooded once again, once you get that bomb down towards B, you have control of warehouse. All you have to do is at least even up the numbers. Envoy does a great job of doing that. Then Octane with some great shots from Boathouse to put themselves in the advantage. That sets up Drazah to watch that flank. They single out Afro, and then Zero left in 1v3. 20 seconds left. You just pounce on him. Thieves right there, beautifully executed round. So far, great offensive attacks for this Thieves roster. They find themselves on this map specifically at 31% on offense. It's not really good, but that's 2 offensive wins so far.
So far, looking good. Zero there on the cross. And could try to make some noise over at B. That was a perfect transition, by the way, by the observers. Somebody opened the door. We're instantly on the other side of the map. Good work from Hot Hands. As Kenny gonna have to have some fiery feet. As he's able to get out of dodge for the moment. Zero able to strike first to start things off. Drazah runs right on in. He gets beamed as well. Automaton shot after automaton shot. And Envoy, who finds himself on a 5 spree, has got to be a very, very careful soul. This round is just not looking good. If he finds a pick, it's best to maybe try to get out of dodge. Put some good bullets there into Afro. But 25 seconds left. Spots one in the hallway. And we'll escape for now. One more away from the glide bomb. We'll see how he plays this, Jay.
Yeah, 100%. You're backing up. The fact that Nasty just gives up his life for free right there, like, I know the comms are coming in. Like, he has to be towards Plat. There's no way he should be looking towards the middle of the map. He at least gets 1 kill to Envoy as the Ravens execute this offensive round beautifully. On their attacks towards A, they're 57% on their fast attacks. It just showed right there as Harry picks up 3 kills, I'm pretty sure, on that round to open up that site for his team. But now, if you're the London boys, your main focus has to be eliminating Envoy from the map, because a glide bomb can change this map drastically.
I'm liking this this mid-round music. This is nice. I'm jamming out a little bit, I'll be honest.
I like
with you.
it.
This is
And
good.
bopping a little bit.
You know, just not too much, but just enough. Gotta focus on the game, you know, from time to time. And speaking of the game, Envoy clearly played Vanguard a solid amount. Great start to the search destroy. And as you said, the glide bomb is what he's going to be focused on. No adversity whatsoever at this B site. Harry is the sole player here as London continue to put pressure on the A site. Meanwhile, it is the Thieves who have been at B a majority of the time. Envoy getting the information from the squad as Nasty finds the first. Focuses attention onto Zero. So glide bomb earned there from Envoy. And it looks as if his teammates are doing a great job at holding down this site. And what was a 2 versus 3 to start things off. Afro brought low, and well, Afro brought as the last player. Envoy takes him down. Great work, Jay. Added the Thieves not only to get Envoy on the streak, but to also win the attacking round in which he was out of the play, playing for a flank. Could not have gone better there for LAT.
That's just good work once again from the Ravens. Like, I mean, from the Thieves. Like, they opened up so far on this map. They knowing that Nasty plays towards B. Right there, Nasty makes the adjustment like, I've been getting aided every single time at Docs. I'm going to switch it up. Let's 3 commit towards flank. Harry, you just hold. But the Thieves, they read it beautifully. You get that bomb planted. And at that point, when you don't see anyone trying to attack this from the front, no nades coming in, you have to know that the push has to come in from the backside. Envoy reflanks it, earns himself that glide bomb. And the Thieves walk away with another offensive win. Now, here we go for the Ravens, though. Once again, a full-on attack towards A. And this worked out the first time around, but do they know the positioning of Kenny?
I can't wait to see Kenny's reaction. Like, wait, what? He just planted the bomb right in front of me? Yes, he did. That's the way the A site works sometimes. Envoy dropped there from Nasty. A good work early from London. And right now, Nasty left between a rock and a hard place. He is just over here at the hallway. Octane on one side, Drazah on the other. Be careful. Suck in if you can. Able to drop another. Finding 2 in an awkward position as now it's Drazah left up in a 1v2. London got that plant down, and from there, the Thieves somewhat trapped inside of the train station. Drazah nearly able to take down Afro, but a well-replied round there from the London boys.
And right there, you can just see the frustrations on Kenny. Like, he started pre-firing as soon as that bomb got down because he's not expecting that. He's expecting at least someone to side up those back steps, going through the side door, but at least make a little bit more noise when you're trying to attack towards A. But the Ravens get that bomb planted. Nasty plays his life beautifully. The fact that he was finessing those pillars the entire time, he skates away from Octane, plays his life, and then eventually finds a kill. That was such a massive play for Nasty to find 2 kills on that round, even after working that bomb plant. Now puts up at 4-4. So now if you're the Ravens, the adjustment has to be just simply stack towards B. Do not give this bomb plan up easily to the Thieves, because that's been 3 offensive successes already on their side.
Take a look at the SMG duo up close and personal inside of P2. Envoy handles business on both of them. The Dark Prince putting a stamp into this round. There goes 0, and just like that, it is on to Harry. A quick 1v4, but he has a hand, and taking down both nearly shuts down the third. It was good work early from Envoy. I thought it was going to be taken over by the new guy on the team in Harry, but the Thieves in the 2v1 take him down. But more specifically, the man in the bottom right doing work inside of the library.
Yeah, right now, London, they're just trying to figure out how to stop these guys from attacking B. They do it from the front side of the bomb. They do it from the flank. This time they attack straight on through P2, and Envoy is ready for it. He finds that opening 2-piece. Kenny eventually finds the third, and gets a little scary towards the end as Harry finds 2, but Envoy does a great job of eliminating him once again. And keep in mind, we saw the S&D stats for this squad. Envoy living up to the hype, sitting at 12-3 so far in this map. Keep in mind, he still has that glide bomb to work with.
That's right, he does, and he also has a hand in taking down Afro to start things off. Harry as well dropped, and just like that, London in an instant 2v4 and on attack with the game on the line. Zero just looking for a pick as he and Nasty are going to pull off some magic. Nasty goes for the high risk play, and it does not work out. Here comes the glide bomb. See if he can take him down, actually. And he does. Threads the needle, and just like that, Envoy comes through with a massive Game 2 performance. And how about the Thieves? It's all smiles, Jay. They just want to search and destroy. And on Berlin.
Unbelievable. Finally, we finally did it. On Berlin, search and destroy.
And followed by 4 months. We did.
Yeah, 4 months, and Envoy dropping 14-3 with a glide bomb in his back pocket. Insane stuff from the Thieves. It all started on the attacking rounds, man. The fact that they were consistently finding their success at that B site. You saw the first 2 rounds, they were able to nade Nasty off of that plat. Then they had him completely change up his game plan. You had Harry filling on the little docks. Once they eliminate him, they say, "L, you're playing so far back. We're going to work this mob plan and force you to either hit us through middle or hit us through the flank." The Thieves were just ready for every single thing that the Ravens were going to potentially throw at them as they close out this search and destroy in a 6-4. Humble 10 non-traded. My God, that guy's a man on a mission. Let me tell you, up 2 on the Thieves, man.
Up 2-0, our LAT, and you know, so far throughout the season, unfamiliar territory. Like we said, it's either they're winning respawns or they're just not winning search destroy. I don't know what it is, man, but they have found that magic so far, as they've got 2 Berlin still ready to go. And well, maybe we might not even get to that 3rd Berlin, possibly that Berlin HP that we actually did see both these teams play when it came down to the Pro-Am. But LAT find themselves up 2-0. I don't know, man. We're talking about first bloods. We're talking about all kinds of stats, but it is a good sign regardless that the Thieves are, I don't know, back in form. Like, I tell you what, man, when they faced off against New York to kick off the Pro-Am, they get full sail 3-0'd. I'll be honest, I thought it was over. I thought that it was done, but they came through, and for whatever reason, maybe recognizing that a lot is on the line for the future of this roster, they have performed and they have rolled so far throughout this game. A 2-0 start. Will it be a 3-0? As we've got Berlin control up next.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to day one of our Major 3 qualifiers. Yes, I did just hit you with the howdy, and so did Envoy. Howdy ho, Zero. Quick little 14 bomb threads the needle inside a library, a building that is not up to code, but JLAT get their first win on Berlin Search and Destroy, and now they're up 2-0 in this series.
It's massive. That's massive for these rosters. Obviously, you expect them to come out and take map number 1. They've always been a great respawn team, but then for them to take a search and destroy, even better, on a map that they have yet to find success on the entire year, led by the Dark Prince himself. 14-3 performance out of Envoy really steps up on that map number 2. Now that puts them comfortable in this series, up 2-0, going into at least another 2 respawns if needed. Like, right now, this is the best case scenario for the Thieves. They are going into a Berlin control where they already beat this roster at the Pro-Am Classic. So this should be easy for the Thieves. They should have nothing but confidence on their side.
Yeah, they definitely should. Like I said, a 2-0 performance at the Pro-Am. But so far, let's take a look at how the season has lined out for both these rosters in control. We're taking a look at the top performers. On one side, it is Kenny, who's going to be sporting that SMG, a decent amount here on the next map. But also on the other side, it is the guy, man. It is what could be the catalyst for the London Royal Ravens if they want to have a foothold in this series. Yeah. Good old Afro. This could be the guy that makes the difference, Jay, and, well, keeps our time on Berlin going, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at Afro because every time, at least in the beginning of the year, when we watch Afro play on Berlin, he was always able to finesse his way around the map. So a map and mode that could potentially play for his favor in control as we started with the Thieves on the attack. They're going to fully commit towards B, and I love this pressure because you know how easy it can be attacking towards that A point. As Nasty and Harry find 2, Envoy eventually finds 2 of his own. Can he potentially stay alive or at least try to complete 1 segment here with his teammates' help?
Oh, but great work from LAT. As you said, Envoy helped set up Drazah toward the outer side. Zero actually becoming Sub-Zero right now, has got the MP40 out and ready to go inside of the train station. LAT does, however, walk away with that tick, and okay, Jay, it was rumored, right? We could be seeing Zero with the SMG. So far, a decent start here on Berlin, 3-0.
Yeah, Sub-Zero. Just the only thing is he doesn't have an ice in his gun, so he's shooting lasers right now. It's going to be Trey Morris as they're putting pressure on towards A. 50 seconds remaining. You see the Thieves just trying to put a lot of pressure towards this A point, trying to complete this capture, but you know that the London boys are not going to give this one up easy. Octane finds the first, now Envoy finds the second. Now that's going to be 3 dead. Now it's time to get pushed up on the map. And you see they're fully committed to just trying to go towards this B point. As Envoy finds the second, 1 player in their spawn, which is going to be Kenny. Should be able to come up behind 1, almost 2. Kenny at least find the kill, and this has been a great adjustment from the Thieves to put early attack on towards A, but then transition it over towards B with a couple of kills.
Yeah, this is a scary position to be in right now. If you're London, you got to put pressure on A. You got to recognize that the more difficult zone of the 2 has just been captured, and while Thieves have got the life count to work with, they've only got 1 more tick ready to go. Kenny up in the base, swaps from the MP40, maybe more back to a weapon. He likes a little bit more. The automaton coming out and ready to go. 5 in a row right now for Kylo Ken as Library begins to fly on through. The stack is in, and that will be a round 1, a convincing one at that for Thieves.
And that's just good work from the Thieves on the early on. They get that first tick of progression towards B. And then right there when they found themselves in a stalemate at that A point, all they needed to do to get out of it was to chain at least a couple kills together. They find 3 kills. You see Envoy does not slow down, pushes his way into Secret, and then finds himself on that B point, which sets up Kenny to potentially go through their fire and find those 2 spawn kills. That was massive work coming in from the Thieves to take that early attack. And so far, they're up 6 segments. Then that was quick. The Ravens need to respond right here.
Yeah, you need to have a solid reply if you are the Ravens, just to get some momentum, man. Like you said, you lose a search and destroy versus a team who they know, right? They did the vetoes. It was yet to win it. That's got to take a lot of wind out of your sails. We'll see what London can do at the start of this attacking round. So far, filling up the feed with blue. However, Drazah enters into this second round, still continuing on that spree. Now at 5 in a row. One player in the back of the base to deal with is going to be Afro. As he's able to find one, and Drazah, who has got 6. One more for the glide bomb, as London now going to have themselves some control inside of A.
And now with Kenny pushing up this right side of the map, you're going to spawn all of the Raven boys towards that water side. Kenny's going to try to time this flank, but you have one player from Ravens who's all the way pushed out towards Docks, which is going to be Zero. So if his teammates can potentially find a couple of these kills, Zero can find a couple spawn kills as well. But Afro and Harry are able to find 2. Octane's just going to hold down his position, not allow anyone to overextend through that train side. But the Thieves most likely will give up this 8 point, and the Ravens are going to extend this time by a minute.
Look to extend it. Nasty as well. Does get taken down. LAT are here. They're knocking at the door. And Drazah enters on through. Will win the final engagement. Came down to a quick 1v1. And London did not get the capture over at A, but they still have got presence all around it. For God's sake, it's right next to their spawn. We'll see if they do manage to break on through. They win their 1v1s. And from there, look to get the stack. A few more seconds. And there they have it. The A zone locked on in, but the job is not done, Jay. As we know from Berlin, A zone, hey, you're supposed to get that. Now it is time for the more difficult of the 2. Minute and 20 on the clock as player 2, and Nasty does make his way on the flank.
And just looking at the position of Octane, he's forcing all of the Ravens players to overextend through water side every single time. But they were able to at least eliminate Kenny from there. So now Octane has to get back in this play as they're going to put pressure on towards B. The first gunfight is going to go in favor of Nasty. Huge one-on-one, but now this allows Afro on the flank. Can he find the second onto Envoy? Envoy's going to be the last player up, at least close in the position. He takes him down. Now, Afro, your job is to play the cutoff towards Plat, and the guy's not missing on a 2 spree. Make it 3.
Oh, Marcus Reed eventually gets dropped. Harry trying to hold things down, ready for the, I mean, just unbelievable amount of Thieves players that are in the exact same position. All of them placed toward the plat as Kenny and Drazah, Octane, everybody getting involved as the automatons will overwhelm the London boys inside a library, or excuse me, inside of the office. Well, Kenny will look to sink his teeth now into the spawn. Afro does go unnoticed, so somewhat still behind enemy lines. 45 seconds still to go.
And these lives can come into play as well. That's going to be 2 players dropping on the side of the Thieves. So 11-7 and lives remaining. As Nasty finds a second, Afro finds a third as well. So now all these players are going to be trapped towards Plat. The Ravens are fully set up. This should be their round.
It looks to be their round as there goes the blender. A little Thieves smoothie possibly here in this round number 2. London, they not only needed to have a convincing attacking round, but they needed to get all 6 of those ticks. They're able to do it, and a lot of it is based off the plays from Afro.
The only thing I would have changed right there on the side of the Thieves would have been Octane's positioning, holding down that train side the entire time, because when your teammates broke in towards that 8 point, they found 3 kills. With you sitting on that side of the map, you're basically spawning them towards Boathouse the entire time, so they have to fight waves on waves every single time. I would like to see him at least dedicate himself towards the flank, or at least wrap back to try to help his teammates. But with him eventually sitting there that long, it allows the Ravens to run around. So now we go back on the attack for the Thieves. They're going to commit once again towards this B push, but Afro, he's going to be ready for it. He finds himself on a 6 spree. Can he pick up the 7 for the glide?
Appears as if he might be able to. Zero, unfortunately, does take down a teammate, but he takes Octane down to the process and sets up Afro for the 7th kill in a row. A lovely little spree from the man who we said has to go off for this team to stand a chance, for this team to try and make a comeback in this series. Down 0-2, but you wouldn't know it based off the fierceness in his face. LAT, few crucial gunfights to win over at that A zone. They're able to walk away with both. So first tick gonna be through, but Afro only continues on the spree now at 8 in a row, Jay.
He's just sliding and gliding right now. Nobody is shutting him down on a 9 spree. Gonna potentially hit this flank and cause more problems on the side of the Thieves boys. Drazah finally takes him down. Drazah finds 2. So now this opens up that A capture for the Thieves to close this one out. But they know they have to play for map control. If you do not want to try to trap yourself on this side, with the Ravens have full control of their base towards that train side. As the second tick is going to come in, you see Kenny pushes his way towards Plat. You see the way that their SMGs are just finessing around fire. They're playing for these spawn kills every single time. Envoy's beautifully set up to take down Afro, but he gets shut down, and that's a beautiful hold right there from the Ravens to hold down the pressure coming in towards B. A is eventually going to get captured, but the Ravens have control of their spawn. They're up by 3 lives. They just have to hold.
And Envoy's like, okay, let's get this guy out of the base. We'll see you later, old man. Zero finally wiped away. I love you, Zero. I'm just totally messing with you, buddy. But he was, like I said, staying stagnant. A statue in the back of the base. Many waves of players that you're going to have to try and take down if you are the Thieves. By the way, Jay, I just took a look at the scoreboard. Take a look at Afro's kills in comparison to basically everybody else, but his teammates specifically. Basically, doubling the kills of everybody on the roster. Incredible stuff so far out of the sophomore. As he and the Ravens still look to try to lock down that B zone. Kenny with some great visuals, though, toward top fire.
He sees Harry.
It's gonna spot Nasty. It didn't spot Harry. Did not see him there. But a quick 3 for 1. Thieves now have got the man count advantage as they look to load into B.
It's a big opening kill from Envoy to at least put pressure on towards the speed point and stop that clock. But you see the pressure from Nasty. He's gonna try to jump through the window. Envoy reads it. And Kenny there with the trade. So now if you're the Ravens, you just have to hold one more good push. Find at least one clean 4 dead, and this round is going to be yours. And it's going to be 9-7 in lives, remaining 25 seconds to work with. Drazah finds the opening. Kenny with the second. Now they know the positioning of Harry. That player on the flank is going to be Afro. He has to try to make a play. He gets red. Now if you're the Thieves, all you have to do is stack.
Oh, great job. Great job from the Thieves, watching every single angle. Look how fast that zone begins to run. It was a Thieves smoothie last time, and now it is time for the Ravens. Oh my goodness, we are all kinds of hydrated now. Back and forth we go, one attack after another. LAT find the lane after what looked to be an excellent hold from London, Jay, but the Thieves find their gap, and that is how terrifying this map can be. If you are the defensive side, you get dropped in a 2-3 wave. The enemy has got some good progress, and well, that's going to be happening a lot more throughout this season.
Yeah, the Ravens, they were just way too much in a tight setup right there. They didn't have anyone trying to commit towards a long flank. Their flanker was trying to go through secret, so that's really tight. The fact that they kept it that close was great work from them, but the Thieves, all they needed to do was find that 2-piece, eventually read the flank and stack that point. Beautifully executed from them. As you see London on offense once again. Octane actually starts off on this side with the sub as well. I saw that the first go around, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead from the Thieves. They find that hold on towards B. That allows them to get pressure towards train side.
Well, I think I lost you for a moment, Jay, but I'm back. I'm back, buddy.
All right, buddy. Yes, I can. Yes,
okay,
I can.
I apologize. The feed of which we cast off of froze for me for a moment. I think I'm back. I think I'm ready to go, but here we are. Didn't know exactly what you just said, but I'm sure it was brilliant, my friend.
Yeah, it's all good. Ravens are doing a great job of just putting pressure towards A. You have 2 players from the Thieves who are trying to attack this and not give this one up so easy. You see the positioning once again from Drazah, just holding down that train side, not going to allow anyone to try to sneak through towards trains.
Jay, everything you say just comes true. Everything you say.
Well, I guess. I like Call of Duty. I love Call of Duty.
You're pretty good at it. You are pretty solid at it. Way better than me. That's absolutely sure, especially if you've seen casters on the climb. Anyway, right now, London, as you said, buddy, doing a great job over at that A zone, wiping people away. However, Envoy again, continuing to be a menace. He just sneaks right into A, takes one player down, and just instantly dissipates into clean air. Drazah, keeping things in mind, he finds himself on a 6th spree. 30 seconds left, and really, if you are Ravens, you've got to be aware of Drazah, but you've also got to be aware of the time. 30 seconds. They've got to get that capture nice and quick. They're able to do so. So another minute added onto the clock. Zero aware of the positioning, does take down Drazah off the spree, so no glide bomb for him. And really, the only advancement right now for London is going to be Nasty once more, hanging out inside of fire.
They just have to take care of this player and Octane, who's sitting towards their train side, because he's making it so difficult for them to even try to wrap back and get in towards that train. As the team fire is going to be there, they take him down eventually. So now that allows them to push from the front side. You have one player in Nasty who could potentially be the playmaker, trying to time this flank beautifully. Finds that opening kill onto Octane. You're going to force a couple of the players from the LA Thieves to turn around. But now since they take care of him, their main focus is simply holding down this train side. You can see they have so many layers of players ready for the defense.
So many layers trying to peel back. So many players that have to go your way. Harry is at least able to find one. I thought for a moment it could be the second. Kenny now on 5 in a row, and he's going to be one away from a glide bomb. It feels like so many streaks could have been earned And that glide bomb could be great considering the clump of London players that they've got set up right now. And here comes one streak. Afro looks to bring it on through. The first one in Drazah is going to be locked on down. Afro as well, trying to do some big things. Kenny does earn the streak, now makes it 8 in a row. Streak after streak coming in from either end. The only thing that you need to know is that we could have 5 more seconds before this series is clean and done. And that looks to be it. LAT get the W here on Berlin Control and get the W here to kick off their Major 3 qualifier campaign. A lovely little sweep versus London to start.
Such a clean series coming in from the Thieves. Starts off on that map, number 1. They were able to counter the best things on the side of the Raven boys. Like the Ravens, they really get at P4, but this time they completely take it away from them. They take P4 that first map on both rotations. Then you go into that map number 2 where they have yet to find success. We're all probably expecting them to lose, but they said it can't get any worse from here. We're just gonna try to turn this around, and they did it beautifully by winning 4 different offensive rounds by just attacking towards that B site. The Ravens simply could not have an answer. And then we find ourselves in the Berlin Control. Obviously, the Thieves, they start off strong on their offense. The Ravens, they respond. But then the Thieves, once again on their offense, were able to complete that B segment, and they were up like 12-6. They were up like 6 segments just in case it went to that final round. But they just ran away with it. Even on the defensive side, like they put a lot of pressure on towards A. You saw that one go around where Drazah, he was that player towards trains and he commit towards the flank. But this time you had Octane who makes the adjustment and finds himself holding down this train position while his teammates going for the flank. The Thieves just played that beautifully. The fact that on the defense, they had layer after layer where they just made it so difficult for the Raven boys to try to get across the map just simply because of the positioning they had. It was just a beautifully executed game plan from the Thieves coming into this series as they get a nice clean 3-0 and start off major qualifiers up 1-0.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was an excellent start. I mean, as we look through the highlights of this Berlin Control, I mean, this is what we saw throughout the entirety of the series. I mean, they're winning search destroys on Berlin, which is something they haven't done. They're winning some controls and what could be a new map added into their arsenal, a map that they desperately needed when it comes down to the control. I mean, we talked about the Tuscan versus Gavutsu, how dramatic of a jump it was for them. If they've got Berlin to work with, and if they're starting to win search destroys, Jay, this could be another threat that we talk about when it comes down to some of the top rosters in the CDL. A great start here to the Major 3 qualifiers for LAT as they shut down a London team, which, I mean, still is going to have a lot of expectation. I feel like Harry overall had a solid series, but just not their day. And I don't know, man, they just got to focus up and be ready for the next one. These qualifiers can hit you fast. You start off slow, and that could be your difference between being in the winners versus the elimination side come Major 3.
Yeah, and if I'm London, it's all about just putting in the work on the back end, because obviously Harry hasn't been here for quite some time. Like, this is brand new for him. He enters this roster just at the Pro-Am Classic. Probably is like 2 weeks worth of practice compared to some of these teams who have yet to make a roster change, like the Thieves, compared to a role change. But it's all catch up right now for the Ravens boys. They just have to find themselves in a great position to at least compete in that series. Like, the first map was really close, only lose that by at least 50 points. The search and destroy by 2 rounds, and then even then at control, they just let it slip by allowing the Thieves players to run away with their offensive wins. Obviously with Harry, there's going to be new stuff that they need to learn. You know, obviously Zero also jumping on the sub as well. Like, that was brand new. I also love what you did with the Sub-Zero thing. That was pretty cool. But there's just a lot of things where the Ravens just have to start to catch up to these other teams, because getting closer towards the end of the year, Ravens have faced a lot of adversity with roster changes left and right. Like I said, they're just playing catch up right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we keep looking at, like, you know, the upcoming schedule for some of these rosters, and you're like, wow, that team's got a rough schedule. Well, that team is a difficult schedule. You basically, every team you face off against is going to be a very difficult opponent. And right now, London down 0-1. Thieves start things off well. I mean, what? I think we're all kind of divided on basically every single game that we have today. But LAT, a nice 3-0. It's the best way to start things off, Ellie.
That was beautiful. And then, you know what the thing is, the point you were making is that when it comes to everyone's schedule right now, everything is difficult, man. There's so much inconsistency with the teams being up and down, bad or good. We really don't know what we're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, right? But for this matchup right here, you like that?
I like that.
Kind of smooth, right? Like butter. But this matchup right here, though, was what we needed to see from Los Angeles Thieves. Nameless, they got a 3-0. It was consistent. It looked like a real good, comfortable win, right?
It did. Maps 2 and 3 were definitely comfortable. one. Map 1 was a bit scary though. But they made the plays there on that P3. That's where it really got away from London. London got the spawns flipped on them, then they got smoked on P4, and then from then on out, like, it would have been a very tough victory. They would have had to play flawless, securing spawns for next as well. But LA Thieves, they pounced on it, and I really like what they also did in the search and destroy. The B pushes were great, and then on defense, they were giving up A, playing heavily towards that B bomb site. Like, they were 0-5 on that map headed into this series. That was one that we thought was chalk for them, but they looked so much better. They were giving it up. They were playing towards B, and if they got the information that they'd wrap back as a team. That's teamwork. What we've seen some of the better search teams do. They have finally learned their lesson.
Yeah, and we finally learned our lesson as well. Envoy is just the absolute truth, and he actually has the Scump play the game when it comes to that glide bomb and alley. And that search and destroy, he went, what, 12-3?
He was absolutely discussing this entire series. There were times where LA Thieves were at the disadvantage, and it was Envoy that was bringing it back for them. That was absolutely frying. They were finally getting kind of countered when it came to that B side. At first, London played it really slow. They sent a player deep docks and kind of gave up that site for free. London learned their lesson. They tried to 3-hit into Mail, and Dylan gets a huge 2-piece that he should not get in P2. It kind of saves the round and lets him win that search and destroy. So again, LA Thieves, they look so much better, and hopefully we can see this consistency from them.
Hopefully, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a Game Fuel Pro Victory Spotlight with the one and only Dylan, aka Envoy. Envoy, you went absolutely crazy today, man. But once again, congratulations on the big win. I have to ask you, you guys, when it came to stage 2, it was really tough. Yeah.
LW. There we go. We are live.
Oh, hey, tell him.
You want to put the headset?
No, I don't want
No? Okay.
Put the headset on.
I got nothing to say.
All right, he had something to say. Now he's got nothing to say.
To Nation, I say, hey, Big Daddy.
The gas, guys.
Yo, Envoy, but
Did he just phase up? Wait. Damn, I know you saw that too.
Hey, tell Nameless I was better him at Ghosts.
Yo,
that's cap. That's cap. I'll allow it if I get some of that fire golf apparel. Stuff's looking good, Matt.
He wants the golf apparel. And he'll agree. Damn.
All right, let's get to our interview.
Let me get a Gucci backpack. All right, no, but Envoy, you guys have been tearing it up lately in the Pro-Am Classic. You guys look different, kind of like the beginning of the season, right? What has been the biggest difference when it comes to your team really getting back on to where you guys were at stage 1?
I think for us, it's just like playing with a lot of confidence. We have these like moments where the confidence lacks and the gameplay just really falls off. So we played with a lot of confidence today. Just been really focusing on that in scrims, along with strengthening the map pool. Like we played Berlin Search today for the first time in a while. Did really well on that. So just gonna try to keep making strides.
I wanted to ask you about that Berlin Search. It was definitely an interesting map to kind of let slide by. So obviously you guys knew it was going to get picked into the series, but it was you and Kenny that looked really comfortable in Berlin. Is that just kind of become a map for you guys across all game modes that you guys like? Or was it just kind of like we want to test what we can do on it in a real matchup?
Oh, we definitely like the map in all the modes, but I think we just had to rework our search plan like on that map. I feel like before we weren't getting bombs down a lot, and we see a lot of other teams have a lot of success when they get the bomb down. So worked on that and got a dub.
Dylan, fantastic series, man. I mean, since Pro-Am, you guys have looked great. You in particular, back to your old ways when it comes to search and destroy. I want to ask you, I mean, Pro-Am Classic, you make it to a finals, obviously doesn't pan out in the way that you guys wanted to, but you played good throughout the weekend. What was the discussion like after that on what you guys needed to improve upon headed into stage 3 to become that championship team?
Well, I mean, the Pro-Am didn't count for points, so it doesn't really impact the season, but like I was saying earlier, it's just like about the confidence. Like that was what we needed after having an 0-5 stage and got like top 8 or whatever we got. So definitely a huge bounce back for us, and just want to keep carrying that momentum.
Well, good luck.
All right, hey, Envoy, I have a question. Whenever I see you guys' intro, we see Drazah flexing and all, right? But his arms are looking kind of small. Is he really flexing in those videos? Or?
Dude.
I think he is. I think he's been working on trying to hit the gym, but I don't know. He is kind of looking small.
Thanks for the interview.
They were roasting you, Zach.
Later.
But that's his signature, man. That's his signature.
No, good luck to you and the boys, though. We'll see you next time, all right? Keep up the good work.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
No problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, LA Thieves looking good so far for the Major III Qualifiers. And speaking of which, make sure you just go, period. Toronto is a beautiful place. You two haven't been there yet, but I'm going to let you know now. When I went to Toronto, beautiful people, great food, great weather, and an absolute good time. Ali, this is going to be an amazing event.
I just can't wait to see the Passion Pit again. Again, there's going to be a Challengers area as well, and y'all are going to catch me there between between matches in the Passion Pit. Please, everybody, wear your deodorant this time. But yes, Major 3 is going to be absolutely incredible.
It looks like we're selling out. Go ahead and get your tickets so you can make it. I mean, we're only a month away, so make sure you guys heading out to Toronto.
Yeah, every event has been like packed top to bottom, especially if you guys remember that OpTic Major, the first one. That was insane. The whole building was full. Same with Minnesota. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, speaking of Texas and also Minnesota, we have our only two champions from the major land events this year. It's going to be OpTic Texas versus the Los Angeles Thieves for the second series of the day. Nameless, today is going to be great.
It's going to be lit, man. We'll see what they can do in this series. We're going to see Prolute's debut. I'm super excited.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of the break, we're going to get to just that. But once again, big congrats to the Los Angeles Thieves for getting that really big, definitive win to start off the day against the London Royal Ravens. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for some more CDL action.
Dang, I tried it.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
There, less than 30 seconds, and that bomb goes to boom. Scumpy finds one, the second as well. Here comes the push, pressure now from mid. Drazah. Shotzzy wins a big one. Shotzzy's got to stay alive. Shotzzy tries to make it that bit easier, but that's 3v1. Dashy all alone. Makes it a 3v2. They reach out. Bang!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so this year of CDL has been kind of crazy, right? Okay, we've had events where, you know, it's been packed from top to bottom in Texas. They're loud as anything, right? Minnesota, we had the crazy upset win with LAG and the Cinderella story. We're making things a little bit more spicier for Major 3, and it's happening during the qualifier next week. We're introducing a bounty program, and Nameless, I gotta ask you, man, which team have you gone against in your playing history that you just hated going against?
Oh, it had to be like Black Ops 3 Rise. They were so tough to play against. Octane was an absolute demon on the map. I couldn't gun him. So yeah, that'd be my number one.
Now imagine whenever you played that team throughout the regular season for a regular play day, you can win $10,000.
So would have never won 10 grand against that team. So honestly, we did play them for money at times. We got smoked. So yeah, that definitely added another level of pressure to the match for sure.
Well, we're adding another level to CDL in general, right? Because next week we're kicking off our bounty program where we have matchups to where the winning team can earn $10,000 just for winning the game, and you have it on your screen right here. This is actually my first time looking at it.
Yeah, I know. I just could imagine like playing a team, being them, being like, not only did I smoke you, like I made 10 bands off of that. Be like, thank you, Boston, for buying this backpack for me.
First system matchups. We actually got some good ones, right? LAG versus Florida, London versus Boston, like LA versus Seattle. I'm loving it, Allie.
I'm loving it. Atlanta versus Texas at the very bottom. Atlanta has yet to get a series on OpTic Texas this season. That is going to be a very high stakes match, even higher now with not much money on it. But I'm actually looking at the LA Thieves and Seattle matchup. That's a really good one as well. They definitely put some thought into these bounties.
You know what? Great idea by the CDL. You know our community loves wagers. That's what we started doing, just playing wagers. And now these are like pro CDL matches, not only for points for champs, but it's also a wager, so it's lit.
If you're one of the teams that haven't won anything this year yet, this is a good chance for you to put some money in your pocket as well. Everyone's going to be gunning for $10,000. But let's talk about the second series of the day. All right, right behind me. We got OpTic Texas, we got LAG, we got the Major 1 champs versus the Major 2 champs. And this matchup, I actually hope it turns out to be a really good one because there's a lot of implications for the future, right? We got Prolute stepping in as a sub for OpTic Texas, which is such big news right now, Allie. This is an amateur player filling in for Illy, and I really don't know what to expect.
And the roles don't quite match up either. Usually when we see another player get brought in, it's about the same play style, same role, but for Prolute, it's a little bit different. He's a little bit more aggressive than Illy. He's not going to take that IGL role that Illy had when it came to this roster. So again, I'm looking at the other three players on this squad to step it up big time when it comes to comms, but we already know what they're going to give us in terms of engagement. The sub duo of Shotzzy and Scump, we saw a lot of what they were capable in the Pro-Am, and I'm only expecting more out of them.
All right, Byron, let's see what you got, baby. You see him on the right side of your screen, the AM that's filling in with some greats in the league. Shotzzy, Dashy, and also you can't forget about Scump. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless, what we got?
Yeah, for those of you you that are just now tuning in and maybe have never seen Prolute play before, the guy's an absolute dog. He has a lot of experience, won Challengers Finals last year. He's played with some of the best that are out there in that scene, and this is a huge opportunity for him in his first match going up against his ex-teammate in Spart, who he won that tournament with. Like, this is a massive opportunity. I think he's going to come in here and seize it. Great search and destroy player, and OpTic is #1 in map win percentage. So if there's a team that you want to join to put yourself in a good spot to succeed, it's OpTic Texas. Also, Lockdown, the swing in Game 3. OpTic first in round 1 percentage this season in Control. LAG is last. Now, granted, it is going to be Berlin Control, where, you know, it's a relatively new map. Everybody is on a clean slate. OpTic hasn't had too much success there. I believe they were 2-1 on that map. So, you know, if they lock that one down, it could be good for them in this series. And improve your A attacks on Berlin Search and Destroy. They're winning 40% when attacking A on offense, 58% when attacking B. So try to get that up. Maybe go A a little bit more and just add some more to your arsenal.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the newcomer, right? We all saw what General said in that interview. You know, shout out to the haters, but stepping into Illy's road just isn't easy at all. But you know what isn't easy? Trying to repeat after your favorite weapon gets GA'd, right? Let's talk about the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and hopefully they can pick things up against OpTic Texas. I really hope to see it, because at the Pro-Am Classic, we didn't really get to see too much of them. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and kick it off. We got OpTic, we got LAG. Let's go ahead and send this over to the casters.
Thank you, team. How are we feeling? How are we doing?
Feeling good.
Feeling good, baby.
We're on to our next match. It's going to be fantastic. Chance, how are you doing, brother? You're looking very smart today, looking very dapper in your sweat.
I'm feeling, I mean, it was a very slow week, so let's just say I am very happy for the weekend, very happy to get into some Call of Duty action, especially now that we have, our Major 1 champions going against our Major 2 champions, and both of which are two teams involved in the substitute meta, right? Obviously, like, Spart for his first series when he joined the team had to spawn in against OpTic, and it did not go well for him when that happened. Obviously, the turnaround was there, but now Prolute has the opposite experience. He gets to sub in and obviously play against LAG, where Spart had that experience, but he gets to spawn in with some of the finest Call of Duty players in the world. So it'll be very fun to see how he can perform as we get the Berlin sandwich. I hope you like maps that start with the letter B. We will be here for all 5, and as far as it goes, I think Bocage Hardpoint is always an interesting map to see a brand new player on, because there will be no shortage of gunfights.
No shortage of fun and games. There we go. Berlin Search, Control, and Hardpoint will be juicy inners there of this one, and we'll see how things go, though, of course. Starting things off on Bocage, the cage, to get this series going. We see the new look, OpTic Texas, Prolute filling in, of course, for Illy, who's still out and about, and again, General still on the bench. Great performance out of him at the Pro-Am. And speaking of the Pro-Am, we've got the Pro-Am dropouts and our Major 2 champions, LAG, on the other side of the ring. Here we go, though, Chance. This should be a fun one. Getting things started here in the cage. Let's get it.
And, you know, I got to think for Prolute, right? Like, it is not easy for any team or any player to get in the mix and join a new roster on, you know, like a week's notice or whatever the case may be. But I would have to imagine, as good as OpTic's comms are, as good as players are around him, he can be set up for a great deal of success. And he'll obviously be rocking the AR, even on Bocage, and it's a nice little first blood as you get a nice little teammate for OpTic already in the hill.
So far, so good. Shots are all there. Prolute his debut here in the CDL. His first opening time is going to go in his way. Kills are working out so far. OpTic Texas, nice start.
Can't complain, you know, trying to flip those spawns as well. Shotzzy's putting work in the back. Scump around Zig is a place we have been accustomed to seeing him, but right now you see the idea from OpTic, right? Push down that river side, and now to make flipping the spawns that much easier. Dashy wins one in the back, and granted, it's not a massive lead by any stretch of the imagination, but OpTic certainly set up over towards B2, but they don't win any of the gunfights in the back. They do have a pinch getting set up by Scump, and it looks like Scump able to pick up 2 in and around Barn, but it is LAG, at least in the hard point first.
Move now back at it. Kills going his way for a brief moment. Scumpy now 8-1 so far. 9-1 is an 8 spree for him. He has been tearing things up so far, Chance. An absolutely beautiful turnaround. Again, the team looking fine so far. Scump makes it 9 as the kills keep going here on the cage.
Yeah, it does not get better than this. Nice little 9 spree, a 10-1 start, and you at least get your teammates back over towards the hill. So this is Roaming Slayer at his finest. This is where Scump loves to be, and honestly, this might be the type of thing, especially on this map, that needs to happen. If you're working with a new guy, crank it up in the slang department. Make everybody's life that much easier, and That is exactly what Scump has provided so far. Glide Bomb certainly not going to come into effect maybe on this next hill, but certainly once we go over towards River, gotta imagine that's going to get utilized to break those spawns. But nice little bump of a lead that OpTic have on this rotation, though. LAG free and clear, the set they want to have, pushed up both sides of the map and pretty much have everything under control. Scump Pro, effectively that entry man, gets the first gunfight. Now Shotzzy working over top, and I mean, this is set up to be what, the easiest break of all time. LAG, they get set up in and around, pushed everything up, and it literally makes not a single bit of difference until, of course, they get that wipe, that little Bocage special, get broken, and I'll just re-break it as quickly as can be. I think something that maybe stood out to me, at the very least, Miles, was just the graphic that we saw. You had OpTic number 1 in the hold percentage, number 11 in the break, and the break does not come in there. Damn it, and I took a guess, Miles, that you'd be back. That is not the case, but this is the annual tradition, so to speak. And when we talk about the break percentage not being the best, but again, at least keeping things close, but obviously incredibly solid hill coming in from LAG. Basically right back in the game. You go from 40 points down, straight back in the mix and try to tie things up. And I'd say as it stands, maybe the most shocking thing is the fact that Dashy right now only 2 and 6. You got your main AR barely winning any gunfights from the get-go. Not the best jump, but where the gunfights aren't falling, at least we get a listen to a look at the comms of how OpTic Texas are going to sound.
Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna answer. I'm watching my phone. I'm Dashy. I will admit you right now. Trying to trigger picture. I will admit you right now. What is going on? Yo, one's front on him. Top on him. Yo, one's front left. Get your mind to the job. I've seen what. Yo, one's front left. Oh my god, baby. Three guys, try to push out. Røkkr for spawns. I'm ready top house right now. I'm looking back more. Yo, top house. Yo, what's costing you Simp? Tell the week. I want to get top house. Top house just blew at me. Kyler, top nerd. He's hitting all, I think. He's in me. Nice. Yo, I have a glide for this if we want to break the back. One shot, back right. Let's break to the back. Listen, they're both at the castle tank, Jordan. I'm trying to top. Castle tank. Top now. Yo, Kyler's in house. He's top house. Yo, I'm low line. Come left with me. Come left with me. I'm gonna streak. I'm streaking. I'm watching top. Time, castle, L, and top house. I'm gonna kill time. L and castle and top house. Castle, one shot. Castle, absolute. One shot. I'm on the castle. He's inside castle. Let's go. Castle, absolute. Castle, let's go. We're just funny out. I'm trying to get it. Low L. Yo, what's in the back? One's one dirt. Kyler. I don't see the guy. Yeah, he's like, I just spun out. Under tunnel. I don't see him. One shot jumping out the like tunnel, mid tree, black card. I have mid tree. Alright, and he would jump down tunnel. That's the one. That one up that spark. Did I cast? L, shit on. One more time. One shot. Yeah, time doesn't get canceled. You have main time. I need time. Get tracked. Yo, he's fence spot. Yeah, need time. Yeah, need time. I'm holding. Yo, what's the water? Pick the blood. That's it. I'm going low mine. I'm picking right. Pick left here. You picking up left?
Well, the play with the glide bomb might not have been perfect, but at the very least, the comms and the slang from Scump is flowing. But at the very least, still close to a tie game. Let's throw it over to LAG and see how the boys sound. A wild and crazy game. Let me tell you, so many things going on all at the same time. I mean, a damn near tie game with Scump having 25 kills and comms that are at times muted. But while the comms might be quiet for one team, well, at least they're getting inside the hill and trying to pick things back up. But sort of a similar situation to what we saw the last go around going over towards this P2 hill. I think they get there first. Last time it was a little bit mixy, but this time they are crystal clear on the point. Shotzzy starting to heat up on a 4 spree. Pushed up to the god tank. You get Dashy posted up inside a barn, and frankly, this is the most clearance you're really ever going to see on this P2 hill. This is the type of situation where things can turn into a money hill, and you can get 40 seconds here. Honestly, I don't think it builds so big of a lead. They could try to just crush this one out of the way, but Prolute gets red on the flank. The trades are in. Slasher, the last one alive inside the hill, trying to stay alive, but he can only do so for a few seconds, and well, that is the first push that is completely shut down as OpTic continue to hold on.
OpTic continuing to hold the hard point chance. I'm so sorry, brother. I was hoping to get you with a better solo cast this season. Scumpy 26 and 13. Your boy's absolutely frying. He's disgusting. We call him the king for a reason. Almost managing to break that one alone. Prolute though, 8 and 18. Can't be too disappointed with the performance we're seeing so far in the case chance with the final 10 here going down on P2. It's over to bottom grannies.
And I'd say bottom grannies is what I know LAG sort of dropped the ball on the original hold for this hill, but still this is where they've had their most success in a situation where they're pretty much required to have to bounce back. But if this game has been any bit of indication, it will be back and forth. And once again, they are pushed up pretty far. Once you get someone posted up in this top grannies position, they do spawn far away. But funnily enough, it's always Scump winning all the gunfights. He was able to pick up two, but his teammates maybe letting him down just a little bit in the slaying category. Is LAG and Grandma's still holding on.
Holding on for now. They've got the front and back covered. Here comes Dashy trying to make something happen from the rear. There's the first opening kill, trying to go forward, slip slides, almost managing to make the second work, but that's not going to happen. Prolute though saves the day. Into the side we go, and that's going to be another set of kills. 3 now in a row for the newcomer. Welcome to the CDL, brother. The shots are all good. Any more to be had here? No. It's his old teammate Spark brings him down. Slasher and Co now onto the point as we are getting closer and closer. LAG able to pull this one back, bar any contests from Texas.
I mean, this is almost like a standard hardpoint game for any other map that we have, where it's back and forth, sort of trading hills, actually halfway decent holds coming out of both of these teams. And I mean, potentially one of the slower paces that we've had on a Bocage as well. I mean, I know obviously Scump was lighting up the kill feed early on, but I think the pace has for the most part been quelled. On this break, though, OpTic nice and clean, hit the pins from both sides, get him out of the hill, and try to go for that P2 side control. Looks like Dashy's locking it down on one side as Shotzzy's flying in over the top of the other, but it'll be contested at least for a moment. But there's Prolute, the new kid on the block, wins the big 2 to give OpTic the time.
Back on it. Time going the way of OpTic now. It's a 4-man hit through the front side of barn coming now from LAG. Dashy, first line of defense. Shots are good. Hoop from top van finds the angle. Prolute still on a 3 spree. Looking to find a few more here. Shotzzy in and out of barn. He goes. The hit and run strategy once again paying off. As now to bottom Grandma's he flew. No more kills to be had. River hardpoint now up. Chance. Final 10 seconds going the way of OpTic Texas. No contest in place. LAG though, they'll have the first seconds of nuke.
And no glide bomb to make the break this time. Obviously with the glide, OpTic trying to hit all the way around the back to actually make that happen. And this is going to be the case once again. But Slasher, nice angle to get the early reads. He knows where both the gunfights going to be coming from. And while he's tagged up, doesn't want to deal with Dashy just yet, but even gets tags into Shotzzy, which makes easy trades for Spark. And obviously LAG have gotten taken outside of the hill, but as long as you have that L control, it's really difficult for OpTic to actually get inside the point. Maybe even the T-Dave coming through might things a little bit more difficult as LAG trying to make amends. But again, if you have back L, if you get the ARs posted for OpTic, it's still basically impossible to collect any of the time inside the point. Felt like it'd only be a matter of time for LAG to get inside, but this has been the hill that has been the least contested of any that we have had. But any scrap time is good time as OpTic sizable lead they have at this point. I mean, frankly, as long as they don't pump the brakes at all, one good rotation, they should be good to go from map 1.
This should be it. Final set of hard points now upon us. LAG managed to get the final second or 2 there of River. Now back towards the gate we go. And slight calm falls across Bocage for the first time in what feels like an attempt. Here comes the shots out of a seam. It's a nice 2 spree for him in trying to get now on the point. LAG trying to keep the foothold they have here in mid-map. It's so hard to do on the best of days. Here comes Slasher, finding himself at least one. Keeping that pressure alive on the hard point. No one able to get in this one just yet, as it has been untouched, untarnished. Now finally by LAG, they're on point. Shotzzy now trying to make the entry, can't get it done. Chance, he got some space to work with for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, and you also see, right, a couple players like Shotzzy trying to get out towards Riverside, but now it's getting red. You get players for LAG posted up inside of top grannies, and even the players inside the hill winning the gunfight. So they're down by quite a bit, 40-45 points going into this P1, but they've done a very good job of keeping control of the map and keeping OpTic outside of the point. Scump gets spotted inside a hut, and funnily enough, Scump actually wins the big gunfight. Once again, OpTic, for the most part, trying to open up the river side of the map while Prolute tries to make the play. It's Slasher there to shut him down, and you see the river side has been controlled. OpTic may have actually been able to use sort of the lack of pressure, though, just to get into the hill from the front. Slasher was waiting for the pressure to come to just block those spawns, but OpTic say, no, thank you. We don't need that. We just need this time.
Yeah, they're going to get that time indeed. Scump holding down spawn. He's all good for now. No one able to make the pinch happen for LEG. Open hardpoint for a brief second. OpTic get off it. Scumpy's doing the laps. His teammates getting taken care of there on the close side of the point. So LEG now with a moment to hold the time. They have to lock this one down super solid. They've got a 30-second difference now between them. Able to close out on this hardpoint with one thing, but OpTic are back in it. Spot, though, comes in. Last minute saves the day. Kills are all good. Prolute's there as well. The tag's on his old teammate now as we go into the point. Once again, Guerrillas still holding it down for now.
And Guerrillas also have that rotation over towards New. They've got Who cleared out basically mid and river. He's watching 2 lanes by himself. And yes, OpTic have a pretty good lead, but this has been the hill where LAG have had the most success. And Scump gets caught. He tried to hit the route to get top grandmas, but to no avail. Shotzzy does the same. He gets dropped as well. Prolute's getting shot along the way. So LAG set up in full control. The comeback very well might be it.
It's on for now. Prolute breaks the break. There's one player left. No point. Prolute finds another. He's got one more Asim upstairs. Here comes the final 5 seconds now. Hoop through the back window. Asim from up top. Dashy trying to make the entry through front. And aBeZy is going down here on Grannies. OpTic winding up for the hit. A team kill comes through. All 4 of them through the front side. Now it's go. It's go, go, go. Trades abound. Asim still staying alive. Shotzzy covers kitchen. That's it. The final kills are done. OpTic finally close out the cage. And it was indeed a close one. Woo! What a start to the series.
And I gotta say, that might be one of the most sort of controlled bocages that we have seen this like entire year. Both teams almost committing to like not making things mixy, right? Even on the P2 break towards the end, we see Scump backing up, waiting for his teammates to make these sort of like controlled breaks on the point. And, I'd say towards the end, that's where OpTic actually had the benefit. A couple mixy attempted plays from the SMGs where that doesn't work out. Prolute just does a very nice job of staying alive over towards AS&D and waiting for his teammates to come in and make those plays. So I'd say for OpTic, decent job on the controlled front, but obviously a close game between both teams. Scump leading the lobby, not just in slaying, in the damage as well. I mean, honestly, I could say for OpTic Texas, if it wasn't for him starting, what, like 20-6 or however absurd it was, the game could have gone a different way, but when they needed him most, at least towards the start, he was on point.
Yeah, he had an amazing start. And believe me, I was here, man. I could see it all. I just couldn't speak it all. That was an incredibly exciting start out of the King. Shotzzy as well. Beautiful stuff out of OpTic. They had a great lead. But again, props to the LAG, keeping things close as they possibly could. Comeback was certainly on towards the end there, but I think you hit the nail on the head. One of the best breaks we've seen on a P3 here on Bocage all year long. One we'll definitely be looking at time to come. And again, that was a sweet run as far as, you know, hardpoint time goes. I think OpTic pumped the brakes a little bit too much towards the end, but either way, they managed to come out with the dub and an exciting start to our series today. Qualifiers for Major 3 damn lit already.
And I would say for like the side of Prolute, obviously we talked about just Bocage being the map where you get in a ton of gunfights. Obviously he was the least impactful in the slaying category on his team, but he was the super soaker inside the hill. And even one of those highlights, right? He has moments where like he's in the barn hill in that barrel's corner and just doing a very nice job of staying alive and buying his teammates time. It was the same thing for the final break. It was Prolute that was able to just stay alive and buy his teammates time and just feed them the comms of where to look. And obviously that paid into the 2-piece he picked up in the very end. So I'd say decent work out of the new kid for OpTic to take that 1-0 lead.
Here we go. Looking at the series once again. For those of you who have just joined us, it's a Bocage either side of this one, but the Berlin sandwich, the meaty middle. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Search and Destroy coming up next. Control and Hardpoint after that. And again, we hope you love Berlin because there's a whole load of it coming up here in this series. OpTic Texas, LAG, map 1 already down. Here we go now to the Search and Destroy chance. Now for, again, a team that has just made a big change. Again, Illy still recovering with a thumb injury. How do we think Prolute's going to fare when it comes to the Search?
Well, I mean, funnily enough, you know, we're getting fed a lot of this from like Study and Lando. Obviously have the intel. I know Nameless mentioned on the desk in Cold War, he was like the challengers, like they won their version of champ. So certainly as a player, he has a decent resume behind him. But on top of that, apparently played S&D back in the day. A lot of wagers with players like Illy, like has that S&D background. And again, as far as like filling in a teams goes, OpTic has to be about as good as it gets. They play an incredibly controlled like game of Search and Destroy, as does LAG. It will be a chess match that we're going to be having on Berlin, but I think he should be fine. Doesn't necessarily need to like drop double digits, do anything crazy, but sort of similar to the Bocage, feed in, have good comms, have structured gameplay. And if you don't have to be the guy to like be the playmaker, let guys like Shotzzy do it, because he will absolutely thrive in that category.
We'll see. Again, not an easy thing to do to fill in for Illy, but we look now across our game field. Keys to victory now for the LA Guerrillas. Bounce back from a poor Pro-Am showing. They dropped out early, 11th in map win percentage at the event. Chance at a sweet 31%. And as far as the scene goes, getting back to the major two ways. In and out of game, an absolute champion. At the Pro-Am, not as much.
And it is like pretty easily identifiable, at least on an individual basis, that aSeam is the guy that underperformed. But I would say the S&D especially, like LAG, when they won the tournament, went on what, like the 10 S&D win streak. How many game 5s did they have where they were comfortable in that situation? At the Pro-Am, they started to drop the ball, and I think when we're 1-3, 1-4 in search and destroy. So this is the game mode where they got to turn things around, and I'd say for LAG, maybe Slasher can be that guy, just to be the rock and the anchor for the team, their top performer in search and destroy. But I'd say on Berlin, right, it is two tales of different players. It is Shotzzy, the absolute playmaker, and it is Slasher, just the consistent sort of man AR that you always know what kind of job he's going to do. But I would say the chess match is what's going to be interesting, because I think I would describe, if we're sticking with like a board game metaphor for Bocage Hardpoint, more of like Monopoly, but at the end of the game where you just knock over all the pieces like in anger. Berlin actually gets played like a chess game. And if on Bocage, both of these teams were playing it as slow and controlled as possible, this one literally might be a game that comes down to just the absolute details of the map. LAG, the slight bump on offense, but obviously both teams towards the top. You got OpTic, phenomenal on the defensive end and very comparable in the First Bloods, but both of these teams will be very willing. If you get the First Bloods, group up together as a unit, move around the map together, and make sure you never throw away any advantage.
See how they go, though. And in the search and destroy, now we rumble. Spart eyes on the cross. Saw a couple of ankles run by there. That's the Scump and a Shotzzy over towards the A-bomb site. And the 2-2 split now for OpTic Texas on defense here in round 1. The bomb heavily leaning towards that B-bomb site. Pressure is out. Lethal's tacticals abound. Here comes the hit. That was a lot of damage dealt. Prolute's going to back on out.
All that for the bait, though. Yeah, you got guys trying to pick off Prolute. Dashy's there for the coverage. And I'd say with they knowing 2 players down low already, LAG grouped up as a unit making moves. But OpTic quick to the reads. Again, I'm telling you, it will be a chess game through and through as Prolute wrapping back to help the team. Scump the first one in line to maybe make this play, and it'll be delicate.
He saw him, finds one. Scumpy up and about, gets the second as well. That's 2 kills here on the site. Can he make it a third? No. Slasher brings him down. All down to Dashy now in the 1v2. As the battle's taking place elsewhere in the map, Big Bruce has got to live up to the name. And the bomb rotating once again now in the hands of LAG. Dashy, eyes on, makes it a 1v1. 25 on the clock.
And he gets behind cover as quickly as possible because he knows that Hook is going to be around on the prowl to try to hunt him down. But while Dashy gets out with his life, Hook just readjusts and goes back to A. He will be able to get this bomb down for free. And now the question is, how do you want to play this in the 1v1? You know Dashy's going to be rocking that automaton, and it's like Hook might be playing over towards P3, and that's where they will be meeting up.
Here we go. Dashy's crept around the outside. Here he comes. May have just seen Hook. I don't think Hook's going to check this corner either. He's not going to peek left. If he does, that's massive. But Dashy there, shots are in. It's an easy read. And it is a wonderful 2 kills out of Dashy. And the bomb defuse now coming to a close. Can't get this done without the 2-piece from Scump there on site. And heads up play from OpTic there on defense. Reading not only the hit towards B, but then the counter hit towards A. It was back and forth chance. As you said, mate, a game of chess.
In all of that, I mean, it's just perfect reads by both teams, because where Scump is getting a 2-piece in sight, aSeam also got a 2-piece in sight. And I think you had a really nice play call in the 2v1 from Slasher and Hook to readjust and wrap back over towards B. They were mostly playing together as well. Dashy actually does just make the perfect play to get out of dodge, and even goes for that full wrap around the map, because obviously he doesn't have the ninja perk equipped. He knows it's going to be loud, but 1v2 ends up falling into his lap as he spots one player on the cross, and that might be the call for OpTic to play aggressive, but you go too quick, and Hook is here. There's number 1. There's number 2 in the perfect play. Yes, he gets traded, but Hook did his job.
He did. Shotzzy with the immediate bomb recovery as well. So the play's still alive over here by the A-bomb site. 3 members now of LAG through mid-map. Dashy's going to try to watch that cross. Will he see one? Yes, he does. Good damage. Shotzzy not planting the bomb just yet. Still waiting for those players. Again, the information not all entirely there. We'll see how OpTic handle this one. 2v3.
And Shotzzy knows he can't plant just yet. He's waiting for the pressure to come through, but he's actually been left alone on this site. I think LAG are sort of expecting the bomb to get wrapped out over towards B just because Dashy was playing deep warehouse. And this bomb will go down for free, but this is going to be a case of individual plays from OpTic because Dashy is so far out of this play, but Shotzzy planted a spot where you can watch it from P3. So as far as 2v3 goes, OpTic, they have potential.
Be a potential pinch here as 2 players make their way through the stone pillars. Over by Plat now clearing out the office side. Dashy from the top A-bomb spot. Love that angle. Spot though now checks it. Guns him. 2v2. Shotzzy's doing the dance now on the bomb site. Slasher goes to the quick defuse. Here comes Shotzzy. Great coverage from a scene. And now Dashy's going to have to try to play this one solo. Finds the pick somehow. Stays alive. Clock still ticking. 10 seconds. He may have just won the round then and there. It is a wonderful run at a big Bruce. Asim, not enough time to get it done. OpTic Texas, 2 on the board.
And I was over here thinking about just the idea that you could see it over from P3. Forgot about the fact that from top third fire, Dashy was going to have the angle as well. And again, you talk about the chess game. Dashy obviously making the noise, kicking that window open. What does he do? Waits for the trade to come through in fire, reads it perfectly. And that is another clutch from OpTic. And obviously it was a tough spot because this is how the round started. That is a double kill coming through oh so quick from Hook, but his teammates cannot convert with the man advantage. OpTic once again just making the better play.
Yeah, great stuff. Hook's defensive work there, almost managing to nail the round, but tiny bit more to be sought for. No one's able to get that 3-piece there on site, but here we go. Maybe able to get a few more here in the 2-2 split now over towards the A-bomb. Scump loses the fight against the scene with a fadeaway. There with the automaton. Now Shotzzy on the... Oh, no, he's gone. A-bomb site's wide open. Dashy and Prolute now in the 2v4 LAG. Surely this is their round.
And I think Shotzzy just a little bit, not even over aggressive, but just too exposed, jumping out that direction. And this should be around LAG convert and just so free. Slasher in the back of the map, gets the intel. Dashy's looking for the trades. And actually, Prolute wins a massive one-on-one to try to even these odds. And they're trying to ignore Slasher potentially for the moment, make a play towards site.
And what? Over towards the site. Prolute's in, checking every possible corner. Hook wins it. All down to Dashy. Hook, Asim, and Slasher, it's less than 20 seconds. That bomb goes boom, and you're all good in the hood. For now, Dashy's going to try to make something happen. That single kill helps, but it's not going to be enough. The corners are all covered here, and it's not a chance, not a hope in hell. Beautiful stuff out of LAG. Those opening 2 kills over towards that A-bomb site. Seal around.
Yeah, good corners, pretty much all it is, right? Slasher, nice job on the flank. Obviously, the nice picks that come through early on, but even just doubling up inside, Hook and Asim working together, 2 different corners inside of that P1 area. And somehow, even if Prolute reads it perfectly and gets that kill on Hook, the trades would have been instant. It actually still would have been in a 1 versus 2. So I think every single round, LAG at some point have had the man advantage. Finally, they convert one and get on the board.
Yeah, to see Spark really get a kill. 0-3 so far. He's been involved in the victories nonetheless, but here we go. A-bomb site, heavy hit now for OpTic on offense. Hook's already in the site. Shots are good. Shots are great. Finds the first one. Prolute's going to catch a nade on the inside of the office there. Might be able to take care of Hook, but no! Dives out the window through action movie hero style. And he stays alive. 3v4.
And I'd say always keep an eye on Asim on the mini-map going on the fullest of flanks. So right now the game plan from LAG, if you're back towards A, play it passive and don't get picked, and just feed that information to Asim and let him time this out. Of course, on the side from OpTic, trying to find a pick if you can get one, but Gorilla's doing a nice job of just staying alive, and now Dashy's going to be spinning in circles trying to find the next pick. The bomb will get planted, but again, Asim, the perfect man to try to get this retake.
Shotzzy, good shots. Prolute's there as well. There's no way. You catch this one as well. As I see him 6-2 so far. One of the game fuel keys to victory was for him to step it up in the kills department. So far, so good. LAG once again with a great spot to be in this round. Dash on the approach. Shotzzy are there. Not enough to get the job done. Prolute trying to find it. Not a chance. Not a hope in hell. LAG back to back.
And good wins as well. I mean, Hook, that's at least 2, if not 3 first bloods around that site on both the offensive, defensive end. But it is very much the case. As soon as he gets that pick in sight, things just get that much easier. And obviously, eventually, you just get the swarm it is the chess match. It is very solid plays going back and forth between these two teams. And again, LAG playing around the intel and information perfectly to make sure Asim can effectively seal the deal on the fullest of flanks. And there you go. Tied up 2-2. Potentially, this might have round 11 written all over it.
Yeah, if current string of events are anything to go by, you could well be right, mate. 2-2 split once again from OpTic Texas here on defense. It seems to be the go-to no matter what happens. So far, waiting for a bit more movement. A lot of mid-map presence now from LAG. They've got that bomb close towards the A-bomb site, but not really in any effective position to engage or get the plant down. Slash a top position. Eyes on, find a shot or two, all good in the hood. Hook should catch another one. It's another corner from LAG, first blood.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Hook just chilling in fire. You're never going to make that read. And now Scump's trying to dance towards outer trains, but he gets caught. Eventually, Spark there to take him down. And another nice little man advantage they have. And again, how are you going to read the fact that the bomb carrier of all people is the man pushing outside of P3 in the back? LAG have the perfect opening break, get Hook in position, and then just swarm after the fact. When we talk about a chess match, that was more of a round where LAG just simply bullied them out. Hook again in the first blood category. I mean, he has been the playmaker that has rivaled what we can expect from Shotzzy. And I'd say OpTic very much need to respond and find some of these opening kills, because even in the first 2 rounds, they had to clutch to get those wins. And again, talk about individual performances. By the way, Asim 7-2, clearly stepped it up from the Pro-Am.
Yeah, great looks out of Asim so far. Shotzzy is in a world of hurt mid-map. Oh my word, stays alive somehow. Amazing coverage there. Dashy with the absolute Kobe from downtown. Now Shotzzy's alive and kicking and wins the fight against Asim somehow. No trade comes through. Asim though, it's not all in vain for Slasher, the last man up, caught unaware, pistol in hand. OpTic Texas bounce back.
And that is an unreal gunfight from Shotzzy, by the way. Unreal. I'm pretty sure Asim saw him through the window and was ready for the chow, but that headshot multiplier maybe coming through for Shotzzy as he just shreds him. And I mean, that is obviously the gunfight of the round. Shotzzy loses that. That'd be man advantage to LAG towards the end, but that is exactly what OpTic need to have, where Hook's been the playmaker on one side, Shotzzy and Dashy working together. I mean, frankly, just to keep him alive, to set him up for that final gunfight, but tied 3-3, LAG back on the attack. Notice how Hook got through fire last time. This time, Dashy has to make that his home to make sure no one finds that open lane to slip through.
Yeah, Dashy's he's the middleman at this point in time. Prolute's all alone over by the B-bomb site. Not a problem for him at all. Hook once again found himself a cozy corner. So does Scump. There's no one is making their way through this spot. I wonder if we can see Scump's POV now. Again, what he sees is very different, but same old corner. And here goes Hook, actually. Ants in his pants. If he bangs the door open, he's going to make a ton of noise. But instead, it is tension over here by the A-bomb site.
If there's any player that checks this corner, by the way, it's got to be Hook. He was the man that had 3 players jump over top, but doesn't actually check it. That'll be the freebie for Scump. And if you're getting the first bloods against Hook, you're going to have a good time. And by the way, that is bombed down in the worst of positions, because look at the positioning from Prolute. I think Spart vaguely aware, but again, the question is, how many corners do you check? And he actually gets it, but Prolute wins the fight. Shout out to having to open the door before he go through it, and all of a sudden Slasher might be a situation to see if he can swim.
Test it. But I think if he checks inside this office, he's about to be gunned. Dashy's there in that corner, should have the read. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's back-to-back rounds for OpTic Texas.
And again, you know, we can bring up the chess metaphor as many times as we want. This is almost textbook like Call of Duty Vanguard. Find the position, pick the best corner available. Scump in just the prime corner that Hook has used himself, gets the first blood. Prolute, a deep corner in the back of the map that Spart might have been aware of, but shout out to the door, making the corner that much better. And Dashy, oh my God, the corner's on point. A+.
A+ corner play. There's a lot of corners in this game. I wonder if you actually counted them all up. It'd be astronomical figures. But here we go, though, still. Aggressive hit towards B now for the boys of OpTic. Spark's going to see at least 1 or 2. Shots are good. Shotzzy, though, even better. The kills are in. Spark from range, trying to find something. Not able to get it done. Bomb planted at B. Oh, baby, this round is a fast one indeed. The 2 remaining members of LAG over here by the B-bomb site make it their way in through the front, trying to get it done fast. Hook's on the flank.
I think he's got to be the guy to make a play. I mean, Spart is nearby, gets a couple tags into one, but obviously this is the Automaton versus MP40, and well, there you go. Slapshot gets a trade, but 1v3. Godheadies the whole way around, in OpTic Texas with a dominant win.
Another great round from them. They mix the pace up hugely, get themselves over to B fast. The plant was even faster. Good shots again out of Shotzzy at range. Spart sadly unable to clean up that kill. The pressure was there. The numbers were good. OpTic execute magnificently. And there we go. LAG with a fast retake, but not able to get the job done. This is it, Chance. Massive swing of momentum now for OpTic Texas.
And for what it's worth, Miles, to answer your question, I think if you actually figure out how many corners in this game, you get a Fields medal.
Wow.
In math, there is no Nobel Prize, but you got to take what you can get. Fields is the way to go. And instead of the field, it's over towards docks is where LAG are going. Maybe the most aggressive setup they've had so far, at least on the attack, and all of these nades coming through to try to find Dashy, who is barely past him but can't quite get that first blood. And hey, no time wasted. LAG get the bomb plant, but Prolute gets the first blood.
Yeah, it don't matter. Prolute's already in. I see him trying to add another kill to the pile. 40 seconds now on the bomb. He's the lone man over by the site right now in this 4v2. Shotzzy looking to crack a window, and he's going to let in more than a draft with that nade. The kill's all good, though, from Dashy. That should be it. Able to get the defuse now. The last member up was going to be Slasher. Prolute assassinates him, gunned him down, and that is that. Berlin, search and destroy. It has come to a close, and OpTic Texas get the job done. They're up by 2 now in the series.
And shout out to Prolute, by the way, making plays in that final round. Not only gets the first blood on Hook, but really just applies that pressure and flies out and gets the second kill as well. So new kid, once again, making plays for OpTic Texas. And I'd say for OpTic, they were very vocal about the fact that when they're playing, whether it be General or now Prolute, if you have the sub, they are trusting their S&D to sort of carry them through. So it is already great news for them that they got the first hard point win. I mean, they sort of keep things like per usual for their S&D gameplay. Is, I mean, Prolute, one of the guys leading the charge. But on the flip side for LAG, where S&D was the backbone for your team for the reason you won Major 2, they have been struggling to have any sort of success, despite the fact that they had the early advantage in the game. I mean, towards the end, they just get bullied out, and maybe their S&D woes continue.
I mean, the mojo is gone right now for LAG, surely, after what, the incredible performance at Major 2, the search and destroy record being set over to the Pro-Am. Things don't go great there, and all of a sudden now you're down 6-3 in the game mode. They got you a championship. But in control, coming up next though, friends, that's going to be another big one. Turnaround moment now for LAG for those Major 2 champs. For OpTic though, looking at the 3-0, we've had another one today, which would be wild. Again, the Ravens series was much closer. We'll see if LAG can find that special something, that little special sweet sauce, and pull things back here. As again, we've got to make it out of the Berlin control, into the Berlin hardpoint, then Røkkr searching the story. We'll see if we can make it through the next map to see if LAG can stay alive here in the Call of Duty League.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Blocks gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Back. It's time for our Scuff play of the game. We're throwing this one over to Dashy Chance, who managed to pull a sweet three-piece together to stop the defuse.
And he really does just make it look so easy. Again, it is just perfect reads on the first gunfight. I'd say obviously the one he had against Slasher is the big one, because I'd say even Slasher was ready for the square up over towards P3, but then after that, it is all about the timing. It doesn't even look that impressive just because of like how simple of like the sort of game plan he has going into it, but when it looks simple, that is just because it is playing damn near perfect. And obviously in Search and Destroy, Dashy, I mean, you talk about a guy that loves the game mode as well. But speaking of game modes, now we go over towards Control, where OpTic, they have been the best Control team in the game by a country mile this year. But now it's Berlin. It is the new map, and obviously it's got a substitute as well. So like, I don't know how to predict it. I don't know how it's going to go, but I did find it interesting, the fact that the best Control team in the game at the Pro-Am played Berlin 4 out of their 5 series. So whether that's the case, they're trying to get as many reps in as possible, or whether they're just the front runners on the map and they already have it figured out, or they just want to establish dominance across the board. I just thought it was very interesting how often OpTic have been getting this map in the rotation, because I mean, hey, if you're already the best team, if you can figure out the third map, like, and there's no need to have an auto veto, I mean, maybe they get even stronger.
Oh man, I mean, a strong finish is basically what all the teams are aiming for. Again, the tried and true Atlanta FaZe method. See if OpTic can get the job done as well. Great performances so far. This is your statistically out of Dashy and Scump thus far here in the series. Going into map number 3, an opportunity to keep that ball rolling. Shotzzy's already creeping over towards A. Here on defense for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, I think Texas were very much prepared for the read over towards B, and obviously that is the site that you're going to see on defense, is heavily preferred on the defensive end. You will constantly be flowing in through the train side of the map, and yeah, Simp actually tries to make a play, but you could see he was surrounded no matter what the case may be. OpTic, for good reason, as many teams do, have little interest in like over committing to defend A. It's really all about that map control.
Yeah, we'll see how the map control goes, though. Still slow and steady progress towards A now. The second segment done. It's all on Hook getting the capture for now, but his teammates have got all the A side of the map covered now. Confusing it can be for some. Again, the B bomb site is on the A side of the map in the control game mode, but hey, that's the way it goes. Now a fast flood through the spawn now of OpTic Texas. Asim winning another one. That's 2-1 overall. 2 minutes 15 on the clock to work with, and 28 lives for LAG to attack.
Look at Scump, by the way. That is 3 arrows trying to kill Scump off spawn. They might try to kill him on repeat, but Scump makes the heads up play. He just posts up in the back and sort of open things up for LAG to make their moves, but now he's going to be attempting to pinch them in because he does have Prolute to work with. So nice little moment there where Scump could have got caught in the blender. Instead, now he is the reinforcement to take him out of sight, and that is just showing off a very high level understanding of how this map is played, something my ranked play teammates have yet to grasp.
Aha! Once again, our Dashy 5-0 now for him in the opening round here of the control. There's one more above him. Can he catch that as well? No. Hook finally puts an end to that. Pressure towards the B zone still. First segment cleaned up relatively fast now. The second being drained quickly by the defensive work now of OpTic Texas. One man on the lone flank, the island player Slasher, slow and steady through the other side of the map. The rest of his teammates waiting for the go signal as they are lined up here by the train yard.
And this is the situation to be, right? If you're the team on offense, you only need one good break, and you have all the time in the world to work with. Unfortunately, you lose sort of that like S&D first blood kind of engagement, and well, there you go. You lose them all. The 4-man wipe for OpTic, and look at how they're making moves on the mini-map. Surging up through the tower side. Shotzzy's already crossed to the back, and granted, LAG are making this reads, but now you have to battle to get out of your spawn while you're getting shot in the feet by Shotzzy, and knows every single angle in the game.
Every angle possible through the rails. Now Scum, rail Slasher, cross map there. Beautiful shots once again. The rest of his team finding the kills either side. Spark managing to get a breathing room now for his squad to try to make their way forward, and through that other side of the map they're going to flow. Incredible spawn Asim just got there. I think he may have spawned on top of Scump. Or sorry, rather, Scump spawned on top of him. Easy kills indeed. 50 seconds now remaining as the boys are getting closer and closer now for LAG to get towards that B site. Oh baby, Hoot wins a big one. Help Slasher over to Dashy now. 3 now in a row for him. If you can catch Dashy out, no need. Or Slasher, no need. It's done, mate. That is a great bit of work out of OpTic.
Just too good of a system, right? Prolute's able to wrap back in time to help his teammates out towards Train, and really OpTic doing a nice job of just buying their teammates time to set them up for the easy kills. And once again, just a massive amount of control on the map where Shotzzy falls. It is the next man in line. Scump's there to make the reads. He can fill in the comms and say exactly where players are going. And you see even there, he had a player in the back, Scump did, to help him out with the P5 gunfight. And even though it's fallen through, you already see a 12v5. Mal making a 10v5, actually. And a little bit of pressure on the point. If you could stay alive for long enough, I was going to say LAG maybe can try to make a play, but 5 seconds left is looking nigh impossible. And that gunfight from Scump should seal the deal. I mean, that is a maybe not perfect round on defense from OpTic, but that in my mind is textbook.
Was real good. Dashy, I think, finished 10-2. He hit 2 5 sprees. Incredible work again out of them on defense there, and the final few hits. LAG real desperate. They have to fly onto the point, trying to stop that clock desperately. Not going to happen. See what they've got now on defense. OpTic Texas will be attacking 2 zones, 30 lives. Whichever one gets conquered first wins the round.
And again, just all my future rank play teammates out there, because on Berlin Control, I just see people love to flood into A on defense and just waste all the lives in the world. By the way, yeah, I was going to say, Slasher actually is the perfect angle to make that read, but again, just the idea of not wasting lives trying to defend A, just keeping the map controlled the entire time, in my mind, is the optimal way to play.
Here comes the team with a sneaky hit. Cracking windows, cracking doors, making lots of noise. Shotzzy not at all deterred by that one, but his teammates have come through. Good timing once again. Asim, oh man, this is it. The haunted house of horrors over by the A side of the map. Here on control, Spartan Hook, they're the terrors who managed to terrorize OpTic here over towards A. Not able to get back in there just yet. Prolute trying to get out of spawn as the A side of the map has been all safe and sound for now. LAG starting to close in around OpTic Texas.
And you can just see how cautiously they're playing it as well, right on point with the trades. No one getting over aggressive, and they've already built themselves a nice little 7 life advantage. On top of the fact that only 1 tick has actually come through, but a couple kills come through, and I think this is the interesting moment right now for LAG of how aggressive you actually want to play things over towards A, because Spart by himself ends up getting picked. Shotzzy trying to be the man to sort of oscillate around Fire Tank, maybe to make the reads, but he ends up getting bad timing, and so does Scump, as LAG now applying the pressure on site.
Yeah, they're putting the pressure to work now. Kills are there, finally managing to stop them. He do manage to get 2 segments in there for OpTic Texas. That's huge. Nice shots out of Slasher. His 9th kill of the game so far. His teammates now trying to make their way in towards B on the defense. Less than 30 seconds to play with now. OpTic have got to get things going. 16 lives remaining here on offense.
They spent so much time, by the way, just looking for, I think that's what, Shotzzy on the B point. And I assume Shotzzy will get cleaned up eventually. Yeah, the trades are going to be in, but at least he's drawing all of that attention over towards that site to make the capture on Zone A nice and free. So OpTic deliver eventually, and it chipped away maybe the life deficit they were working on. Again, at one point they were down by 8 kills, now only 5, but now the question is, how do OpTic make the play? It might be a couple solo chows coming through. Prolute left by himself at the bottom side of the map as they're trying to sort of swarm from every angle.
Angle starting to get covered. Dashy Asim trades for their team. Kills are good. Scump can't get into through the front side. Asim 13-8 once again. 2 spree for him. We talked about the KD. Game fuel keys to victory. Starting to come through now for LAG. So they're holding this one down well. OpTic being forced back to their side of the map. All coming through one angle. Scump now. He and Prolute trying to make their way forward 1 kill at a time. Seam can't get it done. Big win out of Prolute. Now you've got opportunity to go forward. Spart gets slapped by Dashy, and now there's an opening on B.
You at least have 1 player on the point. Keep in mind, though, Slasher is going to be working this flank potentially, but Scump actually reads that. Now on the point, there is so much more pressure on Hook. He wins the first one, tries to get the wall bangs through on the next, but this is too many players on point. Everybody has to flood through the front, and this is where you win rounds on offense, but the nades stop it for the moment. Asim jumps on the point for 2. The flood is there, maybe in the nick of time. The final one-on-one gunfight, and Slasher there to take it down. LAG able to hold on for at least another push, but you could see how quickly that could fall. It is not fun to have to flood in on defense.
3-man OpTic stack trying to get the flood in once more. Less than 20 seconds down to work with here in the round. This is to go up by 1. Shotzzy trying to be the first man in. Asim with the kills on defense. Slash from the inside office getting it done. Shotzzy flying forward now. No more to be had. Asim gets it. Now all down to Dashy. Last man up for his squad, and he can't find a thing. Beautiful work from LAG there on defense now. The last few hits trying to fight their way forward. A couple of kills to add to the streaks pile, but OpTic Texas unable to get the break done once more there. LAG level things up 1-1.
And it just, I mean, it's so delicate, right? Especially that gunfight from Scump that he has with Slasher on the flank. If Slasher wins that, I mean, you might not get any ticks at all on the B point, but just because you get the clearance and the setup, you get so close to letting it come through. But nice nades for LAG. Hook doing a fantastic job of staying alive, and I think Asim was able to pick up 2 on the break as well. That is a delicate round indeed, and I think Asim might be playing in train to sort of catch him on the overcommitment once they start making moves on the flank, so he's gonna have a little bit of pressure on him. One player's gotten past it. Well, he doesn't even win the first gunfight. OpTic now full control of the train side of the map.
See how they can do with it. Pressure in, and Spark finally able to catch the ankles of Scump there through the walls of Berlin. Angles out Spark. He's making these kills work out. Have you got the second segment now cleaned up towards A? Last one should be a thing of the past in a few moments. Asim's going to get that one done. Prolute, though, he's trying to find something here. He's trying to find at least 1 or 2. Can he stop it in time? The answer is sadly no for OpTic, but hey, kills are now good. Scump a little late to the part. Wait a minute, they do! Wow, they did! Oh my god, I called it! Oh my god, the timing on that!
I mean, this is all just for gunfight. Like, yeah, you're going to be able to get A eventually. And I was going to say Slasher, I mean, sort of similar to Shotzzy, at the very least, is going to be drawing the attention. But now LAG, they're trying to push this pace. They are already up inside a train. They're able to get a couple kills. You deal with Dashy on the flank, and you've taken care of everyone. Now you can try to stack this point.
Who's trying to watch the outside now? Prolute's there to help out. Seeing good shots. There we go. The hit now from the front side. OpTic trying to make their way forward. Spark's up next. The 3 spree still on. He's coming through. OpTic trying to pressure him out now. He's got his teammate to back him up, Slasher as well. The pair of them now getting the job done. 1 segment gone, stacking on up. If they can hold it the way OpTic couldn't in the last round, this would be a huge turnaround. Here's the Slasher. Dashy slides on through, takes care of him. Dashy finds another one on point. Beautiful stuff out of Big Bruce. The defense holds, and the second segment of B falls.
Yeah, both him and Shotzzy making some big plays as well, just to always take away that extra man. That LAG nearly getting set up for the break as well, but now things are nice and stable. No one getting caught out over towards the A side of the map. OpTic full control of train station once again. Even got Shotzzy up top third, as annoying as can be. They've got the coverage that they want, but again, minute 30 to work with, and now they're finding those opening kills. Slasher doesn't even get traded. He stays alive, and you take care of Shotzzy. Now you can make your move.
Here we go. Slasher hit the go button, flying forward. On stairs, doesn't quite count for Dashy, who takes clean care of him. Hook's tagged up now. You do not want to run out there. Spark's going to be the guy to hit the side door. Does manage to find a kill. Shotzzy from down low, and it's non-stop now. Defensive squirreling now out of OpTic Texas, as they are dealing with every hit. Left, right, center, you name it. Clean sweep once again. Just about a minute remaining for LAG to try to make this break.
Scump right now, sort of the anchor-ish player for the team, but again, even though he falls, he can just feed that intel. Easy lines of sight for the ARs on OpTic. Again, it is all about this train side of the map control. And there's a full flank coming through. Scump will be the player to read that. Again, LAG trying to set up this perfect play. Who can get this first play?
And again, we've seen these flanks come through, and if it doesn't work out, you waste a lot of time. Asim though through the front, Ian Spark, they find 2 kills. Straight away, trying to get things going. Hook wins 1 more on the plat. 5 HP, so close. Clock stopped. The capture now starts. This could be it.
God, those days, though, man. Every time I was going to say it, but still, they are inside the point. This could be the offensive win. And someone for OpTic has to flood to the hill just to stop the clock. And it looks like Dashy on the flank in the nick of time is there, but once again, the nades and the gunfights coming through in the nick of time. And now for LAG, I mean, you got 14 seconds left. You have to sprint forward at this point.
And it's the same situation we saw last time. Shotzzy's got mid-map covered, takes care of that. Through the front, they have to flood now. The guns are all up for OpTic Texas. There's no chance for LAG. The seconds now dwindling away, and that is that. We'll close the round. OpTic Texas, match point. Here in control.
Yeah, in every single round, I mean, down to the wire, or at least down to those delicate moments on the defense over towards B, where again, it is the flood on defense that is not easy to make happen. And I'd say for OpTic, it's been a few times where the nades have come into full effect, that time in their favor. to give them the round count advantage. And I know this has been defensive heavy, but you can absolutely string together an offensive win. Again, we've seen how both of these teams have been very close to making that happen. And I'd say for OpTic, it's going to be a B hit off the rip this time. This might be the moment for them to make this play.
B's been a pain in the ass all game long for both teams. See if they can get the hard work done first. Stuns connecting, more defending players here stacked in towards the B side, so you should see this one work out, as the kills are great for OpTic Texas. For now, aBeZy are holding them at bay. Rattle of gunfire across Berlin, chance for now, and it's not a whole lot out of either side. Scump gets the party started. That first blood, is that going to be enough? Maybe not, to break in a B.
I thought Shotzzy was going to have this flank. Shotzzy, I think, is going for spawn kills and fire, but he gets dealt with. Dashy, the final man on point. And, I mean, he has to win all these gunfights to buy his teammates time. There's the first. They're all out in front. He gets tags into a few, and his teammates are here. Now, LAG, they have to heal up. Prolute's going to be able to call out the 2 players over towards outer, so I'd say for OpTic, they might actually make this deliver. Or maybe they actually give up pressure inside the hill. LAG have been able to stabilize. Shotzzy, though, is on the flank.
Yeah, I think they're letting Shotzzy set up for that flank play, but the timing can be weird on this play. It's just coming off spawn, but magnificent awareness out of Shotzzy to catch that kill. There's a counter flank taking place now in the hands of aBeZy. Hot dead silence through mid-map. Who can't win the fight on the front side. Scump now going on a wrap of his own. 23.5. Clock has stopped. We've managed to make it in towards B. It's been a costly hit now from OpTic. Just as costly, though, for LAG. 20 lives remaining on defense, and here we go. The slow and steady capture, 1 segment down.
This might be B secured, by the way, because I was going to say, you don't read and check the corner. Scump wins the big 2, and now you have number 5, Hook, the last man up, but you have to chalk this one up and defend A, and that right there might be the play of the round. Shotzzy and Scump all up inside of fire to deliver at least the first point, but now we get to see a look at exactly how LAG wanted to try to defend this point. I mean, already you see the positioning. Slasher in back warehouse. They've pretty much flipped this map on its head. And this will be interesting to see if OpTic are even familiar with this situation. What do you do when you're on offense and players are sitting inside your spawn on the warehouse side of the map?
We'll see if they save the best for last, and so far it's looking all right. Now they're stacking on up. 2 members, 3 members, they're stacking the point. Watch that progress bar go fast. 1's gone down already. All 4 members down the team. Everyone's on it. You got to go massive. aBeZy flying in. Second segment gone. The action now bringing the front. Oh, Shotzzy gets 2. It's absolute chaos on the point. aBeZy wins it. 1 player left up, and it's Prolute. He's still alive. Oh my God.
The close spawns.
4-man stack. The close spawns are all good. And OpTic Texas. My giddy aunt, they absolutely did save the best for last. Whoa, what a control that was. And what a 3-0 on the day.
And I'm telling you, even on the Bocage, it felt like just high-level, patient gameplay. The Berlin SMD no different, but even OpTic towards the end, when the map gets flipped on its head, when you got players sitting inside your spawn, they take their time. They basically just go for the full wrap over through the dock side of the map. They clear out everything and then just win every single gunfight one after the other, get the clearance that they need and take care of business. And I mean, hey, that is your Major 1 champs versus your Major 2 champs in this substitute meta. But I mean, Prolute through and through never needed to be the main slayer, because that is effectively a dominant win in the search and destroy, a dominant win in the control, and took care of business on the Bocage. OpTic here in stage 3, despite the difficulties, at least in their first match, didn't lose a single step.
I just felt like, I mean, a lot of people have been asking me these questions about like, hey man, who's the dark horse going into Major 3? Who's looking great? Who's going to win champs? No one knows who's going to bloody win champs. Stop asking us those questions. But as far as Major 3 goes, OpTic's current form has been great, man. I mean, they didn't do fantastic at Major 2, but they've certainly been putting in the hard work since then. And it has to be said, I mean, without, you know, jumping on the train with everyone else, they're a strong looking squad. There's no doubt about it. Will they be able to, you know, tighten up those game modes here or there? Little moments to search, little moments in hardpoint? Yeah, absolutely. But for now, even with the substitute woes, they're a solid looking squad.
And even just for like simply understanding of the game, like obviously if you have players of the caliber of Scump, one of the best players, if not the best player of all time, right? You got Shotzzy and Dashy, absolute freaks, and whoever their fourth might be, they don't need the star-studded cast to make the pop-off plays. They are showing off that they might have the like single best understanding of the game across the board for every single game mode. I mean, absolutely top-notch how they play every single situation. And I mean, as far as Call of Duty Vanguard goes, OpTic, they just play it beautiful.
Yeah, good looking stuff so far. That was a great 3-1 there in control. showing us the way to get the job done at B, and in the end, A was just that bit easier to find those kills. The 4-man stack, you saw it happen there, friends. Woof, that zone vanished. Terrifying stuff. I think it's 11.5 seconds to capture a point with 4 players on it. We didn't even get to see that bullying hardpoint, but that is that, ladies and gentlemen. The map, the series is done. 3-0, another here on the day. Will we find that again on our last match of the day? Chance, God only knows, mate. The desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Great commentary. But, yo, OpTic not skipping a beat. You know, Illy, General, Prolute, put me in there. It might be the same result. It don't matter. OpTic with a big 3-0 over the Major 2 champions. So shout out to the Major 1 champs. But Nameless, ultimately, man, looking at OpTic, they just don't skip a beat at all, no matter who's in there.
Yeah, man. I mean, you got different players stepping up at different times. Matt Boyd and Scump just absolutely taking over. They look, obviously, cleanup work there on that bocage. And then you go into map 2, Search and Destroy, right? And that's a map that LAG has been strong on throughout their time as a team. OpTic looked unbelievable. They adapted to every situation. They were picking them apart. The amount of times you've seen Shotzzy get through mid-map and catch a timing, able to just pick which bomb site they wanted to go to. The 2v3s that we saw, I think it was 2 of them, where Dashy wraps around, gets top fire. The other one, like where Shotzi's on the bomb site, trades it onto Hook, and they end up clutching it. It's just beautiful what OpTic's able to do in these Search and Destroys, and Prolute plugging in, being a great Search and Destroy player, played it to perfection.
Yeah, like Prolute, okay, he did have a hard time in the first half of that hard point. He picked it up in the second half, did good. The rest of the way, I like this. I want to see how good he's going to get with this team. But, Ali, what are your ultimate thoughts? And when it comes to LAG as well, I'm starting to feel kind of worried for them after winning Major 2.
No, certainly. I feel like from the aggression that we usually see from LAG, we weren't able to see from Hook and Asim. It looked like they were a little bit struggling to get on their feet in this series. They picked it up a little bit in that control, but it was just simply too late. And we know Asim to be that Berlin S&D menace. He gets control of that B site. Well, he got really hard countered in this series when it came to the likes of Prolute. He had a really slow start, like you said, Veli, in that hard point, but in the S&D as well. In the S&D, OpTic and LAG were kind of trading back and forth. Prolute found his footing mid-game, and then they just started running through them. So I can see what he's adding to this roster, and I'm excited to see what happens when he starts up early.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Nameless, talking about LAG as well, looking forward to them. Do you think they're going to be okay so far? They made a big team change. It was kind of like out of their hands, and now they're still trying to find their footing and still trying to find that consistency.
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, Asim has really been underperforming since the last event. I think during the Prime, he really had a rough time, and he's sort of been in a slump since then. But, overall, I think what you're alluding to is maybe Gunless coming back into the team. I think potentially we could see that happen as he returns to full force and getting back in full health, because I thought he was their best player prior to them making that run and winning that championship. Obviously, there's some different elements there where they came in a little bit unpredictable. The Search and Destroy was, next level, but now, they look a little bit more stagnant in Search. People have figured them out. There was some rounds literally where like OpTic was pushing up and knowing where they were going to be at. Like the player that was camping below B steps, they just turned the corner and killed him. There's just a couple times where LAG clearly need to switch it up, and that's how they made that run to get that championship. So I think Gunless maybe potentially will come back in for this team in the future, but who knows?
Oh, yeah. At the end of the day, I love the players, but yeah, I definitely want to see the 2 SMGs tear it up again, just like Major 2. But we actually have an interview with Dashy, the Pro Victory Spotlight. Shout out to Game Fuel. And let's get my man Bruce on the board.
Dashy, a huge win for you guys in 3-0 fashion. You guys played incredible. I have to ask, what is it like? What are the biggest differences between Prolute and Illy? And what do you think Prolute has kind of added to y'all's roster as a whole?
Yeah, so I mean, Prolute and Ender are they don't really have that much differences, to be honest. They kind of both have the same COD values, I guess you could say. They both play the game pretty similar, so for us it was an easy swap out. So obviously we're hoping that Ender gets healthy for Major 3 or the LAN, but for now, Prolute's doing his thing.
Dashy, you guys, been a little bit back and forth on Berlin Control at the Pro-Am. Obviously a new map, kind of expected, but you guys look so cool, calm, collected, and good on that map in this series. Is that preferred to either Gav or Tuscan at this point for you guys in your map pool?
Not really. I mean, it's kind of just team to team. Just depending on the team we're playing, then obviously we're going to have different control vetoes. Obviously, still love Tuscan, and I mean, our Gav is still really good. I mean, it honestly just depends on our matchup.
And a follow-up question to that, now bringing Prolute into the team, obviously you guys have gotten a couple scrims in. Does adding a new player to the team, after having Illy, then having General, does that change your guys' map pull up at all?
I mean, not really, to be honest. I mean, like I said, Prolute and Ender are pretty similar. I mean, I don't really, I mean, we're playing the same thing, to be honest. I don't know.
Sounds good.
All right, Dash, we're going to leave the floor to you right here to talk to the Green Wall, man. You guys have been killing it. From the Pro-Am Classic, beating FaZe again, letting them know that you guys are on top. You guys have been fantastic. What do you guys say to the viewers out there, man?
I mean, shout out to the Green Wall. I mean, we love you guys. We're going to try to, we're working hard. We're going to try to, guess to win these last couple league matches, but love you guys. Shout out Green Wall.
Hey, love you too, Dad. Hey, we got to go to a casino again soon, make some money.
Yo, absolutely. Nah, yo, Veli's he's got that look, yo.
Actually, I'll let you later, man. You take it easy.
Oh, you too.
No problem. Yeah, there we go.
That was some good gas, Veli. That was some good gas.
You know what happened at the table?
I have no idea.
He made us some money. I'm not even gonna lie. He was playing completely against the book, and we were so mad, but it was working out. It was working out, but
that's a big gas.
Yo, all right. So actually, talking about winning things, you guys could win something for free, basically. Shout out to GameFuel, man, because they have an awesome deal for all of you Call of Duty lovers out there. Check this out. You can get a free CDL team pack of your choice when you order a case of GameFuel online. Just make sure you go to the website at the bottom of the screen, gamefuel.com/CDL. Don't forget, gamefuel.com/CDL. But also, next week, we're bringing a bounty program. This is going to be sexy, okay? Check this out. We have a list of matchups, and with these highlighted matchups, teams will win $10,000 total per each game if they win that match. And basically, at least put your money where your mouth is, right?
Absolutely. It's literally like a really high-stake 8 lobby, money 8 lobby, but you're actually on your own team. So I guess maybe more like a high-stake scrim? I don't know. Don't listen to me. Atlanta versus OpTic Texas. So we just saw OpTic Texas win in a 3-0 fashion versus the Major II champs. And again, Atlanta FaZe kind of has a mental block against them. So maybe with 10K more on the line, they'll step it up.
I'm not going to lie. These are some good games to put money on, too. You got LAG versus Florida, Toronto versus Minnesota, London versus Boston, but I'm really excited to see Atlanta versus Texas. That's going to be a fire matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, today is going by so fast right now, okay? So fast. 3-0s both of the series, but this next series, I'm hoping this is not a 3-0, okay? We have the Pro-Am Classic champions in the NYSL versus the 2020 Esports Team of the Year, the Atlanta FaZe. We'll catch you guys on the other side to close out the day, and we'll see you guys there.
AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights two right off the rim. Makes it three. Taken down 1-5-1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. The beating waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise. There it is. Look at the mini-map FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
What is going on, all of you beautiful people at home? I hope you all are doing good today, but today has been a pretty fast one here in the CDL. Why? Because teams have just been dominating one another, right? We just got off of a beautiful 3-0 where OpTic Texas just smoked LAG, right? And Prolute had his Pro League debut. But coming up right now, we're gonna have the last series of the day. My name is Velly, this is Ali, and also Nameless, and this matchup is gonna be really interesting, okay? Check this out. NYSL just won the Pro-Am Classic, right? And no one really expected them to do that, but it was Atlanta FaZe that shocked us just as much by getting knocked out early against a illyless OpTic, which is weird, but let's talk about it, right? Because when it comes to New York, I've been getting a lot of questions and tweets lately, and I wore their shirt, you know, what was it, that Friday? I believed it.
It was early on.
Right, exactly. But the question is, do we all believe in them? Ali, this team, are they legit, or are you just not entertained yet?
I'm fairly entertained. I think New York are levels above from where they started at the beginning of this year, and I thought from the beginning as well that Crim was nasty at this game. We all knew what Hydra was capable of. The big question mark was the other two that were going to be on the roster. Now it is in the likes of Kismet and Paulehx, and I think, yes, they've moved their way up the top 12 teams in the CDL, but for me, Kismet does do the dirty work, right? We saw the plays that he was making against these top teams, and they ended out with the dub. My biggest issue right now, though, is can he continue pushing that level of play and work in some high engagement, work in some KD into that as well? Because I feel like at some point when they come against a team like Atlanta FaZe, it is just not going to pan out for them.
Right, when it comes to the game field keys victory, Nameless, give us all you got.
Yeah, build off the Prime Classic victory. Honestly, there's not much bad to say about the New York Subliners. They went 18-3 map count. They were like 4-0 in round 11s in the high pressure situations. They had a full sail win. They clutched up in some of the hard points at the very end. They did anything and everything that you would need to see out of a team. And then Hydra needs to bring elite slaying versus the Tiny Terrors. 1.07 KD this season, 10th in the CDL. He's been playing phenomenal. Just got MVP at the Pro-Am. And he's going up against a FaZe team that, 16-4 in the last 20 respawns? That's impressive. So he's gonna have to be lights out. And then bounce back on Berlin Hardpoint. Lost 250-85 to LA Thieves in the Pro-Am final. Yeah, I mean, that was right after LA Thieves were coming off of a hot win and they had been waiting a little bit. But yes, get better at that map and have a better showing if it's in the series.
Right now, when it comes to losing Atlanta FaZe, they knew a lot about that, losing to OpTic Texas, which sucked and is sad to say, right?
Why
Because
bad,
this team
Atlanta?
they were supposed to be super dominant this year, but the second place finishes, they're now where they want to be. And as competitors, we know that feeling. We hate it more than anything, right? But Atlanta FaZe, they got hit with the upset, still the scariest team in the CDL. But the question is this going to be the bounce back game that they needed, Nameless?
Are they the scariest team? I would say in Respawn, yeah, they're probably the scariest team in the CDL, but Search and Destroy, by all means, there's a ton of teams that are better in that game mode. They're 3-7 in the last 10 searches. It's a game mode that they really, really have to work on. And I mean, versus every other team, they're usually fine. Like, they can really get away with just winning the respawns, or sometimes they even take this one search off of most teams. But versus OpTic, they have not been able to do that. And versus a New York team that was unbelievable at Search and Destroy throughout the Pro-Am, they might struggle in that game mode here. So that is what I'm looking at. This game 2 is going to tell me a lot on how much they've improved in that game mode.
All right, and when it comes to the game field keys to victory, other than the mental block, Ali, what you got for us?
Well, figure out S&D woes. I think we all know that, right? Since the beginning of Major 2, last in round win percentage, 4-8 in map record. I remember when we opened up with Vanguard, FaZe had the cruddiest of nade spots in Search and Destroy, and we were like, wow, these guys are going to be nasty, but they have slowed down tremendously since then, and showcase elite breaks on Berlin Hardpoint. FaZe breaking 43% of hills where they lose rotation. That is second overall. That means they are doing an incredible job of regaining when they're late on rotation and getting in. Again, one of the best respawn teams in the game. And show off Gavu to control improvements. They are 6-7 this season. Again, we know what we're gonna get out of Atlanta FaZe when it comes to the respawns, but it's search and destroy where they need desperately to step their game up.
So we're looking at a team that just won the Pro-Am Classic and a team that is just, they're surely pissed off that they didn't win it at all. I can't wait to see what the conclusion of this game is going to be. But let's send this over to Lando and Standy. You guys are very lucky. I hope that this really goes the distance. I really do.
I think Jay's a little bit nervous for New York.
He's sweating.
What you mean, man? I ain't never nervous. Don't get it twisted.
That's the thing, though. It's like the question about this series. Like, is there something to be worried about? I think most of us, as you should, say yes. But on the other side, man, and you could talk about it. Atlanta FaZe, I don't know. Like you and I, we've been in the green room. We were watching throughout the Pro-Am. It's just like it has to be the search destroys or the primary issue, but it just feels like it's not the same team as of this moment. And as Nameless said, they're going to come in very ticked off into this series. But the question is, are they going to be able to live up to that hype that we've said throughout the season? Or is it going to be New York, who are off of the Pro-Am, walking away with another WJ?
I have no idea, but when you take a look at our maps and modes on the for this series for Atlanta FaZe, it just shows me that they're still trying to expand their map pool. They have 2 maps in here that they have not really played a lot, which is going to be that Berlin hardpoint to start us off, and also that Bouquet search and destroy. So for me, I think the big picture for Atlanta FaZe is they're just trying to expand their map pool, trying to get closer to the end of the year, trying to be championship ready at the end of the year at the right time. But when you talk about this Berlin hardpoint, like I said, they haven't really been playing this for NYSL. This is one of their strong maps. Obviously, the last time that they played this versus LA Thieves, like the Death said, they just came out slow. LA Thieves coming off of that great victory, they just steamrolled them in that map number 1. So when you look at this map, 5-2 for New York, 2-1 for Atlanta. The big talking points for this map has to be the P3. The P3, at least for both of the hard points for me, are going to be how you decide on who's going to be able to walk away with this map. For Atlanta FaZe, they really struggle off the rotation. For New York, that's their only success on this map, P3 and P4. So this is going to be a battle between both teams. Let's just get on into it. Trades going back and forth in towards P1. Simp able to come out on top. Atlanta FaZe hold. Oh, that was 3? Jesus.
I love to hear me some Jeremy Stud play-by-play. I'll tell you what, I will sign up for that every day of the week, my friend. But absolutely, it's an interesting series. Like, you're looking at both of these rosters with some questions, right? FaZe, obviously, the primary discussion is in the search destroys. The Simp starts things off a healthy 7-0. The glide bomb earned, and my goodness, the presence felt already from NYSL. We'll go and get away from FaZe. But on the other side, Jay, for NYSL, it's kind of the LAG effect. Granted, they are off of a win at the Pro-Am, but are they here to stay?
I don't know. We're going to find out today, man. At the Pro-Am, they go 18-3, winning a majority of their respawns, only losing a couple of their respawns, and winning a majority of their searches. And when you get more deep into this series, I think that's the answer for Atlanta FaZe. What can they show us in search and destroy to try to get themselves back on top?
As we head in toward P2, 40 seconds left. FaZe very eager to want to get back into this hard point. As we said, a very
angry,
ticked off roster right now. It is Friday the 13th, by the way, and the Terrors are trying to cause some problems in every single aspect of the map. NYSL able to stabilize for a moment. 20 seconds left before we head toward the hard point that you labeled, Jay, as the one to look out for here on Berlin. That P3 right now is going to sit at the back of Atlanta FaZe. They've got that to dwell on, as NYSL are going to take the advantage. But take a look at these early pushed up players right now from New York. We say goodbye to one. Hydra still here.
Hydra's going to be able to sneak his way in through fire. He's going to be that initial breaker. And that's just a terrible setup from Atlanta FaZe. The fact that they were early set up, finding a couple of gunfights, they let one player slip through and break their entire setup. So now this should allow NYSL to get in from flat side, to get this initial time, and continuously grow this lead. Now Atlanta FaZe trying to break in. Cellium does find one. Arcitys and aBeZy find 2. So the pressure's going to be here from the street. Can Atlanta FaZe break in? Yes, they do. Now all of New York spawning out towards front.
FaZe just allows for one player to slip the net, and just like that, they turn their heads and they brute force their way back inside of fire, because now they will take the advantage. So many lead changes already throughout game 1 here on Berlin. A massive game for both of these teams. We know Atlanta to be so dominant, really, in hardpoint throughout Vanguard, and really for New York, Jay, they were unbelievable when it came down to their opening hardpoints, a lot of those being on Bocage. Now we head toward Berlin, down by 20 points, but they've got the rotation for next. And right now, it is Hydra in the ultimate spot that could cause some issues. FaZe able to sniff him out.
Find that first kill on the rotation. Hydra's still going to spawn out towards back trains, though. Crim eliminates that pressure coming in from that P2 side. Now the glide bomb is going to get invested. Probably a terrible time to do so with 2 of your teammates dropping, so the glide bomb is going to get absolutely nothing. New York hold that first push. Now it's time to hold the pressure coming out from Train side. Crimsix does a great job of finding 2 from top Train. They're just holding on to the pressure to the Train. I mean, the flip is also going to be there. So now Atlanta FaZe spawning out towards the back. This is the perfect case scenario for NYSL to potentially take this lead and get properly set up for that P5.
Great work from Crim. Now 4 in a row. Does get found out there from Cellium. That is always an interesting element added into this series as Hydra finds his 3rd in a row. It's going to be that battle between Crim and the Tiny Terrors, Jay. We know how often they like to go back and forth on social media. I guarantee that if New York does somehow manage to walk away with this series, there's going to be some extreme trash talk tossed away of Simp and aBeZy. The same can be said if it goes either which way. Right now, a neck-and-neck game as we head into P5, and Crim continues to slay on, out dealt with by aBeZy. Back and forth we go.
And when you take a look at the start that Simp had, you're probably thinking Atlanta FaZe are going to run away with this. He started off like 11-2, picks up that early glide bomb, but New York, they do a great job of just not making that glide bomb useful. They're controlling the time, and this is one thing that I really love about ever since they have added a player like Kismet to the team. I call him at least the Mr. Do-It-All. The guy's going to be able to put himself in about 35 to 40 engagements a map. He's going to soak up about 2 minutes, and this is what's allowing NYSL, even right now with getting outslayed, they're still having a great lead.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about so many different things with New York's game. Obviously, they sit right now 11th in the overall standings. A lot of issues, right? A lot of problems with this Subliners team, and it felt like series after series. I mean, it felt like, you know, things were being checked off the list, whether it comes down to struggles in hardpoint, you know, communication with the SMGs, even little things like attacking percentage on Tuscan. Everything was being solved, and a lot of the times, man, it felt like Kismet was at the helm of all of those problems being solved. He has absolutely been a major contending force for why NYSL has turned things around. And the same thing can be said for Mr. Paulehx. Great work toward the outskirts of the alley. Ends his streak on 5 in a row. We've had so many players going on sprees, and now it could be Crim's turn, though. Let's go ahead and toss it down to some communication. Let's go to a listen now with NYSL.
One shot lower. You can challenge. He's playing now. 15 seconds, guys. Hey, just stay on top of rotations here. Stay on top of rotations. Someone else get dice here. Someone else get dice. I get dice. In you. There's 2 in you. One's P2 tank. Hit on my tank. He's hitting up. He's hitting my tank.
We gotta kill this guy.
Okay. We're good. I'm wrapping deep right.
You went long, I think. I don't see him.
Yo, dubs.
Don't see the guy old. Don't see the guy old.
One's in a P for shot.
Yo, left up dead.
Yeah, I'm playing for dice. You were looking for dice. Looking for dice. He's on the tank. We're right side of it. He's pushing the side door now.
Yo,
close inside door. Close inside door.
One side door, close. We close.
Dead. Too close. Yo, one to your street. 2 left. Switching on your street.
Yeah, I got him. P1.
Nice. Top P5. Alec weak.
Some great comms there out of NYSL, despite what has been a excellent opportunity for Atlanta FaZe to even the score once more. A lot of great small talk coming through from New York, Jay, and a myriad of different moments, calling out specific players to look out for here and there. We're on the brink of another lead change and a massive hard point up next. Let's now take a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Bottom fire, Hydra. Where do you? He's on fire. I didn't need him. I have 14 bullets. One's front fire, hitting out. I'll see him. Hitting gold, I'm dead. 2 on gold. Just 2 on. Hold weak. Hydra. One shot.
I'm still pinching you guys.
I spawn glass.
I'm still BSing him.
He's library.
Pinch me BSing you guys. Kismet.
We need this. Hit this.
Bottom fire too. Don't pinch me fire.
I'm playing bottom fire.
I spawn B.
Weak. Comes back last time. I'm dead. There's one in fire.
Fall weak. Sorry. Take your time. Go right.
How many steps? I saw in glass. Yeah, how many steps?
I spawn for guys. Okay.
He's still there.
Watch out. Watch out 4 steps. Beat him. Watch out 4 steps.
I'm already back here.
I'm watch you.
The comms rounds are clean from both sides. For Atlanta FaZe, you can just hear the frustrations in their voice. They can simply not break into that P3 with the way that NYSL were properly set up there. And then for the opposite side for NYSL, I think the biggest voice that I heard had to be Kismet. He was currently leading. He was like, make sure we're on top of our rotations. Make sure we're putting ourselves in the best positions to close out this map. And that's why you see NYSL currently up 50 points. They're doing the fundamentals right. They're making sure that they are set up properly for their money hills. We saw it on the early rotation for P1. They get a full 60 there. They get smoked at the P2, but they respond with a great hold on P3 to now have a 40-point lead.
40-point lead, but that is starting to evaporate. Some excellent plays from Atlanta. They've scattered themselves firmly inside of the train station. NYSL with a moment to breathe, maybe even a moment to contest. As FaZe finally pressured with 30 seconds left. Not nades, rather, exchanged either which way. Simp pressured and dealt with as Crim goes flying. Trades everywhere. As half the lobby drops in a matter of seconds, it could be on the Kismet to contest what would be a 1 versus 3 inside of the time. But back and forth we go. Some Titan-like plays being made from either which side. Jay, we have got ourselves a Berlin hardpoint as New York break for the final 5 seconds. That will flip things for Atlanta FaZe for a future P1 possibly, but we've still got another hardpoint to go.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe need to focus on keeping this side of the map, keeping their control towards top plat, and not allowing NYSL to get a lot of time off of this P5. As you see, they find 2 kills towards that P1 area. Crim trying to do everything he can to hold down this train side. He's gonna spot Cellium and get a little bit of assistance from Paulehx, but neither one of these squads are playing for much time off of this B5. I'd like to see NYSL probably contest it a little bit more, put the pressure on Atlanta FaZe so they have to try to contest it. But they're just doing a great job of just keeping them off. Atlanta FaZe are not trying to flip these spawns.
Yeah, you're happy, like we always say, to park the bus, stay in the back of the base, don't get overly aggressive, and I don't know, maybe Simp just like, hey, aBeZy, getting a little bit aggressive, my man, maybe on the other side of P5, not a big fan of that. Obviously, jokes aside, he gets taken down. Cellium, nice little angle there as well. Okay, MC, through the railing we go. Unfortunately, all of those automaton bullets, 30 good ones, majority of them do go through the railings, and nothing gonna be earned there from him. Rotation bound, 25 more for New York, and the one player who has continued to be the route man very well might be making the plays. Hydra gonna find himself inside a back P3, and the plays are gonna be made. Finding one onto aBeZy, giving the communication out to his teammates as the pinch is nearly in. MC handles business. New York earns spawns in the meantime. A lot of seconds that could be going FaZe's way unless New York can make the break.
Yeah, New York just need one break because Atlanta FaZe, they're set up for this beautifully. They have every single angle cut off. aBeZy's watching the full flank, Cellium is watching secret, and now you're basically forcing all of New York to try to break this from top plat, and that's gonna help. Hydra and Paulehx are able to find 2. Paul with his second kill. Last player closest is gonna be Cellium. They take care of him, and now New York has the potential to get closer to that 250-point mark, but they cannot win here.
They cannot win it here. FaZe do just enough at the start, but they will be incredibly close. Around 247, maybe 248 with the tick, and we know that is a long one at that. But FaZe ready, geared, and prepared, as they will have to lock things down and then some here at Library, here inside of Mail, whichever call out you like to give. It's time. New York starting things off well with the nade, the instant trades, though, as Hydra looks to break on through. Paul with one, a perfect team wipe from New York, and some extra bullets for good measure out of Paulehx, as NYSL will answer here in the Berlin, taking it, and now up 1-0 in the series. Shades of Pro-Am already.
NYSL just did a great job from start to finish of this map of doing the fundamentals. Their SMGs, Kismet and Hydra, both taking the routes when needed. Big plays coming out of them to make sure that they were set up on their money hills properly. We saw it on the first go around. They set up properly for that P3. They were able to get some great time there. Then off the second rotation, they were able to flip those spawns on Atlanta FaZe and take control of that P1 top plat side and basically hold that down for a full 60. Atlanta FaZe's always answer was at that P2 hardpoint. They always were able to at least get 40 to 50 seconds, at least in the first 2 rotations, to get themselves back in the game. But we said it before the map even started. If Atlanta Atlanta FaZe found themselves with the early rotation towards that P3, that's where they needed to set up. They cannot allow one player to just slip through fire and basically flip their spawns on its head. That is mistakes on the side of Atlanta FaZe. That's why this map has been in their permo bans. Like, this is why they're trying to expand it, because they see a lot of mistakes that they make on this map. It shows there, even though they play NYSL really close on it, they still had a couple mistakes that cost them. NYSL take map number 1.
And the biggest issue too, Jay, the reason why it hasn't been, one of their primary hardpoint choices, which again, it hasn't been a ton, when it comes down to CDL matches. I imagine scrimmages are a large portion of why that's the case. But in the matches that we've seen, it's been Cellium with the 1.3, everybody below like a 0.9, 0.8. In this game, if you were to tell me all those things considered, that Simp was going to start off a perfect 7-0 and also lead the way for the team, I would have told you, it's probably going to be an Atlanta FaZe victory. I expect the #1 hardpoint team in the game to take the dub with all of those factors considered. Also, they do outslay in the game and do lose it. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And the perfect element of teamwork at the end to get the perfect 4-man wipe. Excellent execution there from the Subliners. And that instantly makes you, I guess, Jay, very concerned if you're an Atlanta fan. I mean, everybody is watching this series with both of these teams in mind, right? Where does Atlanta sit, especially in the search and destroys? Where does New York sit after the Pro-Am W? Well, New York come out strong, and now the emphasis is going to be on to Atlanta. You can list off all kinds of search and destroy records. They have not been great recently, and they've got a Bocage up next.
Yeah, and going into the Bocage search and destroy, this has been their auto veto the entire year. They're just trying to expand their map pool, and when you're down 0-1, it makes it a little bit more difficult to try to fight into this series. They have to show life on a map that they barely played before. So for New York, they're sitting at 3-2, not really a little bit more success on the side of NYSL than it is for Atlanta FaZe. But just the way that NYSL plays this map, it's all on Hydra. Like, Hydra is the guy that really just sets the tone on this map. Pretty sure on this map specifically, sitting at a 1.2. On the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe, the guy that needs to shut him down has to be Simp. On that map, he's a 1.8. And that's a guy that usually is stepping up. Like, based off of that map, #1, pushing out spawn, 7-0, glide bomb. The guy is ready to play today. So I'm looking at him to try to shut down Hydra. But then for me, it has to be the other half of the Tiny Terrors. It has to be aBeZy. On this map specifically, on a map like Bocage, you're probably thinking SMG, you're going to find a lot of success. But he's overall sitting at a 0.76 on this map. So him and Simp need to find some teamwork going into this map #2 so they don't go down 0-2 in this series.
Yeah, without a doubt, my friend. We'll go and take a look as well at our Search Destroy top performers. These are overall stats combined throughout Vanguard. And I know we're talking about a few specific players. Like we said, these are just the top performers for both of these rosters so far throughout the season. It is Paulehx from one side with a good old 1.3. On the other side, it is good old MC, a 1.27. Some major numbers, but sometimes, Jay, as you called it, the numbers don't always tell the story. While these guys are without a doubt the leaders in their team in Search Destroy, you're looking more at the SMGs, you're looking more at those early entry fights. And I gotta say, man, I absolutely agree with you. I want to see Simp and aBeZy get dominant on a Bocage Search Destroy. I want to see aBeZy getting first blood, staying alive, or at least, taking down a majority of the roster, whether it's a first blood and some extra shots and somebody else. You want to see, I guess, maybe some decision making when it comes down to Atlanta. That's been the primary critique around this team in S&D, my friend. And you've talked about it a lot with me in the green room. It just feels like at times they stall out and they wait for somebody to make a play.
I feel like every time we've been watching Atlanta FaZe so far in S&D, in this game specifically, they're just overthinking a lot. Like, some of these plays, you can just push out, use your gun skill to win some of these rounds. But the fact that they're overthinking, just basically spreading map the entire time, not really using their strengths to their advantages. Like, with the Tiny Terrors on your head, you want these guys to just full out be aggressive, probably find you a couple trades left and right. And then you have Cellium in your back pocket, who could always put himself in a position to play the clutch. I would just like to see more fast plays coming out of Atlanta FaZe and less thinking.
Well, speaking of fast, New York send 2 strong instantly through the river. Arcitys, the first man away of it, quickly gets met with some shots out of Hydra. First blood is found. And just like that, Atlanta FaZe, in some ways, are going to be between a rock and a hard place. They've got every single bit of cover found. However, it is a 2-for-1 trade throughout the middle. Now going to bring it in to a 2 versus 1. Cellium, the last player alive. And he's got both players below him, Jay.
And they know his position as well, because Cellium does pick up a kill. They're now in the 1v2. Hydra and Crim trying to spot him. Don't know if Crim was able to at least spot him towards back stable, but Cellium does see one. He's gonna challenge onto Hydra, doesn't get the kill. Crim is there for the pounce, and that's just a beautifully executed round by NYSL to be early aggression towards that water side. Great duo work coming in from Hydra and Kismet, because they both are just pushing out super aggressive. Kismet fully commits, Hydra slows it down. He finds that first opening blood and then sends Kismet on the full flank before he eventually does get taken down. Right there, New York, just setting the tone right off the rip. Now you have to watch your flank if you're Atlanta FaZe going on to the rest of these offensive rounds.
Yeah, Jared, I know you get excited about that. You love when teams make a statement early into a search destroy, because like you said, it's perfect, right? You put that in the back of the enemy's mind throughout the entirety of the game. Hydra's doing some interesting jump spots toward the river. Meanwhile, it is Kismet with the bomb on his back, looking to try to make a play. He does see the window is open, and speaking of windows, it's the opportunity there for Crim as Porter hits the deck. It could be on the Kismet to pick up a frag and return. Current 3 versus 3. Round starts to slow down.
A lot of time to work with if you're New York. Just trying to play for some information. Hydra's gonna be that player watching if anyone tries to sneak through that water side. And Paulehx is the guy watching towards mid gate. He's gonna put down a couple shots towards top room, and this is eventually gonna allow Kismet to be the playmaker. He does have the bomb in his hand, so you do not want to die in a terrible position here.
You don't want to die in a position like this. Arcitys able to find Paul in the middle of trying to get toward top grandmas. He gets found out. Kismet and Hydra now left alive, and Kismet, a great beamer there onto Arcitys. And because of the great work that Hydra has done, he now will help babysit the bomb carrier over toward the B site. So plant down, and now it's time for the retake. Kismet gets dealt with, and now it is all on to Paco. 1v2.
Yeah, right there. Hydra definitely spots the player, and aBeZy going towards lower water. I would like to see Kismet just play a corner on bomb, not turn your back towards that side of the map. So now in the 1v2, Hydra's just going to play for them not hopping this bomb, just trying to stall as much time as he can on this clock. Cellium is eventually going to hop on his defuse, and I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's one to get up with his life.
Paco, the 1v2 takes him off to the fuse in the perfect amount of time. And Crim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1, and also hits the snap on aBeZy. Give me a break. The crack of a smile there from Hydra says it all.
That's insane clutch. Insane ice in the vase for young Hydra as he clutches up the 1v2 to now put his team up 2-0. I thought he wasn't going to get close to that bomb, but when he gets that first kill and then snaps on aBeZy, that's what makes Hydra Hydra. He makes things look really easy.
Yeah, man, like I said, the first one is already great enough, but the fact that he also finds the second, I mean, aBeZy could have gone for the defuse. He wins that fight. He gets there in time. My goodness, already into round 3. We've got players in very, very close quarters right now. Bocage almost feels like there's not enough room for 8 players on the map. He's already inside of Grandma's. Not a ton of square footage to work with, but that's exactly how aBeZy likes it. Finding Hydra getting some revenge from that prior round. As Arcitys will answer with one on the Kismet. Paul gets the timing. Now a 2 versus 3. Makes his way into old AS&D. And also will get punished all on to Crim. A 1v3 found out. FaZe, thankfully, get one on the board.
That's just good work from Atlanta FaZe. Right there for Atlanta FaZe. When you're attacking this A bomb slow and steady, they usually find a lot of success winning their offensive rounds around 66% of the time. So if they plant this bomb towards A, it's going to be tremendous problems on the side of NYSL because they have a 0% retake percentage if that bomb ever gets planted at A. So they try to shut it down, but aBeZy opens up with that first blood. Once they find that, they eventually turn it into a 4v2. And at that point, they know the positioning of Crim. They take him down. Atlanta FaZe finally able to get their first round on the board. As they go back on the defensive side, New York just going to take their time once again. Paulehx opens up with that first blood with the nade.
Some great nades early. Make sure to empty those pockets. Oh, and aBeZy brought down quite low. Kismet, oh, he's hungry. He wants that kill. Crim, another one on a Simp, an instant 2v4, and Kismet, yep, that one's going to belong to him as well. Arcitys, very, very quickly left in a 1v4. Still doable if he takes that player off the bomb, but he gets found out as well. NYSL the entire way over toward that A site, handle business, and don't give Arcitys the chance.
I don't know what's going on with today, but for some reason, a lot of people are catching the frags to their feet today. We saw it in our first series, nade first bloods every single time. And right there, New York to do a great job of capitalizing on that first blood. Once they find that first blood with the nade onto Cellium, you see Kismet with his nade, puts it right in through the old ASD site. Once he gets that hit marker, he commits fully to take position of that side of the map and catches aBeZy completely off guard. That's just beautiful adjustments coming in from NYSL to not take a commanding 3-1 lead.
It just already feels like it, man. FaZe, a must-win type of round, but Crim and Hydra gets everybody involved in the feed as it is a blender over toward the A site. Arcitys again left in a 1 versus 4, and my goodness, New York, perfect placement, perfect plays as after what has been a very frustrating search and destroy for the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, we talked about the Paco play, right, where he's able to clutch on out. I mean, in some of these situations, New York, they just get players down in a moment's notice. And really for FaZe at this moment, man, it's got to be around. Like, you got to win this next one. You got to get something for the sake of this series. Somebody's got to answer. Somebody's got to wake up.
Somebody's got to get something on the board for Atlanta FaZe, because the way that Atlanta FaZe is, the way that New York are playing right now, so much confidence in their gameplay. It's not slowing down. So now you see the game starts to slow down as we get towards these later rounds in the search and destroy. They're going to slowly try to creep their way up towards A, and Simp is in a great position, but he might get sniffed out here because no one is going to be in a position to watch his back.
Yeah, Cellium is not on that tank. Cellium is not on the tank, so Crim and Kismet working together. They go for Kismet to make his way through sewer. Arcitys is going to know that he's there. Great work there from Arcitys. However, it's Crim with 1 and Arcitys with the 2nd. So maybe Alec taking some things into his own hands. He's had to do everything for this team, as he's tweeted out. He's had to run the SMG. He's had to grab the bomb. And right now, he's trying to dig this team back from the depths that they find themselves in. A 4-1 hole. The current 2 versus 3. Cellium is just somewhere in a bush. And he easily could find one of these 2 players.
Yeah, with 20 seconds left, NYSL, they're just trying to at least get some ounce of information.
Where is he? Where is Cellium?
But the bomb is actually going to get planted towards B. So now that the bomb goes down, aBeZy's there for the challenge, makes it a 3v1. Now it's all left up to Crim in a 1v3 situation. Cellium eventually jumps out of the bush and says, "Hello, buddy. I'm going to challenge you." And he wins the gunfight. Atlanta FaZe able to stop the bleeding for now. Take the round on the defensive side. Now down 4-2.
That's Cellium just like, yeah, I pulled out a little spot in the Berlin. Like, I've seen that before, but like in ranked and whatnot. But I've not seen that one in the bush. He's pulling out all the stops. Everything possible. A grinder of the game. Thankfully, that spot at least helps get Crim. I'm not sure if it necessarily made the biggest difference. Maybe he spots the end of a gun in top grannies and helps give a call out. But regardless, FaZe, a must-win round. Now into the swing. A round that they have to take. And right now it is Simp sitting at 0-6 in danger of the agency. Welcome to it as Kismet into the round early. Drops as aBeZy will find another one on the Hydra. Quick 2 versus 3. Now a 1 versus 3. Crim alone.
Crim left in the 1v3. aBeZy goes massive in towards bottom. Grant wants to find that 2-piece and puts himself on a 4 spree. So now if you're Crim, 45 seconds to work with. Right now, Atlanta FaZe have a lot of areas covered, as aBeZy is going to get spotted. Actually gets out with his life. Now with 30 seconds left, Crim, he's going to get sniffed out. He eventually gets taken down, in Atlanta FaZe slowly but surely climbing back into this game, even with Simp dropping a donut. Said it before the map even started, we needed to see a little bit better performance out of the other half of the Tiny Terrorists, and so far aBeZy has answered the call.
Yeah, well, Simp started off 7-0 in the Berlin, and right now he's starting off 0-7 on the Bocage. So a little bit of a difference. I know we don't see his profile. I know we don't see his actual video feed, so I'm not sure if anything's going on with him. We absolutely hope that everything's going well with him, but so far, killless, despite what has been some great rounds grabbed from Atlanta FaZe in these last 2. As the early tacticals, the utility tossed either which way, and thankfully for FaZe, they've got some players established where they need to be, but it's 2 nades, one which was a team kill, and another team kill.
What's happening?
What is going on? Crim takes down Paul. FaZe had an early nade. Arcitys left in a 1 versus 2, and I think New York spotted him.
And New York, they're not going to play for this plan either, but Arcitys is going to get a great angle onto Crim. So now in 1v1, Kismet is going to go for the challenge, and Arcitys says, don't worry, I'm ready for it. Able to come out on top in such a massive round for Atlanta FaZe. Early first blood goes in favor of New York. They find a nade. Cellium drops a nade on his feet, kills his teammate. And then eventually a trade comes in, and Arcitys does a great job of at least putting a little bit of bullets on that side of the map to get Crimsix to invest in his own team kill as well. Turns it into a 2v1. And then Arcitys reads it beautifully. Right there, New York, they're probably expecting for him to play grandmas towards the back of their spawn, not to commit towards a full wrap towards back barn. Finds that angle, commits towards the gunfights, and Arcitys keeps his team alive on a 5 spree.
And I thought they spotted him. I thought they saw him going for the rotation as aBeZy drops. Simp there for the reply. So Simp does get on the board for his 2nd kill and will be good enough to go back and grab the bomb. Do it all type of player, but was a 4-1 lead. Now even at 4 rounds apiece. That momentum now still sits in the balance. FaZe with it for the time. As the head of Paul nearly could have got spotted. He's got a great head of hair, but it could be a haircut. Out of Arcitys, he's got the clippers prepared. He and Simp working together toward the backside. The nades, the stuns are tossed out, and now it could be Paul's opportunity. Still 3v3, 30 seconds left, Jay.
Arcitys makes his way in towards Grandma, so he can be the playmaker to potentially come up behind one of these players on the NYSL squad. As the bomb is going to get planted towards A. The same impact that Arcitys is having is the same impact that Hydra is going to try to make. As he flanks his way, he finds that kill. Now it's all left up to Arcitys. The guy that was trying to be the playmaker eventually is going to get shot in the back. Great patience coming out of NYSL to not give up any ounce of information for Atlanta FaZe. They eventually try to work that bomb plant, but they strike at the right time. As New York put themselves up at 5-4. Match point now.
Match point. Game is not over.
Music's there, baby. Yeah.
It's not over yet. It's all good. But it could be. It very well could be. I think Crimsix's camera disappeared. I think he got so hyped he just maybe kicked the camera over. I have no idea what exactly happened, but it was indeed the other 3 players who were very hyped up. I think it was Paul and Hydra giving each other a nice fist bump while Kismet went for the defuse. Now up 5-4. They did allow for Atlanta FaZe to get back in this game. Now can they close the deal? Or will it be another round 11, which they saw so many times at the Pro-Am? Into the attack we go. Kismet once more with the bomb. Making his way toward that A site as shots are established early, but take a look at the angle Kismet could have. aBeZy's there to drop him though.
Big first blood coming in from aBeZy. Unfortunately not able to get the second, so Hydra evens up the numbers. And early into this round, you can already see Atlanta FaZe, everyone is changing their position. They're not trying to get naded for that first blood. But into the 3v3, NYSL looking like the wrap is going to come in towards that B site. Player in that position is going to be Arcitys towards that top tank. To at least give some information to his teammates of how they're going to try to develop on this play. The bomb is going to get planted. Now it's on Cellium and Simp to put that pressure on from the backside while Arcitys holds.
On Crim with the angle. Arcitys may try to line it up. Brought a little low in HP, but no, he's actually going to rely on Cellium. He's going to rely on Cellium to go on the flank. Meanwhile, it's Paul still lingering. 30 seconds still to work with. If you are FaZe, they've still got a bomb to defuse, and right now Paul is handling business. The 1-for-1 trade. Cellium and Simp now left up as Simp will take down 2. It is all under Crim. 15 seconds. Are they going to find his position? Are they going to know where he is? Simp is on the defuse. Simp is on the defuse, and he will take care of the round himself. A hat trick for a man who started off in the agency. He has brought it back, and he will get his team to overtime.
Simp goes massive right there in that last round. Puts himself in towards Little Shack, and then once he finds himself in that position, you're basically in the middle of every NYSL player. He finds that 2-piece on towards top street, and eventually waits for his teammate to get into the play before he commits towards that defuse. He uses that head glitch to close out that gunfight. Simp, you know, it was a matter of time before he finds his kills in Search and Destroy. And so far, he's been the answer for this Atlanta squad to get back into this game. Round 11. Here we go.
And there you see the records. New York saw so many round 11s when it came down to the Pro-Am. In fact, the majority of their W's came 4 of their 5 wins in this very situation. Is Atlanta FaZe early on in this round look to plant down the objective, but Kismet, he gets dealt with. The great work and the coordination from FaZe early, finding the headshot onto the man who was the primary slayer in round 11s. But here we go. Hydra and Simp reply with kills themselves. 2 versus 3, advantage FaZe.
Look at Arcitys. Arcitys makes his way behind these players as well, so he's going to be able to at least help his teammates. And that is a beautifully executed round from Atlanta FaZe. They find that opening first blood. They fix their mistakes, because the first go around they allowed a player to go in from top grandma's window and shut down their entire push. But this time Cellium holds that angle. Once they find that first blood, based on the stats, whenever Atlanta FaZe puts that bomb down towards A, New York have a 0% chance at getting that retake. They eventually do not plant that bomb, but that's just a beautifully played call from Atlanta FaZe in that final round to find that first blood, eventually stall out that plant to find the second, and then allow your island player in Arcitys to work that late flank through that water side to secure this map number 2. Now the tie the series up at 1 apiece. Best case scenario for Atlanta FaZe, especially with the way that they've been looking in their Search and Destroy recently.
Yeah, man. And like we said, after the crazy run from Hydra early, we're talking about, okay, FaZe, a number of different situations. This is the swing round. This is a round you have to win. And they were able to deliver in every single one of those moments. Down 4-1. They get us to the overtime and they walk away with the Search Destroy. And Jay, I said the same thing in the Berlin. If you would have told me that Simp was going to start off 0-7 in a Bocage Search and Destroy, I would have told you were crazy to think that Atlanta would walk away with it. But this time they're able to do it. A great turnaround there from Simp. As man, Atlanta FaZe, they're able to bring it back, and I guess it's also a good sign. I mean, you're down 4-1, but Jay, you like the adjustments they made throughout a lot of those rounds.
Yeah, it was aBeZy in the first half of that game when they were down 4-1. He was just taking over, popping 2 pieces whenever he needed to, and then basically a tag team comes in. Simp says, don't worry, you got the first half, I'll take the second half. He was able to put up at least 6 or 7 kills to close out that Search and Destroy. Massive plays from Simp to not lose composure, because usually when you see someone go 0-7, you're thinking in the back of your mind of, I'm doing everything wrong. They're catching me off timings. They know everything that I'm going to do. How could I throw them off? He completely lets that go, turns up on the second half of that Search and Destroy to tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, man. Simp turns up, Arcitys turns up, the rest of the roster begin to join alongside of each other as now they've brought ourselves to a 1-1 score line. Folks, when we come back after the break, it is time for some Gavoot to control. Stick with us. It's the final match of day number 1 here at our Major III Qualifiers.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Alrighty, friends, it's time to take a look at the Scuff play of the game, and it comes from the man that led the way throughout this search and destroy. It is that man, Arcitys, with the clutch. Jay, oh boy, this was a round and a half out of him.
Yeah, this is basically a 1v3 once he gets that first team kill, but then he wraps his way all the way around back barn, finds that first kill onto Crim, and then the commitment from Kismet, the confidence from him to challenge Arcitys, you know, a two-time world champion. He's ready for all times of gunfights as he walks away with that massive, massive round to eventually lead to Atlanta FaZe taking the search and destroy, tying the series up at 1 apiece. Big plays coming in from Arcitys. Now we're going into a Gabutu control, and I feel like whoever walks away with this map between both of these teams is going to be able to take the series. Both of these teams don't really find a lot of success. Pretty sure it's 5-5 on the side of NYSL, 6-7 on the side of Atlanta FaZe. So this is going to be a struggle for either one of these squads. For me, it's whoever can take the most ticks of progression to guarantee themselves that defensive round for round 5.
Yeah, Jay, you and I were like chatting about this. It was like, okay, let's go and take a look at the the numbers when it comes down to offense and stuff. And what you had like 20% on attack for Atlanta. It's like 15% on attack for New York on Gabutu. Not great numbers, but oftentimes, as we like to talk about in our controls, it is about as many ticks as you can get. Right now, Hydra leading the way for New York. On the other side, it is Cellium. Just a good old 1.26. It feels like anything lower than a 1.2 for MC is just an off type of game for him. But here we go into Gabutu. Map number 3. Time for control. And it is time to see how many ticks Atlanta can get. Sounds like a game show. Here we go, Jay.
Here we go. New York going to be sending 3 players over towards that green side. 1 player committing towards that flank towards ring, as Crim is able to find 2 players towards the middle of the map. Cellium trying to do everything he can from top boat to stay alive, but this eventually allows Kismet to set up on that flank. Paulehx takes down Cellium, and now New York, they can fight for this map control. As Atlanta FaZe, they're able to slide right back on in just to keep this clock from ticking down, but so much map control coming in from NYSL, keeping the push stagnant right now for Atlanta.
Yep, trying to keep it stagnant for as long as possible, and just like that, they strike on through. That'll be 3 to start things off. And this particular team push is MC will be tagged up, but not bagged fully. And not only is their presence at A, but Simp still lingering over at that B zone. The longer he stays alive, the easier it is for his teammates over toward bottom ship, as Crimsix, the only player in ear's distance, is going to be handled. And if Cellium's in his spot, it's not going to be the easy time. While he drops, it will be New York winning that particular fight, and with that, they will be able to hold off what was nearly a second tick bit of progress. Exchanges either which way, 34 seconds paused on the clock.
And if you remember when NYSL played the LA Thieves at the Pro-Am Classic in the finals on this map specifically, New York basically played this every single defensive round flawlessly by putting a lot of pressure on towards A. But Cellium able to shut that right on down, finds a 3-piece towards top bow. A is eventually going to get captured. Now it's going to force all of NYSL to try to play for that ring side as they find that 2-piece in towards the middle of the map. Arcitys doing a great job of just holding down this position. It's such a key gunfight if Arcitys can come out on top.
Wins the first. Now able to find the second. P1 control currently at the hands of NYSL. Meanwhile, aBeZy looks to make his way inside of green. One thing to think about too, Jay, like, I don't think anybody's thought about this, right? With the recent automaton buff, now 30 bullets. How much higher is Cellium's KD gonna get?
It's massive, bro, because when you go from 25 bullets in the auto to now 30, it basically goes from a 2-piece to now a 3-piece. You can potentially get 3 kills, and we saw Cellium do it right there before he even had to reload. But that's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. Now New York spawning out towards back green. Atlanta FaZe, the stack is going to be here. First tick is already complete.
First tick's already through, the stack is in, and oh my goodness, Hydra the only player with the answer, but not sure if anybody else is going to be able to make a sizable dent. Still 2 players strong on the zone. Gonna be some nades. It's gonna take some prayers, some Hail Marys, possibly from Paul. He hits the sand, a mouthful of it, and that will be Atlanta FaZe walking away with our opener. A great round from them. And for the future of this game, that puts pressure now on the Subliner side.
Yeah, that sets up Atlanta FaZe to basically close out this map. They had a 20% win rate on the offensive side, a 71% win rate on the defensive side. So the fact that they walk away with their very first offense already puts them up 6 ticks going into this round number 2. So as long as you don't allow them to capture B, you should have that defense just in case it goes to that round number 5.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about as Paul starts things off nicely with the first blood. It's just like you get a great first round on attack, and that just sits with you throughout the remainder of the game. Just the way that Gavutsu works is New York. A nice start, and Hydra, I think, does in fact sneak his way through green, so he will find himself in a great position. He's got 3 players to look at. Finds 1, finds 2, and the only player who's going to be, I guess, somewhat near him is going to be Simp. He and Cellium combined for 2, but with that nice play out of Paco, now it's going to free up NYSL to keep that A progress going. Already 2 ticks through as now Simp tries to make his way on the flank.
You have 2 players who are trying to commit towards this flank. As Simp eventually finds the first, finds the second as well. He's going to be on the 6th spree. All ready to start us off. Unfortunately, does not win that gunfight onto Hydra. Kismet with a huge one-on-one onto aBeZy. Eventually secures that A point. So now if you're Atlanta FaZe, it's all about controlling the map. Trying to get pushed out towards the slower beach. Keeping control of top ring. And Paulehx at least able to get that trade onto Arcitys. Can he find this kill onto the player in top ring? Cellium has to try to go massive.
Oh, some great work. They're at a Kismet. Take down both Simp and Arcitys. Found instantly. Kismet trying to make the plays, and aBeZy has not turned around. aBeZy has not turned around. 4 in a row now for Kismet. He tries to pull a 180, and as he falls, thankfully for FaZe, New York was not as established as they would have liked to be. But I mean, what?
Wow.
You just give it a few more seconds. That could have been a team fight flip the other direction. FaZe take advantage, and just like that, Subliners in the very back of their base in threat of a spawn trap.
And already Simp is on another 6th spree. He went off another glide bomb, and he loses the gunfight once again. Just massive kills coming in from NYSL to take him down before that glide bomb does get pulled on the side of Simp. But you see the pressure, the map control right now for Atlanta FaZe. Didn't matter with Kismet's play going in towards the back, as long as Cellium was able to hold down top ring. Now with a minute left, you're going to force all of NYSL to try to attack this from the middle, try to push this out from back green. But aBeZy's going to be here to cause them some problems.
He's in a great spot to cause some issues, and he'll be able to take at least 1 with him. Breaks his way through cages, and yep, the rest of FaZe answer accordingly. It's going to take a prayer for NYSL if they want to get some ticks over at that B zone. And Cellium could be in streak territory now at 5. Needs 2 more for the glide. And that's really the only thing to think about. This round looks to be done and dusted. It appears like it is going to go Atlanta FaZe's way. A current 13 versus 5 with only 10 seconds on the clock. Not going to be enough for New York to walk away with this. Cellium does now find the 6th. Prim hunting, searching, and that will be the glide bomb. Nearly makes it 8 in a row. Cellium putting those 30 bullets of the automaton to good use. Will have the glide bomb. FaZe find themselves up 2-0. And now New York, well, they're in a pickle, Jay.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for NYSL. Now that they're down 3 ticks, you have a glide bomb to work with if you're Cellium. If you're Atlanta FaZe, your main focus is just completing this A capture just in case you do lose this round. So they can guarantee themselves that defense if they go towards the round 5. But just so much map control right now for Atlanta FaZe, dominating. Cellium and Simp both sitting at double positive, a little bit better than double positive, actually. As Hydra trying to do everything he can, he eventually takes down 2, but it opens up the lane for Simp to find another 2-piece into the feed. 20-7, having a great bounce back after that map number 2.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely good. Maybe even spectacular. Some could argue. 20-7, nearly triple positive. I did possibly spoil it. Caster Curse may be involved. It is Friday the 13th after all, but it has been a great game so far for Simp in the respawns. He has been absolutely fantastic. And despite what is a current woeful moment from FaZe, they are up 2-0 in this game. So do not want to give this one up. They still want to try to get that progress today just to solidify things, even if the round does not end up going their direction. But New York, for the first time, it feels like in this game, Jay, have got a grip. They've got some control. We'll see if they can carry this forward, as now Kismet as well could have a glide bomb. 2 more.
Atlanta FaZe cannot get out of their spawn. NYSL have been getting kill after kill. Finally, Cellium at least finds one, but he's gonna get traded. Kismet on a 6 spree. Paulehx eventually has the cover fire. And this is where it can get scary for Atlanta FaZe, because they only complete 1 segment here. So now that puts them up 4 going into their next defensive round. But you do not want to allow anyone to get some glide bombs. Do not feed a kill towards Kismet, because this can change the game drastically. As it's going to be a nice, beautiful, dominant defensive round coming in from NYSL to keep themselves alive in this game. Now, if we are observers, please listen to me. We have to stay on board here with Kismet, because his glide bomb is going to be the game changer. If he can potentially pick up that glide bomb, that is the opening that NYSL are looking for.
Kismet was like, can somebody bait for me, please? Hydra,
someone give me a kill, man.
Anybody? Can somebody just jump out, sacrifice yourself for the greater good? As you said, my friend, 6 in a row, 1 more for the glide. And that could be huge when it comes down to this attack. A must-win round for NYSL, as Simp already off the start finds the angle toward top cliff, wipes away Hydra instantly. The unfortunate team kill onto aBeZy now will free up things for a moment there for New York. And as we said, staying on board with Kismet, gets hit hard with the nade, brought down to 30 HP. That tick begins to go on through. First one nearly there is Kismet. Can he find it? Is it gonna happen?
He's playing so safe right now. He knows how drastic this glide bomb can be, and he finds it. Big kill coming in from Kismet to secure that glide. Now you can start delusionally challenges as he finds himself on an 8 spree. Big gunfight versus Cellium allows his teammates to eventually get on A, stop this clock, and currently have a 1 live advantage. Now, if you're Atlanta FaZe, they're just going to completely chalk this. They're going to play for the map control. They're going to take control of top ring, take control of their beach side. They do find 2. That's going to be 3 dead. They're actually going to put that pressure on it. And with Kismet, the last player up towards top O, even though he's on a 9 spree, Atlanta FaZe taking map control once again.
Kismet has been here the entire round.
He's chilling.
He may be the captain, but Atlanta FaZe. Oh my goodness, I've caused so many issues. A great shot there from Paul. As that'll be the kill that leads him into the objective, but nade after nade. aBeZy can do it with both, whether the nade or the 40. He is purring right now. Oh, as he gets taken down through the middle of the map. 30 seconds left. Somebody from New York is going to pause this time. And pause it quick. Like we said, glide bombs to work with from either side. As 3 go down. 3 go down. Of course, it's Kismet, the last man alive. Hydra's able to find one through the middle side of the map. As Cellium now is in the base. Some things to think about for the future if you are NYSL, but the only thing they have to focus on is getting that A zone under their belt, and they will do exactly that as Simp. Double headshots.
That's great shots coming in from Simp to eliminate Paulehx from that top P1 control. So now it allows him to get pushed up. You see all of NYSL with the influence of where Cellium is on the map. They're forced to overextend every single time.
Comes a glide.
And that's from Kismet as well. It wasn't even Cellium, so you're not worried if you're Atlanta FaZe at all. The fact that Kismet does find a kill with that, he eventually finds a second. So now he can put pressure on towards this point, but the player's still behind him. Kismet, your job is to find this player towards the back. And he does a great job of doing so. Last player up is going to be Simp. This is where Atlanta FaZe might have to invest that glide.
Yeah, they might have to invest it. New York, they put a lot into this push, and they're finding the players. They're finding the angles. Hydra, he's here to hold the line. He's here to hold the angle. But he does get dealt with. aBeZy, the SMG. Great work up close, as now it's time for Cellium to bring out the glide of his own. Takes down Paul, and now that will release the time for the moment. Kismet tries to make his way into green as he gets dealt with. 30 seconds left.
5 lives remaining. This is going to be the last push for NYSL. Biggest player right here is going to be Hydra. He's the player that's trying to fight for this P1 control, allow for his teammates to push up, but aBeZy with the cutoff, able to find a 2P towards the middle of the map. Arcitys eventually finds a 3rd. Last player closest pushed up towards the middle side is going to be Kismet. He gets dropped. Now it's all on Crim in a 1v7 with 10 seconds left. There's no way in hell, unless he's the flash, that he can get towards his speed point. This should be Atlanta FaZe walking away with this map in a dominant fashion. They started off by starting with a great offensive win. They answered with their defense. They fall short in the following offense, but you know, defense on control, you're always going to have the advantage. Beautifully played by Atlanta FaZe to continuously keep that map control, to force NYSL to overextend every single time. When you're spawning up in control and you're having to work harder when you're coming off spawn to try to get out of your base or to even get towards the point. That was just great work from Atlanta FaZe to control the map every single round and walk away with it, now up to 1.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly, Jay. It was like after the round number 1, it's like, okay, FaZe, they walk away with the attack. More importantly, they get 6 ticks. I mean, that very well could really be the game. And it really, that obviously was. They go up 2-0. New York really never had an answer. They invested so much in that moment with the glide bomb. I mean, you could talk about whether it was the right timing or not, but they had an opportunity. They had a split chance where it could have worked out. But unfortunately for them, that is just how difficult it is to get that B zone here on Gavutu. And they learned that the hard way. FaZe, an answer and a half, as they've come through clutch, maybe carrying in that round 11 energy, that 4-1 comeback, Okaj energy. Here into the Gavutu. Simp was an absolute demon, it felt like, throughout the map. Same thing for Cell. Everybody had their moments, including Kismet from the New York side, but not enough for him as FaZe now up 2-1 in the series. I mean, Jay, it's a scary situation right now for New York. I mean, you felt great, right? If you were up 2-1 or 2-0, at any point, you want to be up going into this next game 4, buddy, because the record on this next map is not good.
Yeah, it's not good for New York, especially like when you control the maps the way that they did with a 4-1 choke on that search and destroy. That was massive for NYSL. And I know the Des asked me before this match even started if I was a little nervous. At least in the beginning I wasn't, but now I am for the NYSL boys, because they're going into a Tuscan hardpoint where they haven't had a lot of success all year long. They were sitting at 1-7 on that map, and their most recent matchup versus Toronto Ultra is the first time that they actually were able to win that Tuscan hardpoint. And for Atlanta FaZe, that's usually one of their bread and butters. They're sitting at 10-5 on this map. So it gets kind of scary when you go into the Tuscan hardpoint if you're NYSL. You had the opportunity to take it in that search and destroy, potentially be up 2-1 currently in this series, forcing that search and destroy where Atlanta FaZe have been struggling in that mode for that game 5. But now with them up 2-1, Atlanta FaZe going into one of their strongest hardpoint maps that they have. This is going to be a difficult one for NYSL.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tall task. And I want to say too as well, something to think about if you are a New York fan. Maybe I'm giving you a little extra energy, Jay. I want to say the only hardpoint that Atlanta did lose at the Pro-Am was to OpTic in a game 4 on Tuscan. It was a 6-point game, a very, very wild map. And OpTic was able to take it, and they carried that into a Berlin search destroy, which is what we have for a game 5. So, hey, the blueprint is possibly there, but obviously if you're Atlanta FaZe, you want to lock it up here. You do not want to see a second search destroy, my friend.
You definitely don't, and especially with the way that the Tiny Terrors have been playing. I feel like aBeZy in this series, he's really stepped up. But when you take a look at our top performers for Hardpoint in general, obviously Hydra for NYSL, he's been the guy that's been on this roster for every single match, putting up the best stats at a 1.08. And on the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe, none other than Cellium. I feel like for every single map and mode, whatever it is, Cellium is going to be leading in the category. 1.3 on this map specifically. Really a tough guy to handle. And if you are Hydra, with the pressure that he's able to put on this map, this is a guy that you need to make sure you're putting your focus on, because he can cause havoc for the NYSL squad.
Yeah, I feel like right there, that little screenshot we had of Cellium, that was like his face whenever he learned that he's getting 5 extra bullets in the automaton. Just a slight little smirk, like, okay, I guess my 1.3 is going to go to a 1.4 now. Incredible stats there from Atlanta FaZe. As New York, those smiles have now turned into more focused faces, as they realize this next game, this next map, very well could be their last of the series. Can they force that game 5? A very, very intense series, as we said, the Pro-Am champions trying to prove that they belong. Not just trying to prove that they belong, but trying to prove, Jay, that they are one of the top teams in the game. What you said earlier, 18-3 in maps at the Pro-Am, an unbelievable record that NYSL was able to have. But can they take it to one of the top dogs in the game, one of the greatest CDL franchises that we've ever seen? Most consistent, is they're going to take you the full distance. They're going to make you work for it. And I'm going to ask you, Jay, is this the last game of the series? Does FaZe get it done here, or are we headed to 5?
I think FaZe get it done here. It's just too many struggles for NYSL on this map. They struggle with P1 and P2. They allowed the opposite team to get about 30 points on both of those hard points. Their only money hill on this map is going to be that P3. So the same thing on map number 1. If they can control that P3, control the spawns for that, they should be in a great position to try to close this out. But you see that early on from Atlanta FaZe, the pressure's there as they were able to at least contest this and not allow NYSL to get a good chunk of time off this. Nades coming over the top. Simp already 3-1 to start off this game as they are controlling this P1, and they're going to be fully set up off the rotation towards that P2. You just cannot allow any NYSL players to step on through that P5, and aBeZy is going to be the cutoff man.
Yeah, man, you just like freeze frame the map for a moment. FaZe could not be in a more advantageous position, and now aBeZy watching the crossover at Plat. It gets the stun information, and from there, final 5 seconds gonna go the way of FaZe. They've got the rotation, and they've got the perfect man for the job and the cutoff that it needs to hold, but he doesn't recognize. Nobody was watching his green push out, and from there, New York, could they find the lane? Paul handles business from the backside of L. So some early adversity, somewhat handled from Atlanta, but New York are ready to answer the call once more. Kismet and Crim combined for 2, and right now, they seem to be the ones locking down the time. Constant battles back and forth. Here come the Subliners again.
Yeah, this is good work from New York to not allow Atlanta FaZe to get great time off of this P2. As they do have the spawn towards the back, but that's going to be 3 dead. Now all of New York spawning out towards the middle of the map. This can allow for Atlanta FaZe to set up properly for this, get this final 30 seconds. And now off the rotation, Simp's going to be that player. He actually jukes this player out as well. He's probably thinking that, all right, he probably pushes already through ring, but he gets sniffed out by Hydra. So now New York are going to be fully set up off of this P3, and this is the money hill for New York to get back into this game. Said it in the beginning, they win their rotation 81% of the time. They have a 92% hold rate. Shout out to my guy Carson for such an insane stat.
Yeah, those are some excellent numbers and a hard point that cannot be understated. A big one already for New York as a nice flanking opportunity does get dealt with. The 2 SMGs who spawn out field could be a little late to the party as the team fights one early from FaZe, a quick 2-for-1 trade. I mean, everybody ends up dropping in a moment's notice, but once more it is aBeZy standing tall and standing true. 8-5 start for him as Paul is able to break back on in as the close roof spawns get granted from the Subliners. That is what makes P3 so rough to try and break from the opposing squad, but hey, when you got some nades, it makes the job easier.
Makes it a little bit easier, but now with 20 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe know that they secured the spawns for that P4, and Cellium goes massive to win a 2-piece to get that final 15 seconds. Oh, well, Paulehx takes him out with an nade. So no junk time going to favor either squad, but now Arcitys played us trying to anchor this one for his squad, not allow anyone to sneak through the back. Currently up 32 points is going to be the Atlanta, but here comes Paul and Crim. That duo of the ARs are able to find every single kill, and that's going to be a clean break from New York.
Oh, and a great thought process already at Paul. Just the awareness, right, to know that they're going to be spawning over at field, not P5, and gets the reach out opportunity onto Cellium. He wins that, and now he's ready to rejoin the fight. But when he gets here, it's his teammates who are winning the gunfights that they have to. 35 big ones still left inside of church. Is Paul keeping him honest, keeping him true, holding the line with the automaton, and there is Hydra for a double. NYSL just like that, right back in this game and in territory of taking over the advantage. They will have that as now it is time for P5. 10 more seconds.
Now off the rotation, that player in Kismet is going to be the player all the way pushed out towards roofs. As Hydra and Paul are able to find a 2-piece off that rotation. Kismet has a huge 1-on-1 towards the backside, but it's going to be New York with the early setup. Gaining some good chunk of time here, and for Atlanta FaZe, they really do struggle on this P5. They find themselves on with the rotation about 20% of the time, and that's terrible. You need to make sure that you're setting up for these hard points. You cannot allow NYSL to grow a lead off of this P5 hard point, as they're currently up by 30. Trades going back and forth. Paulehx is gonna fly. He finds 2. He knows that the last player is gonna be outside. Goes for the challenge. Not able to win it, but New York still doing a great job. Basically a flawless hold on this P5.
Okay, a heat check from Mr. Paulehx. Some great work as New York have not just taken the lead, but they have ran with it in these past 2 hard points. 15 seconds left, and every single player is in this position. FaZe break on through, and they will be granted with 10 more seconds. But hey, if you're the Subliners, you're cool with that. We got a second side P1 ready to go. Arguably one of the best hard points here on Tuscan. We will take it, as now it's up to FaZe in what could be considered a retaking type of position, but Kismet finds one onto aBeZy, and take a look at the positions from FaZe and the back of their spawn. The only man who's not here is going to be Simp. Trades either which way. It's New York winning them. A 1v1 now in the point. aBeZy takes it. aBeZy takes it.
A big two-piece coming in out of aBeZy. So at least relieve the pressure for it now, but Paulehx gonna invest out a glide bomb. You take down Simp. That allows your teammates to get pushed up, but you do not want to flip these spawns. Look at number 8, which is going to be Arcitys. He wins a huge one-on-one. He eventually does get traded, so that allows NYSL to keep control of that P2, but they win a couple of those gunfights. They're going to put pressure on towards P1 and just fight for this chunk time. Once again, final 15 seconds are going to go in favor of NYSL. Atlanta FaZe on the back foot.
Atlanta FaZe on the back foot. Last time around, it was FaZe. They did such a great job at this hard point. And as you said, from a statistical perspective, this is one that they rely on quite a bit. Those P3s, not often solid, but New York, the great spawns towards their back. Right now, it is Atlanta walking away with the seconds, and a lot of that is because of the entry kills coming through from Cellium. Right now, on the 3 spree, and the nades continue to cause a frenzy. New York, despite having the great spawns, have yet to get a single second so far here at Column. A great opportunity right now for Atlanta, as it has to be a break from Subliners. Back and forth we go, and this is absolute chaos right now on the map. But the man that thrives, arguably the best in positions like this, is going to be aBeZy. Finally dropped as Arcitys takes one off of the rotation. The only man on the entire left side of the map is going to be him. FaZe preparing for new back in this game.
This has been a beautiful hold from Atlanta. Even without the spawns towards the back, they basically held this for a full 60, and they're able to chain it towards that P3 and now have the rotations this go around. Now only down 4 points, NYSL have to execute the break. So they're going to be pushing towards the middle of the map. They're going to push from right side field as well. All lot pressure going to be on Arcitys. What can he get? He finds one. Kismet does find a trade as they're putting pressure on towards that top fire and towards Vine. So trades are going to go back and forth, but Atlanta FaZe so far take the lead, and they're just trying to secure these spawns for now.
Trying to secure the spawns. Kismet, not a great statistical performance, but doing what he can to try to hold things down for as long as possible. He gets found out, and Crim has to reference back. Going alongside with the teammates for maybe one last good push. aBeZy just trying to be the staple to the roster right now. Cellium also gets dropped, man. I tell you what, there are so many fights. Both of these teams incredibly aggressive as New York stabilizes for the time. They try to eliminate those final few seconds, but take a look at the spread right now from Atlanta. Not only are they grabbing the last few points at the last hill, but they've also got spawns again for Church, continuing to be a step ahead of the game. Another opportunity where New York has to break.
And now Kismet, he's going to be the player to try to do so from the backside as Simp and aBeZy combined for 3. Kismet going to be the only player here. He goes massive as he finds 2, cannot find the 3rd. So it takes Atlanta FaZe off for the time for a little bit, but they get right back on it. Now the pressure's going to be here from Hydra, from top Church. That's going to be 3 dead. New York are able to flip the spawns. aBeZy, the last player up from Atlanta FaZe, in a position to at least contest this. They're spawning all the way across the map, and this is the way that New York are going to get right back into this game.
Tell you what, man, this has been a game and a half. I mean,
this is a battle.
Taking advantage, breaking hard points when they have to. It feels like no rotation, no spawn is safe right now on Tuscan, as both of these Titans continue to exchange blows either which way. Last time around, it was a solid first 40 seconds from New York at P5. A hard point to FaZe has not seen a ton of success on. Now they're going to rely upon it to try to keep themselves a sizable advantage as we head in toward the last side of our current hardpoint rotations. It is relied upon once again from Cellium to help break with the automaton. Job done early. FaZe now spot that 250 mark out of distance. Still hiding, still lingering right now with Simp, trying to make the plays as somebody goes in the flank. Simp's still here, doesn't finalize a kill. He doesn't finalize a kill, and Crim is winning some from the either direction. New York break.
And that's massive for NYSL, because Atlanta FaZe, when they are set up for this P5, they have an 100% hold rate. So they have the potential to close that out. But a great pitch coming in from New York to break on in. Huge one-on-one going to be between Cellium and Crim for this remaining 10 seconds, but off the rotation, it's going to be a huge gunfight. Simp does win the first, but Hydra comes out on top. So now New York are going to start off with this initial setup for that P1. They just have to get set up properly.
Oh man, Paul made the play. Paul found one, got shots to the other. That set up Hydra, and just like that, New York are here to start off P1. Back and forth we've gone. This has been an unbelievable Tuscan hardpoint so far. FaZe, they can feel the W. They can feel it in their grasps, and just like that, they break on through. They find 3. Crimsix, the only man still left to contest. 20 more points for Atlanta. Can they get it done here?
And Crim is doing a great job of at least contesting this for a little bit until his teammates get back into the play. But that's going to be all 4 dead in the feed. aBeZy not slowing down, as Paulehx does win a huge one-on-one, but this is the last push coming in from NYSL. They need to break now.
They need to break, but the unfortunate team kill takes down Paul. Now it's called Arcitys. They can still win it. They still have got the tick. Somebody from New York has to slide on in, contest for a moment. Here comes Paul, handled, dealt with, and Atlanta FaZe will lock it up off of some great late game heroics from Arcitys. He finds the double, and they had just enough time to walk away with the Tuscan. As FaZe, the Atlanta boys can sleep well tonight knowing that they handled business, taking down the defending Pro-Am champs.
And that's just massive work from Atlanta FaZe to make the adjustments in the middle of that game. They saw it in the first go around at that P3. They allowed NYSL to get those spawns. They allowed them to, for eventually NYSL to get 45 to 50 seconds to get right back into this game. But I think for me, the turning point had to be Atlanta FaZe's great hold on that P2 hardpoint from the front side. They were able to get at least 40 seconds on that P2. Even though the spawns did flip once when aBeZy flanks around the backside, I thought that eventually was going to cost them, but then they were able to get every single kill. After that, flip them right on back and chain it to that P3. When you shut down that setup for NYSL at that P3 hardpoint, they could not get any time there. And then when we get towards the later half of the game, that P5 break was massive because the first go around, NYSL held it down to the T. But Atlanta FaZe, this time Arcitys goes all the way around roof side. Kismet is not there to shut him down. They execute that break and get at least 20 seconds off of that P5, which was massive for them to allow to have that late rotation over towards the P1. All they needed was one break. They find every single kill, and then they hold the push from the front side of Church to close out this map. Beautiful plays from Atlanta FaZe. Probably not as clean as you want to, but they get the job done here in a 3-1 fashion and start off the major qualifiers already 1-0.
Yeah, man, and I know, looking at the schedules as well, like Atlanta have got some very, very rough games ahead as well. So for them to get off to a hot start with, I think, Boston and OpTic Texas waiting in the wings, a solid W like that is going to put themselves in a great spot. But I can't hesitate to say it, Jay. I can't hesitate to say it, right? You look back at this entire series, and it's and the whole of it, and you're really thinking about that search destroy, right?
Yeah.
If you are New York, you won the first hard point, job done. That's the respawn. You win that game 2 search destroy, and you're instantly guaranteed to have another S&D versus Atlanta. They choked the 4-1 advantage on Bocage, and from there, Atlanta FaZe, they rode that momentum all the way home.
And when you talk about Atlanta FaZe having a couple scary matchups going up next, you usually don't say that. Like, Atlanta FaZe have been the most dominant team in the CDL for the last 2 years. Just like this year, they just haven't figured it out in Search and Destroy. So those big matchups versus Boston, who are one of the best Search and Destroy teams that we have in the game, is going to be a tough matchup for them. And then OpTic Texas as well, even with subs, they're still figuring out how to win Search and Destroy. So yes, the road forward for Atlanta FaZe is definitely going to get more difficult.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but hey, they do handle business today. It took some major clutches, but they get the job done, and they've got to be pretty thrilled with the way that they ended up locking up this series. Let's go and bring back in the desk. Guys, hey, at least it wasn't back-to-back 3-0s. We at least saw Game 4, Bell.
Okay, you know what I was hoping, Lando? I was hoping that New York didn't get smoked this series, and thank God they didn't. So, I mean, the truth is out there, right? So, FaZe, they won. They're definitely here. They never left. Can't say they're back, right? They're looking to win that championship still. But when it comes to NYSL, though, they're not frauds. They're not fakes. Like, they were able to have a close series against Atlanta.
Yeah, especially especially in Search and Destroy. There were plenty of moments for them to close it out, and in that first hard point, it was very, very dominant from the side of New York Subliners.
Oh, yeah.
But again, their biggest fault was letting Elena FaZe, who was struggling in S&D, get that first S&D early.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's that clutch that Arcitys had of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like sometimes there's a team kill coming out of Crim, and then they didn't catch the timing, and Arcitys wrapping through middle. Then Kismet kind of goes for the reach out, which is a bit unfortunate. And then they're on that last map as well. Another opportunity for New York to run away with it. Not able to hold off on their setup. They had a beautiful setup. They're at both trees. They just ended up losing their one-on-one gunfights. They're on the pinch out of FaZe, which is just FaZe being prepared, being ready for the spots that they're going to be in, and winning the big one-on-one. So for this series, we learned a lot. Like we were going into it, like, is FaZe not good? Like, are they falling off? No, they're still there in the respawn especially. And then New York, a very good S&D team, gets down to the very end, loses because of a clutch, and still contended in the respawns, won the first map, had an opportunity to win the Tuscan. And remember, this is still a fairly new team, right? That is now exiting the honeymoon stage and trying to actually get better. So I think I'm still happy with what I saw out of New York.
And playing against FaZe ain't easy. Like I said, to me, they're the scariest team in the game. But we have a Game Field post-victory spotlight with aBeZy, one of my favorite aggressive player in the game. aBeZy, good win, man. How you doing, first off? And second, I'm curious, when it comes to bow cage hardpoint, you guys are great there, 7-1 from what I see right now. Why ban it against NYSL?
I mean, I think that is like their favorite map so far. One of their better maps. And you know, we're really good at every respawn right now. Like, our respawn is just looking phenomenal. So, you know, we're confident in every respawn.
Now, my biggest question for you, aBeZy, again, congratulations. This is a big win for you guys, and not to mention the big win on the Search and Destroy. Now, you were down 4-1, and obviously there was a huge momentum change when Alec got that 1v3, but I have to know if it was truly just momentum, or you guys just elevating your in-game decision-making, and if somebody kind of just made the play call to change out the pace?
You know, I mean, we've really been working on our S&D, you know, leading after the event, because, I mean, that's been our biggest struggle all year. You know, we've changed a few things around, you know, roles-wise. So hopefully, you know, we can bounce back and start winning a lot of these S&Ds now. So, yeah, that's pretty much like what we did. And, you know, that S&D map, we were just, you know, we definitely turned the tides, like, after that 4-1 with the 1v3. And then, you know, we just rode the momentum into the, to win the map.
Yeah, aBeZy, you know, in this game, obviously you guys haven't been the same as you have been in recent years, but you guys have still been pretty good, and you've been working on things individually. What's different about this one? Like, why is it taking you so long sort of to get into a comfortable groove? Because at times, I feel like you've been a little bit inconsistent in the last couple of majors.
I mean, it's just, I mean, I feel like during every COD, I've kind of had my inconsistencies towards the middle of the year, maybe even towards the beginning of the season sometimes. I feel like I always kind of kick it up towards the end of the year. But I mean, I just really haven't found my groove that I want to find. But I mean, obviously, I've been grinding, trying to get better and find that groove. So, you know, I've been working really hard on that. And, you know, yeah, obviously, hopefully our S&Ds can come, you know, and get a lot better.
Yeah, it showed today. You look fantastic out there.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to say, aBeZy, I mean, even though you say that, you know, your inconsistencies and you're struggling, you guys are still playing incredible. I mean, you went 40-30 in that final Tuscan hardpoint. If this is you guys struggling, I mean, as past years have said, we are terrified to see y'all at your best.
No, yeah, it's definitely, you know, hopefully looking up, you know, coming up. So with the S&Ds, but yeah.
All right, hurry up and find that consistency, man. You're a beast out there. Congrats on the big win as well. We'll catch you next time after another big dub, all right?
All right, thank you.
No problem, man. Thank you for the good gameplay. Shoot, 40 kills to end out that series. Go ahead, boy. But also, we have a Game Field tactical play. It's not going to be on the side of Atlanta FaZe, though. Yo, it has to do with Paco, a.k.a. Hydra, where my man just... He lead on him,
This is nasty, bro. He gets the first kill, like the second guy just gets absolutely tucked. I mean, perfect movement.
I know, absolutely. When I saw this, I was like, oh, he's going to get cut off. He didn't realize that there was a player low plat. But, I mean, the turn and burn here, I mean, minuscule seconds on the clock. It's the opening kill on the Cellium. Unfortunately, his legs were poking out just a little too far. But the fact that he goes to, like, play his life and insta turns and burns on that player?
Yeah, that was nasty. But I got to say, I think Arcitys' play was up there, too. That 1v3.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't even have to get the first kill. He's so good, he has them killing each other. All right, so I think Arcitys' play was disgusting.
Who was the last guy he killed? He melted like butter in Africa in the summertime. But, yo, that was incredible from Hydra. So, yeah, today was a pretty fast day. We had, what, 2-3-0s?
Yeah.
Close game with New York. I mean, overall, what are your thoughts about how we start off the day? We saw London Royal Ravens play against LA Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, a lot of people were talking a lot of trash about the teams that did well at the Pro-Am, but I think they had a pretty good showing today. Both both of those teams. I think LA Thieves look great, and then even the New York Subliners going up against FaZe is very tough. So I think we just learned like the league is kind of like changing tides. Like some teams are getting a lot better, whereas London Royal Ravens, a team we kind of regarded as like a top 3 team that might enter that championship form as time goes on. Well, they've dealt with a lot of stuff, and it's tough for them to get there. So I mean, I think that they really got to start from the ground up. And in this series, it just proved Thieves have really gotten better.
You know, and I will say this, man, being Los Angeles Thieves, going on Reddit, Twitter every day, seeing all, you know, the hate what people think about your team, and also losing and being able to come back, get second place in the Pro Am Classic, and to get a good win against London, I really hope that they keep it up.
I mean, they were considered a top 4 team heading into this year, and they were. I mean, they were dominant on hardpoint. Maybe they kind of hit their dip, but it looks like they're back on the rise now. For the like the London Royal Ravens, I mean, they did have a bad showing. They really came back when it came to that Gavutu, but the SND and the control, it was a little bit of a woes on the side of London Royal Ravens, but we can give them the grace. You know what? A newer roster and whatnot, but they're seriously hitting their dip right now. Again, a team that we thought maybe was going to be top 3 in the beginning of the year, but then we got to talk about OpTic Texas versus LAG, the Major 1 and Major 2 champions. OpTic smacked them around like nothing. It was 3-0, and it was with a new team as well in the likes of Prolute.
All right, I gotta say this. Guerrillas, I love the team. I love their story. I love the fact that they won Major 2. I hate the fact that the Havok is G8. I've been very public about that. But the thing is, we can't change the past, and we gotta do what we have to deal with, right? But this has to be said, though. This is not the same LAG that won Major 2.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to find an answer to their problems soon.
I mean, listen, the last couple of times we've seen them play, like, Search and Destroy in the Game 5s, and they got reverse swept by Ultra Academy NA. And this series, in Search and Destroy, they've been way too predictable in that game mode. But if we're really, you know, calling out the main thing, it's been aBeZy, man.
I agree.
Like, honestly, that's my guy. I show him love all the time. He plays phenomenal. He's super aggressive. It's hard to keep up that pace of play, but in this series, he was shooting circles, man. He's got to figure it out. He was not playing great. This is a guy on this team that is their X factor. When he pops off, it makes the game easier for guys like Hook, for Slasher. The whole team is great, and he knows that, right? So he's gonna work as hard as he can to figure it out. But yeah, even at the Pro-Am, that was a player who was struggling for this squad. So it's really something to go back, figure out, watch some VOD. They need to put him in a position to succeed, because when he succeeds, the team does.
And I gotta say this as well. Asim he's the heat for this team. He's a fire starter, because when he's running his routes and he's on fire, everybody does better. Slasher,
He's very important to that team.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the points right now. In the FaZe, smoking the competition by points, by series, it doesn't even matter. 190 and Nero front.
I mean, and that's what I was saying in the interview, right? Even though Atlanta FaZe doesn't feel at peak right now, even after that series, we saw all their face cams and we're like, wow, like that was a good series. They got the win, but they clearly aren't happy with the way that it went. They are still top in CDL points, 190. They are still leading the competition and are still the team to beat.
By the way, I want you guys to take a look at all the points from 6th place all the way down to, let's say, 11, okay? For the simple fact that this is a very close race. And in regards to champs, some of these teams aren't going to make it. You're looking at Toronto Ultra right now in 9th place. That is not what we would have even predicted last year. So we're going to keep track of that days moving forward. And speaking of moving forward, this has been fun.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is going to be the time we start to talk about champs points. We're getting to that point in the season where you have to start winning these games. So whereas New York looked good in that series, they need some points. So the next match has to be a win.
They look good, but they need to look gooder and win more games at the end of the day, and that's just a cold hard fact. Ali, don't give me that look right there. 3 games today, 2 3-0s. You had a 3-1. We're heading out early. The sun's out.
We've had gooder days, Belly.
We've had gooder days. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget next week we have bounties as well. If you guys are just tuning in, you tune in late to the stream, check this out. Next week we have selected games where the winning team wins $10,000 for winning their matchups. We have matchups such as Atlanta FaZe versus OpTic Texas, LA Thieves versus Seattle, and for some of these teams that weren't able to land in the money for the majority of these tournaments, this is going to be a good look for them.
Absolutely. You get an opportunity to make some cash, you get some bragging rights, and obviously adds a little bit more pressure to these matches, so whoever can rise to the occasion takes home the W. So not only do you get points, you get some cash.
Yeah, you got that right. And also, ladies and gentlemen, pull out your credit cards right now, or even ask your parents, ask your mom for it, because challengers, you guys are going to get yet another shot. We're going to have an open tournament out there in Toronto. You guys saw what's happening with the CDL side. We're selling out of tickets. Make sure you grab your team, grab your nice squad, and show up and see what you can do against the competition. But we saw from the Pro Am Classic, it's an absolute fact. that these AMs can definitely hang in there with some of the best of the best. We saw some nail biters, close matchups, even games that went down the wire with upsets. So big shout out to Toronto Ultra Academy NA once again, and hopefully we see them on the main stage soon. Those guys are talented. But other than that, that's it. We're gonna catch you guys same place, same time tomorrow. Don't forget, we love you. Take care of yourself. Ali, Nameless, and myself, aka Veli, we want to wish you guys a very good night. Good luck in your rain games. And tomorrow we're gonna have 4 games. It's gonna be an absolute banger. What we saw today, complete dominance. Hopefully tomorrow we see some game 5s, right? You all take it easy and you have a good night. And we'll catch you next time for some more Call of Duty action.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good 2 days.